Hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. We are with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. It is Saturday, October the 4th. talkSPORT Goals are with you until around 5:15 this evening, taking you through what should be another busy day of football up and down the country. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. To my right-hand side, as always, is Lee Phelps from William Hill. And to my left-hand side, Marcus Speller and Abby Summers. Hi, guys. How are we?
Really good.
Goodness me, that was pathetic.
Yeah, great.
I mean, I'm not being funny, guys. It's Saturday, the football's on, and it looks like you guys would rather be anywhere else but here on talkSPORT Goals.
Ask me again.
Marcus Speller, good afternoon, how are you?
Oh, my God, I'm in a storming mood. I can't believe my luck. I'm sat here with wonderful people watching the football. It is Saturday. It's talkSPORT. Woo! What a time to be alive. Okay, sorry.
Don't take them.
I thought that was an audition.
Seriously. So, yeah, with you until around 5:15. I think you know the drill by now. We watch games of football with you. We try and sometimes occasionally analyse and throw some insight in there. But mainly we just argue and make lots and lots of noises. So Leeds versus Spurs is the 12th. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I make lots of noises. These guys are probably more normal. So Leeds Spurs then is the 12:30 game in the Premier League, which has just got underway at Ellen Road. Leeds have lost 9 of their last 11 Premier League games against Spurs. Spurs have picked up 7 points in their 3 away games this season. That's as many as in their previous 11 games on the road combined. Spurs' team today has Vicario in goal. The back four, Porro, Romero, Fitton starts, Van de Ven, Udogie. It's a 4-2-3-1, which I think Spurs fans will be happy with because Bentancur and Paulinho will sit. That means we're expecting Xavi Simons to play a little bit more centrally. Off Tell, who leads the line. Odeberg, Kudus out wide. There's no Richarlison. Darlow, Bogle, Rodon, Strout, Goodmanson for Leeds. The back four on the keeper. Ampadu, Longstaff will sit. Okafor, Stack, Aronson will support Dominic Calvert-Lewin. We'll get Abby's thoughts on Spurs in a second's time. Also, as always, 3 games in the Championship. Blackburn versus Stoke. That's goalless. Hull versus Sheffield United. Sheffield United just got 3 goals to their name this season, remarkably, and the joint second worst defence in the league. Seen 15 times this season. They are bottom of the table. We did recently pick up their first points under Chris Wilder, who's back at Sheffield United. And Sheffield Wednesday, who were 23rd, they take on Coventry, who are second. Coventry are unbeaten in the Championship this season, one of 2 teams along with Middlesbrough. Coventry scoring 7 goals across 8 Championship games so far this season. And Wright in particular, Haji Wright is the shining light at the top end of the pitch. He's netted 22 goals to date. Coventry have this season. That's 8 more already, 8 more than any other side in the Championship, and make that 23 because Coventry have already just taken the lead away at Sheffield Wednesday. Thomas Asante has given them the lead. So very early days in the Championship table. They are second. They go 1 point behind Middlesbrough if they were to win this afternoon. Early games in League One. What have we got in League One? Doncaster Burton, Wycombe Barnsley goalless. League Two, MK Don Gillingham, Newport County versus Swindon. Lee Phelps, early game, Leeds Spurs. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, there's not much between these 2 teams in the betting. 13-8 Leeds, 6-4 Tottenham, so those prices more or less the same. The draw 9-4. We watched Leeds, didn't we? And I was really impressed by Dominic Calvert-Lewin as Leeds come forward here. He looks like, if he can stay fit, he looks like something like back to his best. We're talking kind of circa 2020, 21. He scored 16 goals that season in the Premier League for Everton.
Euro 2020 scored as well.
Yeah, and he obviously only got 1 goal so far, but when we watched him last on talkSPORT Goals, he had plenty of shots. He had shots on target. He's had 7 shots on goal this season. 6 of them have been on target. Now, if you go back to that season, 2021, he scored a goal every 4.5 shots. So he's due another one. He's got 1. So if you think about maths...
Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's how maths works.
Okay.
That's how maths works.
4.5 shots?
1 every 4.5 shots.
Does that mean one of them's blocked?
I think it was just the average. So he's due another goal. I think he's worth a look. I mean, there's a price boost on him to score first at 6-1 to score the first goal. I don't think there'll be loads of goals in this necessarily, but I think both teams will score. I think Leeds can't help but come forward. This crowd, you know, and I've travelled down from Leeds today, and this crowd, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it is crazy to play in front of. And when I've been a reporter there and done the matches, and it's mad. It kind of sucks the ball in, and Leeds can't help but attack. And I think Spurs will sit back a little bit and wait for them to attack and try and hit them on the break. I do think there'll be goals in this game.
Good stuff. Thanks, Lee. So very early days of the season, but Abby, Spurs start the weekend 4th in the table, just the one defeat so far this season. We haven't spoken to you since obviously the end of last season, since Postecoglou left the football club and Thomas Frank's come in. What have you made of the early stages of life under Thomas Frank?
Well, let's be honest, after you lose 22 times in a season, the bar's on the floor. So anything was going to be positive. I haven't seen you since obviously Spurs won a trophy. The dictatorship, which was Daniel Levy, is no longer there. That's ended. So I like Thomas Frank. He wasn't my first choice as who I would have had in. I think that when we spoke about it back in the last season, I would have leaned a little bit more towards like an Iraola style of football. But I like Thomas Frank. I like the fact that it is slightly more pragmatic. I like the fact that I have a manager that can be tactically aware. He's got good in-game management. The last couple of games or so, we're unbeaten in 5. I know that a lot of people have started to kind of say to me, are you actually happy because you're not winning games? But if I go back to last season, if we would have gone 1-0 down, 2-0 down, that's an automatic loss. Like, there's no chance that Spurs would ever have the mentality to get themselves back into a game. And now, at least, if we are conceding, we are fighting to come back into it. The Bodo game the other night was, I think, maybe one of the worst performances I've seen so far.
Point on the road.
Yeah, but it's a tough place to go. Arctic Circle's cold. So
Something last season, didn't you?
I was going to say.
It's cold.
And you go top. If you win this game, you go top.
I know. It's well.
Oh, chance for Joe Rodon. Leeds have started this game really, really well.
They
7
have.
minutes gone, goalless. The free kick was whipped in from the left-hand side. Vicario tried to come for it. Got nowhere near it, and Rodon, former Spurs player, of course, makes a run towards the back post, and his header comes off the post. Marcus, it's been a lively start for Leeds. They've been the better of the two sides.
Well, that's right. Lee was talking about Ellen Road, and much has been made about how that'll have to be a fortress this season. I think they're 23 league games unbeaten there, which obviously the majority of that is in the Championship, but still. But if you look at the games they've played at Ellen Road so far this season, they've been good. They restricted Newcastle to nothing. They outplayed Everton, were good for the win there. Unlucky not to beat Bournemouth.
Very unlucky, yeah.
And I thought Bournemouth beat my dear old Fulham boys last night, 3-1 in the end. But Bournemouth are a good side. Leeds on another day would beat them. They've shown that they are willing to attack a bit more, and that's how they've started today. Spurs at the moment in a bit of a funny patch. The honeymoon period, I think we can say, is over with Thomas Frank. Doesn't mean to say that it's bad.
It's not bad.
No. I don't mean that at all. I'm a fan.
There's levels when we talk about bad.
Of course there is. Of course. So Leeds have started well, and that's what they want. There's when you've got players like now they've got your Premier League experience. Longstaff's been good. All action, of course, in that midfield. So much ground he carries, and I know Leeds fans probably get annoyed when we highlight Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He is their most high-profile player. I know they've got other players in there, but if they can get him scoring goals, then they're away. He's got a lot more to his game, of course. Leeds highlighted his previous exploits as well. So I think Leeds are going about it quite nicely. Farke's saying some interesting things. His experience in the Premier League has largely been negative, really. Yeah. So it's really good that he gets a positive start, which they have done. Can they go and build on it? Well, I think the early signs are very good for all the promoted sides, really, even Burnley, although we're not talking about them. So, intriguing game today, but Leeds have equipped themselves very, very well indeed. But they're going to have to be at the races because, lest we forget, Spurs have got some incredibly talented players in that lineup.
I said about the goals, though, and I'm just thinking to myself, where do the goals come from in this Tottenham lineup that they've started with? Most of the goal scorers aren't on the pitch. Mickey van der Ven scored one. João Paulinho's got a couple. That's it.
One thing that I think will help Spurs is I think Xavi Simons looks like he's going to play a bit more centrally. We've seen him often playing on the left-hand side of a front three, and he kind of wants his midfield three to be quite workmanlike. Speaking to sort of German football experts who watch a lot more of him than I do, they say he is a lot better kind of being given that free role. And I think we've already seen here, looking at the position he's picking up there, it looks like he's probably got a bit more freedom to roam out. So I think that will make Spurs a more dangerous team.
That's what we've needed. The last few games, look, it's early days. It does take a while for anyone to kind of embed themselves in the Premier League. But I've wanted to see him in a 10. When you've got no Maddison or Kulusevski, that's kind of what Xavi Simons was brought in for. Yeah. So him being on the wing is just kind of, I felt like he's been a little bit isolated. I think that he's struggled to get involved in games. He's not super strong either. So him in a 10 is what I really wanted to see. I absolutely love João Palhinha. They tell you not to fall in love with a lone player, but I was in love after about 20 minutes.
He's a beautiful man.
He really is.
I, as a Fulham fan, I miss him, but I can't begrudge it because he went to Bayern Munich and all that kind of stuff. The fact he was at Fulham for... Here he is.
João Palhinha.
He likes a goal as well.
He does love a goal. I mean, that one he scored when he just stroked home against Wolves was
I thought he might have done the same thing there.
Didn't need to take the shirt off, maybe. Like,
oh, I think he did.
If you have a body like that, I wouldn't have my shirt on, to be honest with you. I mean, that's some rig, isn't it? Just there, the cross came in from the right. Ampadu made a mess of the clearance, and it did fall to Palhinha, edge of the box. It kind of sat for him quite nicely, trying to put his laces through the ball, but the connection was poor, and it went over the bar.
But on the chat of Xavi Simons, I mean, Frank himself said in a press conference recently that we're just trying to work out where he fits into this team, and that's going to happen with a type of player like that. It's not like it used to be back in the old days where someone was right. You're very much a winger, or you're very much this. Bit more dynamic with a more fluid kind of front line. And with Simmons, you're right. He's a type of player you want him in the centre dictating and in the thick of it all. You can understand why maybe he was put out on the wing just to kind of get the feel of the Premier League, just to get see what you're doing.
Or was it more about the fact that Thomas Frank wanted a bit more kind of work, a more workman-like midfield as opposed to not trusting Simmons in there? Maybe,
yeah. That's a good point. So he's figuring it out, but he's in there today, and it's a chance for him because, you say, Spurs have got a couple of injuries. At some point, they will come back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so he's a big summer signing, of course, and we know his quality. You go all the way back to the Euros when he scored that stunner against England. So he's good for a goal. The Spurs fans will be thinking, right, okay, what can he do? And Kudus is another one. When Lee was saying about where the goals come from, I mean, he lovely finish against Wolves. It was obviously chalked off, but I think he's a player you're looking at. You're thinking, okay, you see his quality on the ball. But if he starts scoring goals, Abby, you're laughing.
He was a great signing. I felt like that was a real kind of statement. Well, I say statement of intent. I know he didn't have the best.
But here he is on the ball.
He didn't have the best of seasons last year, but I feel like that's a player that, again,
he was at West Ham under Graham Potter for a lot of last year.
Nobody apart from Jared Bowen had a good season at West Ham.
But Jared Bowen is just immune to it. Whoever's the manager at West Ham, he puts in a shift.
He's the only good player. I'd have taken him as well.
But he's not like a double-figure goal scorer, is he? He's more like a 5, 6, 7. Obviously, chucks in. I mean, you're probably looking at more for assists, aren't you?
But literally, he does that so well. That on the right-hand side, that ability to shift the ball on his left foot, and you almost kind of know what he's trying to do.
He's super physical.
Iron Robin used to always cut and score from his left foot. You knew what he was doing, but you couldn't stop him.
Totally.
He's got such a good... I think when Solanke comes back in particular, that height physicality, you can see Spurs scoring lots of goals with Kudus just wrapping his foot round that ball.
Or even Richarlison getting on the end.
Look,
Do you rate Richarlison?
Do I rate Richarlison?
Yeah.
No, but I like Richarlison.
You don't rate him, but you like him?
I don't rate him, and I don't think...
But why do you like him then?
Because I like the fact that he's a workhorse for the team, and I like the fact that he will always put a shift in. Do I think he was ever worth £60 million? No, but that's not his fault.
Sure.
He started the season pretty well. I mean, he's on the bench today, isn't he? He's been injured, and they've kind of...
The one thing I would say about him is he's had so many injuries during his time at Spurs. He struggled to get that consistency. I think the one time he did have... I think he had a 9-game run, and I think he scored 9 in 9 or something like that.
He's had a bit of that this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's just about having that consistency and a run in the team.
He's good for a spectacular volley, you got to say.
Yeah, it was. That was good.
Come on. He scores a fair few of them, and that's probably... Is that why you like him? He's a workhorse, and then every now and then he scores an absolute...
I just like that he puts
contender for goal of the month.
Yeah, randomly. Shocking he didn't get it.
Not as good as Fulham's goal of the month winner in September, right?
Oh, that was Josh King.
Josh King won that one, didn't he?
The disallowed goal against Chelsea.
Good banter from Fulham. I enjoyed that.
It's nice, wasn't it?
The most unlucky footballer of the season so far.
What is the...
Getting booked every week for diving, doesn't dive, gets towards a penalty, gets...
I can't won against Aston Villa, I'll tell you.
Unbelievable.
You thought that was a penalty?
What, when Emi Martinez sized him down? Yeah, call me a traditionalist, yeah. I did think it was a penalty, yeah.
Not one of those, but would you... Here's one for you.
Go on.
Do you think if he was a little bit more older and more experienced, he would have just took it random and scored, as opposed to maybe...
No, because I think...
If I'm being a little bit critical of him, it did... Is that...
No, he tried to chop, but it was snuffed out. No, I think when King went through on Martinez, the ball was there to go round to the left side of the goalkeeper, away from goal.
Right foot just
and I think he may have gone round. Anyway, it wasn't given. It's all in the past, and it's all ancient history now. But speaking of Spurs and goals, Matthias Tell didn't make the Champions League squad.
No.
Yeah,
he's I mean, I find that an interesting decision from Frank, because there he is starting. I know they've got injuries, but it's almost as if he's saying to him, "You're the man against lower league Premier League opposition."
Well, at least you've got to be a man for something.
Yeah, well, indeed, but it's kind of a backhanded compliment in one regard.
It is. I was actually,
but he has a part to play.
He does have a part to play, and that is the beauty of having a bigger squad. He also doesn't fancy Brennan Johnson much either.
No, that seems to be the case.
Which is quite telling, considering how much he was utilised last season, and loves to tap in.
You got a new regime though.
We do have a new regime.
Any kind of remnants of the old regime, you have to kind of.
It's long gone. But what I would say with Tell was I was actually surprised that they ended up.
Oh, that's lovely.
I was shocked, but these are.
I tell you what, I'd keep out to do something there.
well.
Yeah, Xavi Simons.
Go on, Joel.
Oh, yeah,
They're thrown into the game so far. Tom.
Yeah,
They look far
Xavi Simons just had the ball on the left-hand side. He kept the ball at his feet, just waited for Udogie to make an overlap, played a really good ball into him. Udogie set through into the box down the left-hand side, but his ball across goal was cleared.
I think so. Sorry, I was just going to say we actually have squad depth this time. I think
that's definitely the case.
recruitment in the summer for once was actually quite spot on.
Had a great window
with what they needed.
Great window.
I mean, it would have been obviously great if we would have got someone like Gibbs White as well, but I shan't be.
Can't have it all.
I can't have it all.
You got a new manager, a lot of new shiny toys.
Yes, lots of nice new shiny toys, and actually things that we needed. Like Jab Polina was exactly what we've needed for such a long time.
Yeah.
Getting that cover as in someone like Simmons, I didn't think was really going to happen. To be honest with you, and maybe if we would have got Gibbs White, that wouldn't have happened. I also think having that ability to rotate, like we can see Destiny Udogie playing today. Obviously, Jed's been really good, so it's having the luxury of doing that. Someone like Tell, I was surprised that they did kind of keep him. I didn't think they would, but it's just a point to prove, isn't it? You've got lots of games. If you've got Champions League, Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, like you should be able to compete with respect on as many fronts as possible. Do I think we're going to win the Premier League? No, but I think that we have every chance of winning a cup this season. Yeah. So you need to have a squad.
His goal scoring record in the under-21s is got 8 goals in 13 in 2025. It's an incredible record. For the French under-21. Scored 2 for Tottenham last season, so he's off the mark. Maybe another one if he gets a run in the team. He's proved that he can score at I know it's under 21 level, but it's still a decent level, isn't it? You see the team that England put out there, and a lot of those players are starting to come through in their Premier League teams, if not already established. So, I think it's just one of those. If he gets a goal today, for instance, suddenly you're up and running, and maybe he is that guy who plays in the cups and against the promoted teams.
And
all the rest
that's absolutely fine. The same as someone like Odebear. I actually thought he was probably our best player the other night for the most part. But he's another one that obviously had injuries as well. He's not also had a good run in the side. So there's a lot of players that actually this season I'm more likely to judge them on this after, because our season, let's be honest, you can't really judge anything off the back of last season, really, or any performances. So it's good. For the once we actually have a squad, so I can't really complain.
You also got a strength, the old adage of, strengthen when you're in a position of strength. And the fact is that in terms of their position of strength, they got back in the Champions League. Ange gave you that much, and
he gave me a lot more than that. He gave me so much.
Some great quotes. One of the all-time great quotes in English football. I always win a trophy in my second season. It's up there.
It might just be the coldest, most iconic moment of a manager, because putting that out there so early on and then actually backing up and losing 22 games.
Well, I think Jose Mourinho, the special one, I also do think Ange, I always win things. I mean, genuinely iconic.
Kevin Keegan.
Yeah,
Keegan. I mean, it is one of those quotes. It is one of those quotes. I mean, the fact is, Spurs and Man United were both the favourites for the Europa League without taking any of the romance of it. But you can only beat what's put in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
And they went and did it. I mean, I made this point before we came in. Can you imagine if Manchester United under Ruben Amorim were in the Champions League this season?
No.
My sort of wicked side wishes it was there. Because I mean,
you just think they get pumped every week, basically.
Well, I mean,
Well, I'm thinking Sunderland are a good bet at 5-1 to beat them, 4-1 now, unfortunately. But so absolutely. You can't imagine it, can you?
No. I mean, I don't. Whatever the fixtures are, like this Man United side away to Bayern. Do you know what I mean?
I'd love to see.
Maybe Amorim's formation would work better in the Champions League.
Is that what? Is he a European manager? Is he?
Well, he's not going to change it. So.
I don't know.
It'd be almost impossible for it to work less. Just go on.
That was one of those.
The long throw.
The long throw.
Return of the long throw.
We very much enjoyed the long throw last week.
Lucas Berg. So who takes Spurs as long? It has been Lucas Bergvall, hasn't it, this season?
Yeah, this whole thing.
And he's not on the pitch today, which is a bit disappointing and underwhelming.
But I love Lucas Bergvall. But there's rotation in it. Like I said, it's okay. They travelled. They played the other day. I mean, albeit it was Tuesday, but Tuesday. Yeah. I think it's fine. Like you want to have that rotation. I've thought
at this stage of the season with Champions League, every team will kind of make 2-3 changes every game to keep it.
Very calm is Abby about Spurs. I want a Leeds goal just to throw a cat among the
Do you know what it
pigeons.
is?
I'm calm.
Normally Quaku sat next to her.
Oh, true enough.
Normally
true
by
enough.
this point Quaku would have offered her outside for a fight or something like that, and it would have got really, really messy.
Is it a bit of the Fulhamish rubbing off on you? Just nice and calm, take it easy.
There's just not that same hatred, is there, between Fulham and Spurs?
No.
Have a slice of Victoria Sponge. Everything's all right.
Like I thank Fulham for giving us Moussa Dembele, and
Well, there we go.
And kind of in a way, Joao Palhinha. In a way.
So it's quite nice. When we were signing Palhinha, some of my Fulham friends, not you though, you did a message telling me what I was getting.
No,
but
I mean, you would have seen what I said on here, no doubt.
Some of my other Fulham friends were like, "You're going to love Joao Palhinha."
Oh, you are?
How many Fulham friends have you got out of interest?
I've got about 4 or 5. 5 Fulham friends.
I'd like you to rank them.
Does Marcus make the Champions League spots?
No, you'd be.
You said 4 or 5.
Yeah. 5th place gets Champions League now as well, right?
I'd put you second. I'd put you second.
Oh, that's all right.
I am very calm though about Spurs though. This
Yeah,
year.
I'll take it.
I'm very calm.
Wait till Sean Longstaff scores after 78 minutes.
Yeah,
to make
but
it
do you
League
know
One
what?
Spurs,
I this season I feel like I've kind of reached my.
Do you think
pinnacle
after
with
the
it.
nonsense of last season, watching your team finish 17th, you're almost like, I guess it can get worse and get relegated, but it's unlikely to, right?
It kind of feels like the 17 years between trophies. Like
Yeah.
there was so much on that, and I was, just harassed all the time about Spurs don't win anything. So now it's kind of like, oh, what? Daniel Levy's gone.
Yeah.
This, we've won a trophy. I can go another 17 years now.
Hey, it's a great stadium as well.
Oh, it's a good one.
Great stadium.
Beyonce's really good when she performs there. So it's 21 gone, then Leeds 0, Spurs 0. Just 2 3 o'clock games today in the Premier League, but they're big ones. Arsenal, West Ham, Man United, Sunderland. Wow, how big is that for Ruben Amorim? Latest scores in the Championship. Coventry unbeaten this season. A 1-up away at Sheffield Wednesday. There's a goal in League 2. MK Dons 1-up at home to Gillingham. Swindon leading Newport. Both games in League 1 are goalless. Doncaster 0, Burston 0, Wickham 0, Barnsley 0. But talking of Spurs and last season, I want to talk to you guys about Ange Postecoglou, because so far Nottingham Forest yet to pick up a victory. Started with the defeat at Arsenal, knocked out of the League Cup. There was a draw at Burnley, drew their first Europa League game to Real Betis. Last weekend, they lost at home to Sunderland. And on Thursday, they were beaten at home to Midtjylland. But then at the end of the game, in fact, during the game, towards the end of the game, there were chants of you're getting sacked in the morning from the Nottingham Forest fans, that is, towards Ange Postecoglou. And then I even heard on my TV chants of Nuno Espirito Santo. Nuno lost his job early on in the season. There was that disagreement or falling out with Edu, who's come in and looking after all sort of footballing operations. Marcus, he's been there for just over 20 days.
Yeah.
And his own supporters, some Nottingham Forest supporters on Thursday, were letting their feelings pretty clear known towards him. And maybe also some anger as well above, because it wasn't his decision to sack Nuno. What have you made of what's happened so far? And is there any possibility in your eyes that if Forest don't get a result tomorrow at Newcastle, that he might not make the other side of the international break?
Yeah, and the fact is that those are fair questions for and it
I don't like asking that, because it sounds crazy to ask that 20 odd days into his reign.
No, but it is, which is why I clarified it's a fair question, because of it's in 1-0 to Spurs.
We'll hold that and shall we, for a couple of minutes, because this former top Tottenham Hotspur have taken the lead, and it is Matthias Tell. There's no Richarlison, no Dominic Solanke, no problem. Tell's leading the line, and after a little bit of a scrappy 20 minutes or so, Spurs have taken the lead. Abby Summers, a calm Abby Summers. You must be feeling even more calmer. Tell scores. Leeds 0, Spurs 1.
It looked like some hit that as well, just after we were talking about Matthias Tell as well. I mean, this is a good thing. This is what you want to see, players contributing. I think we've had our top scorer this season is actually just own goals. So this is what we want to see. He looks like he's on. Nice little run. Do you know what? I am calm and...
It does take a
deflection.
deflection. He gets played in down the right-hand side. He's outside the box. He looks to come in, goes on the outside. He does get a shot away, and it does take a wicked deflection of Pascal's stroke. It beats the goalkeeper, Cole Darlow, at his near post. If I'm being critical of the goalkeeper, I think as near post there, despite the deflection, I think that
the whole thing from
he's late to react.
Are we going to have that same debate again this season?
What, goalkeepers near post? I think good goalkeepers push that ball away, but Tell made a good run. He got a shot away as well. It takes a deflection, and Spurs lead.
Yeah, Leeds will be very disappointed though. From midfield where they lost the ball, they just looked very weak in the challenge as well. He jinked one way and then they kind of didn't really put a challenge in. Then the keeper doesn't get anywhere near it. I think Leeds United would be really disappointed with the way they gave that goal away. I just noticed in the last 10 minutes, the difference in size between the teams, and there seems to be a difference in kind of, it's like Spurs are almost bullying Leeds at times. They're physically such a stronger team than Leeds United, and Leeds are passing it around quite nice. They're getting forward, but they look really weak in the tackle against Tottenham.
That's an interesting point that you made, because we sat in this very studio when Spurs played PSG in the Super Cup. And one point that we kept making was, my goodness, Spurs look so much more robust, so much stronger and physical. And you're saying that again today. That is something that Frank. Yes, they've brought new players in, but Frank is definitely said, because underhand, it was just.
Well, they're just flimsy.
It was boys. You know what I mean? It was like they were all made of wafer thin ham. Like it was just being pushed off the ball so easily. It was ridiculous. So yeah, it's a good start for Spurs. And Tell, guy we were just speaking about, does it in the world of confidence?
Yeah, it does. Should open up now. In Leeds are just under 5-1 to win the game in play. They're going to come out and. They were having a go before, weren't they? 3 attempts, nothing on target. They're going to have to really push forward now, Leeds, I think, and have a go, which is only going to open them up more to the counter from Spurs.
Spurs won't mind that wall. That gives them a little bit of space. So I already think that Spurs, I think they could have a much, much better team with Javi Simmons just playing centre. I think
much
just
better.
having that, just get
the movement.
Giving him that licence to run. I think Liverpool are in a similar position with Florian Wirtz, where I think ideally you kind of want Florian Wirtz to be given that kind of free role to. But we know the Liverpool
chance for Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Oh, he's blazed it over the bar.
Should he do better there? Yeah, 25 gone. Yeah, Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
When he gets to 9, he's due a goal, isn't he?
He's definitely going to score the next one.
The maths say so.
Okay, I'm going to hold you
the
to that,
next shot. Should go.
I tell you what, forget about the next one. I think he should score this one.
It just gets caught.
I don't know, Van der Ven, who charges across, and don't know if that puts him off a little bit.
He takes a touch too many there.
Yeah.
I think if he gets his shot away, he gets a
bit quicker.
Just did enough. Is the phrase there? The defenders just did enough.
Van der Ven just did enough to put him off. But yeah, so while Spurs looking a bit better and I think a bit more dynamic in possession, Leeds are having opportunities, aren't they, going forward? Let's go back to Ange then, Marcus. I asked you about Ange Postecoglou, whether this weekend could be a defining weekend for him. In fact, maybe hold that thought, because it's 3-on-3 here. Udogi's through. He's got Tell. Give it to Kudus. He has. Shoot!
Oh, now that's a chance.
Udogi gets played in down the left-hand side. It's 3-on-3. I think he does everything right. He holds the ball, he waits. He gives it to Kudus, who's completely unmarked. He rolls it across to Kudus, and with his left foot, he misses the target. But Abbey, he doesn't even get close to the target. He should score there, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he should. Honestly,
terrible finish.
Tottenham have been very good on the transition, look very good on counters as well today. I just think that obviously Destiny has been out a lot as well with injury.
Do you prefer Udogi to left back to Spence?
I love Jed Spence, but
does Udogi offer more going forward naturally, being a left footer?
Yes,
more options.
Yes, but I don't want to take anything away from Jed, because I feel like the fact that he was so out in the cold, him also playing at left back when I think actually arguably he is better at left back than he is at right back, but he offers us so much as well. I just think so far this season it's nice to see Destiny Udogi get kind of back into the rhythm of things after having so long out. He's also super strong, super physical as well. But I just think but I think Kudus needs to do better there for me. Like, the goals, I think, will come. I think he's a really good player. I think that he holds the ball up well. So strong, powerful. He just needs the end product. That's
lack composure there, didn't
it?
They almost, the way it kind of came to him with pace. Didn't have to generate any pace. Almost had to hit the target, but he just kind of lacked any conviction, really.
He'll come.
But the fact is he was in the position, and that's the start. Oh, dear.
Calvert-Lewin. He's got a challenge. There was a challenge in the corner with Mickey van der Ven, and he'd come off worse. Again, the size of the two of them. When you saw them challenging, Mickey van der Ven just kind of just shrugged him off, pushed him over, and I don't know if he's twisted his ankle or he's got stood on. But he doesn't look like he's going to carry on. He's
he's limping. And this has literally been the story of his kind of last 4 or 5 years. Just can't keep himself fit.
That is a sickener, because I know he just missed that chance, but you know what? He still looked confident and aggressive and determined to get it. And if he, as I say, it was the way it went. It was slightly under him by the time he hits the ball. But the thing is, the last thing you want is your striker to just show a bit of timidity. You don't want any of that nonsense. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin hasn't shown that. He's still getting the chance. He's still putting himself about there. He looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, and therefore the goals you think would come. He looks like he's moving a bit better now, but when you see him just holding an injury or a little knock, rather...
You fear the worst, don't you?
Well, of course you do, because of his track record. So he's still not moving as well as he would, but perhaps it's one that you could maybe run off.
I think he's moving better there than when he was 30 seconds ago, which I think is a good thing. I'm not sure, Abby, if you like looking at league tables this early on in the season, but if you were to look at the league table right now...
Go on, have a glance.
Spurs are
right, go on then.
Go on. Do you want to announce to everyone where Spurs are on the current live table?
I'll treat myself.
Because don't forget, you were 17th. You finished 17th last season. Where are Spurs right now on the table?
This hasn't actually updated.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh,
second.
There we go.
And as an
Arsenal
Australian,
that amazing start to the season, wasn't it? Everyone was saying the Spurs were going to win the league, and remember it went crazy.
Yeah.
People were saying,
who said that?
on this very station, people were saying, "Can Spurs win the league?"
Oh,
Remember that?
They were asking the question.
With Ange.
There's a big difference.
Yeah,
talking about-
yeah. Do you remember when he started unbelievably well?
this season.
Oh no, sorry.
No,
This season.
Under Ange, I remember that. Oh yeah, that was fun.
Tottenham were top after 10 games.
Yeah.
Oh, and Ange himself said, just about the fans, and he went, let them dream, let them dream.
Let them dream. And then we had that, fateful night against Chelsea, and then everything went pear-shaped. So, it is what it is. I don't tend to read into it. Talk to me in April.
I actually,
About it.
that's that. Like, what was the score of that game? Was it 4-3 to Chelsea?
4-1.
When we went down to 9 men and we had the highest line ever.
I loved it when he
was
did
that?
that.
Yeah.
I genuinely still really rate that Ange did that.
Oh,
I did
that
as
was a
well.
bit
Because
ridiculous.
no. The reason why is because it kept them competitive, and if it was Dyer or whoever
It was Dyer,
who
yeah.
scored, and if he wasn't a toenail offside, he would have got an equalising goal.
It was,
anyway,
yeah. But you know what? Who knows?
Anyway.
Who knows what would have happened?
On Ange, he was 8-1 to be the next Premier League manager to lose his job.
sorry, chance for Spurs.
Before that European
Who does he have
game.
with that left foot? That cross?
Yeah.
Before that European game, he was 8-1 to be the next Premier League manager to lose his job. Amorim was the favourite. That happened. He's 10-11 favourite as we go into this weekend's fixtures to be the next Premier League manager to lose his job. Odds on. That's mad, isn't it? I mean, if there hadn't been these examples of managers losing the jobs after, a matter of weeks, and we have seen examples, it would seem madness. But with the owner...
Well, this is it. So that I think the owners...
It's not... If we heard about it, if suddenly it came through next week... because they lose to Newcastle tomorrow, none of us would be massively surprised.
Not at all. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a complete marriage just made in hell. Like, I know they have a personal relationship, but sacking Nuno was crazy considering what he'd done for Forest, and he deserved... I mean, it just had no basis, no grounds, apart from the fact that Marinakis just fell out with him. What he'd done for Forest and taken them to have European football, he deserved to carry on and see what he can carry on building with Forest.
But Nuno seemed pretty resigned to it, though, didn't he?
Yeah, because I think after the back end of last season, remember when he came on the pitch, Marinakis, and we were just like, what is going on there? Clearly never got resolved after that. But I just think the thing with hiring Ange, obviously his stock was so low, apart from obviously winning the cup. So after that, it was kind of like the narrative changed again. And it was like, oh, how can Spurs sack him? No, he'd lost 22 times. Like, you absolutely have to
finished
sack
17th in the Premier League.
It's no excuse. So then his stock kind of rose up, and there was this kind of feeling that he'd been hard done by and whatever. And as soon as I saw that appointment for him at Forest, I just thought this is just going to end in tears, and this is not going to be a very long marriage as well. Yeah. So I would not be shocked to see him sacked after this weekend.
Do you not think, as a Premier League manager, then, do you think he's, given what happened at Spurs, do you almost think he's... I
don't think that I don't think personally he's cut out to be a Premier League manager. Now, as harsh as that is, because the first season he did have a lot of injuries, did take Tottenham to finish 5th. And this is why I was Ange in for so long. You forget, I still wanted him in. I had Craig in my ear all the time being like, Ange out, and then he changed the narrative. But I was still very much, I think Ange can do something if, he's got a fit squad, etc. And he did win us a cup. But you cannot, and the same will go for Ruben Amorim, you cannot just stay on that mountain, where you just don't want to change anything. Ange actually contradicted himself, because when you look at the Europa League run towards the end, he did make changes. I saw him have
He's
a
very
back
pragmatic in the
eight.
Europa.
I saw him have a back eight at some point.
In that final, he was probably...
he's very
parked the
pragmatic.
bus, didn't he?
Completely part of the bus. So he could have done that. He could have avoided so many other defeats and batterings, that Tottenham got. It didn't need to be as bad as it was. But the fact that he just lived and died by his principles, and I look at Forest, and Forest are a team that actually do well in a bit more of a pragmatic environment. That they're not really built to have this crazy... You've got to have the players, to do that. And I can say, all right, well, he did it at Celtic, but with respect, it's a totally different league. Look at Russell Martin.
Marcus, what have you made of what's happened in the last 20 odd days? The kind of chance you got on Thursday night. And would you be? I'll ask you the same question. Would you be surprised if we find out Monday morning that he's no longer Nottingham Forest manager?
I wouldn't be hugely surprised, but Marinakis is an interesting character. I'll say diplomatically, and it was a surprise appointment, as Abby's talked about there, just in terms of the tactics, But okay, we've seen gear changes before from teams, and some teams have done okay out of it or whatever. But when Marinakis says, in among the other reasons why he's hired Ange, he says, well, he speaks Greek, and when he won the Europa League with Spurs, it promoted Greece. They're alarm bells. Like, what on earth are you coming out with that? He may well sort of think that on some sort of silly level. Okay, fine, you're entitled to that.
That's probably not reason to give someone the job of your football club, right?
It's a madness, Sam, is what it is. And if these are reasons or... it's got to be a goal for Leeds, and it's in. No, I think he's getting...
Yeah, the flag stays down. Leeds are level. Leeds 1, Spurs 1.
Oh, how about
Do you know what I would say? I see Vicario do that same thing.
Do you know what?
Time.
That goalkeeper drives me mad. I
insane.
think he is nowhere near good enough. He's a pusher. He's a parrier.
He loves that.
Something that I've always annoys me about him is I always remember when Archie Gray was playing at centre-back last season, he used to always, he's a shouty goalkeeper. He used to shout at Archie Gray, don't shout when you can't catch. And once again, it is nowhere near good enough. It's Bogle on the right-hand side who whips a dangerous ball to the box. Calvert-Lewin takes a really, really good first touch. It's Aronson who gets the shot away, and as Abby is absolutely right to point out, the shot comes towards the goalkeeper, and what does he do? He doesn't catch it. He doesn't push it away. He parries it into the path of Okafor, who puts the ball in the back of the net. I mean, it takes a little nick. Again, top goalkeepers deal with that better. But my broader point is, I think that piece of goalkeeping there from him is for Lee. Marcus Abbey for a Premier League goalkeeping. That is unacceptable goalkeeping.
It can't go there, can it?
It is an absolute mess.
I know it's point blank and all the rest of it, but it can't go there. It has to. It needs to go out, or it needs to stay.
I mean, the only thing I would
no, Marcus, he should catch that with his teeth.
I don't think he's going to catch that. Push it away. The only thing I would say is took a deflection.
It did take
just on the way. But quite pleasingly, though, did you see that balloon that was shaped like a football just kind of roll into shot as they go?
Was it Darren Bent?
Darren Bent at
the beach ball, Sunderland.
Liverpool.
Yes,
I wondered if that was actually a football that rolled on the pitch and Spurs were going to get away with that, but it was indeed a balloon.
But I get what you're saying about the tiny little deflection on this particular occasion, but he does it all the time. He loves
a mate of mine, a big Spurs supporting friend of mine, calls him Mr. Tickle. Do you know what I mean? For a reason. Like he's quite wiry.
Really long arms.
Yeah, well, and also is
loves tickling people.
He loves tickling people and looks a bit lightweight.
Yes.
As we've seen from, a few examples before, that he can be bullied in there.
They've just named their new leadership group at Spurs. He's part of the leadership group.
Right.
Yes.
It's honestly, I'll tell you what. No, do you know what?
I get it.
He's nowhere near good enough, and he shouldn't be anywhere near this first team. I've watched a lot of him, and I want my goalkeeper to be calm, to be a presence. He's not that. No. He is weak from set pieces. He's one of those goalkeepers where I almost get the impression if a shot comes in, if he has two options to catch it, or maybe try and kind of dive and push it to make it look a bit more of a camera save, he takes that option. That might take a little deflection. He should catch that. Spurs have started well. They look good. And, he's supposed to be one of your more experienced players. I just think long term, if Spurs have any ambitions to do anything under Thomas Frank, he's not your goalkeeper.
I'd agree with that.
I would have actually really loved to have got Kelleher. I think we spoke about that last season as well. Like that would have been, for me, him being on the table, if it wasn't Chelsea he was linked to. I know he went to Brentford in the end, but I would have absolutely loved to have Kelleher. I think that...
It was a coup for Brentford, though.
It was. Absolute one. For Brentford, I think it was a great signing. But I said when we bought in Kinski, I think in January, if you could combine Kinski, kind of like the height and like the build of him with kind of, I guess, the agility of Vicario, then you'd have a good keeper. But
I also, by that,
they're both missing.
I'm just reading Twitter now, and I'm not just trying to say it because I'm saying... Everyone, it's all Spurs fans making the exact same point about Vicario.
Well, sorry, Vic, I tried.
No.
Good news. Did you think I'm being harsh, Marcus?
No, I do get it. Ultimately, look,
that must drive you mad.
I suppose.
I see it all the time.
Well, and as well, I mean, I understand that. You've got to play with financial rules. Spurs had other areas on the pitch that demanded strengthening.
That's true.
It wasn't the key area.
But when you are talking about a side, you're in the Champions League.
It's basics as a goalkeeper. If I'm a goalkeeper, if I'm an opposition team, you're going to be saying, make sure you get shots in the box because he's going to parry it out, and make sure you follow in.
I suppose. I don't think it's a howler. I don't think
it's not a howler.
I think it's.
But as a Premier League goalkeeper, one of the things you wouldn't want to do is push the ball back into the path of attackers.
Yes.
And so that you've got to find a way of doing something different, haven't you? Pushing it around the post, punching it away.
Catch it.
I mean, my only thought is
roll.
Yeah, but when Aronson has that shot, it's quite close, and he's hit it in the face, and it nicked the deflection.
If you're going to parry, there's also other
side-footed.
There's other places places you can parry it. You don't have to parry it straight out in front of you, which I see him do literally every single week.
Yeah, well, I mean,
go left, go right, just not right out in front.
So
ideally,
if there's a pattern of this behaviour, then fine. There's no.
I'm not saying drop him just on the basis of that one mistake.
Yeah, no, of course.
For the last 18 months, it's been
fine.
It's been like this time and time again.
Okay, so it's a cherry pick that one and say, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Yeah, if it happens once every.
That one's not that bad in terms of the fact it's taken a little bit of a deflection.
But yeah, as you say, it's,
I do see it all the time.
Yeah,
so.
okay.
And do you know what I mean about when I say he's a shouty goalkeeper?
Yes, yes. Like just.
I'm not saying he's the only goalkeeper that shouts, but he's one of those where he will sprint out to shout at someone. Do your job properly.
Fulham's Bernd Leno's not a shouty goalkeeper.
No,
and I appreciate that.
Although I did think that he should have done better for that first goal. Semenyo does amazing, but he's
cheeky.
Close your legs, right?
He'll be disappointed, but like sometimes I think you just got to say fair play to the attacker if he's managed to squeeze it through.
Oh no, he's a joke, Semenyo, but I just thought,
when you say he's a joke, you mean he's like ridiculously good.
Ridiculously good.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
As opposed to
he's a joke of a footballer.
No, he is a joke of a footballer.
Like quality.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I'm just worried you're going to get comments.
For the record, I like Anton Semenyo.
There you go.
He's a really, really good player. It'd be almost impossible not to think he's a really good player.
Indeed, he's if he's not in your fantasy team, what are you playing at? Quite frankly,
he's not in my fantasy team.
What are you playing
at? You're a joke of a fantasy player. Can I do a quick Yorkshire roundup? Do you mind that? From up north, Sheffield United.
Yorkshire roundup.
Sheffield United losing to Hull, East Yorkshire. Sheffield Wednesday.
Imagine putting them in your racket, right?
Sheffield Wednesday now 2 down to Coventry. Doncaster Rovers, South Yorkshire, are beating Burton, and obviously West Yorkshire Leeds pulled that goal back. So that's your Yorkshire roundup.
You're from Yorkshire, aren't you?
Yeah, well, not from there, but I live in.
You live in the area.
Grimsby.
Yeah, of course you do.
That's Lincolnshire.
Yeah,
that's
Grimsby Glory Hunter.
We sport Grimsby in September.
I'm like an overnight sensation. It's taken 30 years.
By the way, on Coventry City, Frank Lampard's having a lovely time there.
Scoring goals for fun, aren't they?
If he doesn't fancy going abroad, Graham Potter, and I know he has had offers from abroad before, then... Well, you looking at me?
No, I just was curious where you were going with it.
Well, no, I just...
Whoa, that's a bit... Leave my Abby alone.
I was going to say, Abby. Normally you reserve those looks for Quaker or other, but yeah, not me.
Quaker in disguise?
I don't know.
You've just gone down from second favourite Fulham friend to third.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. A bit of friendly fire.
Just
before you make your point, Coventry, as things stand right now, we're top of the Championship.
Yeah, there you go. So with Lampard... He was obviously given the Chelsea job, a very tough job. He gets removed from his position there. He's at Everton for a bit again.
Didn't do a great job.
Yeah, but also a manager needs to choose the right clubs to go to, right? So Chelsea is particularly that time, and Everton, difficult.
All he needs is West Ham next, and then he's completed the trip.
I don't think even those West Ham owners would offer Frank Lampard that job. No. Just in all their infinite wisdom. But with Lampard, I think he was offered the Norwich City job when they were on the verge of relegation. He didn't take that one, and I thought, good move. Goes down to Coventry, a side who are crying out for something, takes over when they were in a reasonably healthy place.
But also, that was what I thought made it even harder for him. Fans were gutted that Mark Rodman's
left. Well, they were.
Edge in there, wasn't he?
Indeed. But it shows you that the club was in. It wasn't a basket case of a club.
No, sure.
I know off field it's been a bit, in recent times, but it wasn't like he was taken over from a club who were sort of scratching around the relegation zone or whatnot. And now look at him. And I think say like Graham Potter, his reputation now in terms of Premier League is probably quite low. So is he going to think next job abroad or whatever? Well, you get yourself a good job at a solid club in the Championship, then you never know. I mean, Lampard, I think it'd be fantastic if he could get promoted. He's shown that he can do something at that level.
I have lots of receipts against me of me being so critical of Frank Lampard as a coach. I didn't rate him. I wasn't really sure what he was. So I have to say, I have to hold my hands up because I was probably quite quick, let's say, to write off a young English manager because I didn't really like what he did at Everton and Chelsea. But you make a great point, Marcus.
But it was early days, and I think with Lampard, he talks a good game. He's a good speaker, right? But that's all very well and good. You've then got to do the tactical stuff, and I wonder if. If you have the profile of someone like Lampard and you walk into a dressing room, you're going to command respect from what you did on the pitch and your profile as a...
I feel like when Marcus Bella walks into the talkSPORT Goal Studio, right?
Indeed, yeah.
Commands respect from people.
But if I was managing the station, it would be a disaster, No, but he needs a bit of experience, I think, and kind of... almost get people to. I think it took maybe a little while for people to think, no, he's Frank Lampard, the manager now, rather than the former player. Anyway, long story short, he's doing well for Coventry City. If he can get them promoted, that will be huge for that club. Absolutely massive. And who knows, we may well see him back in the Premier League soon, and that will be interesting to see it. So Graham Potter could take inspiration from Frank Lampard.
No, so it's a good point. So it's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Coventry 2 in the Championship as things stand. Obviously, Middlesbrough still to play, but Coventry are currently top of the table. They've been in remarkable form. They're the only team unbeaten, the only one of two teams unbeaten in the Championship this season, scoring 7 goals across 8 Championship appearances this season. Haji Wright's been in really, really good form. They've scored 24 goals already this season. That's 10 more than any other team in the division. Sheffield Wednesday, 23rd in the table after failing to pay their players in 5 of the last several months. Sheffield Wednesday heading possibly for a points deduction. There's turmoil in the boardroom. Marcus, what's been happening there as well at that football club with the ownership and Chanseri's still there, not paying the players. They're struggling obviously on the pitch. They're fighting hard. It's a mess, isn't it? You hope for the sake of the fans and the players,
oh my goodness,
they can get it sorted sooner rather than later.
This is one of those stories where it doesn't matter who you support, whether you're local rivals or everything. Everybody should be disgusted by this. Everybody should be in support of those fans, as you say, and just how many times I've sat here a number of times this season going, would you just sell up, man? Do you know what I mean? For crying out loud, go. And it's yet another reminder of what could happen at a football club in this country. There's a lot of money in football in this country. Yes, a lot of it, of course, is in the Premier League, but nobody's immune from this kind of thing. It could happen to any club, and with Wednesday, that is a historied club. These are precious things, football clubs. It shouldn't just be used as some commodity for somebody who's got a few quid and doesn't really know what they're doing. So. You want more regulation, you want more this, that and the other. Goodness knows if it will come or not. But yeah, we sincerely hope for the best for Sheffield Wednesday and that he goes sooner rather than later.
Well said, Marcus. Approaching half-time then in the 12:30 game, Leeds 1, Spurs 1. Been quite an even game, hasn't it really, Abby? It feels like, again, at no point have Spurs really been able to properly assert their dominance and take control of the game.
I feel like they kind of started to grow into it before they got the goal. I mean, I thought the first 5-10 minutes they were a little bit, under it by Leeds. But I do think Spurs have probably been the better side. Maybe it's kind of shifted since the goal, but... yeah, it's been fairly even, but I haven't been disappointed in the way that Spurs have played. I think they've actually looked
off the bar.
What happened there, Marcus?
Chance for Spurs where the ball came in. It was Taylor who got his head to it. It was a good effort. That
yeah, it was.
Actually, I was
just absolutely bodied. Thinking he might have been off the ball.
Calvert-Lewin showing a bit of. He's back at the races, isn't he?
Yeah, that was getting him back for the one earlier.
It was, yeah.
Look, I think Spurs have been fine. It's one of actually the better halves I've probably seen consistently this season. There's been a lot more movement, much better progressively with the ball. I just think final ball in. They've had chances, Tottenham.
Oh, that was a good chance. Yeah, it was Odegaard's ball in from the left, wasn't it? Again, I think Tell makes a really good run there, goes kind of across goal, and he beats Struijk to the header, and it just comes off the bar.
You just wonder with Tottenham, could they put the foot down on the pedal a little bit more? I mean, this is tactically, it's fine.
I know what you mean.
It's fine. They're soaking Leeds pressure up. They're hitting them on the break. I get it. They might well win this game 2-1, could win it 3-1. Who knows? But you just wonder, given that it's Tottenham and they've got a better team than Leeds, could they actually put the foot down the pedal and just go after this a bit more?
Well, I think, Lee, with that, this is Thomas Frank learning, right? Because all his Premier League experience and the vast majority of his time as a manager has been at Brentford, where you're not putting your foot down and showing your dominance. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to go into Spurs and suddenly go, all right, well, I know what it's like to have a squad which is better than most teams in the league. So he's got to kind of figure that out as well. And it's still early days with Frank. So I think as time goes on, they start sorting out the positions. I mean, Xavi Simons has had a pretty decent game.
Yeah, he has. He's had
in fact,
the
way he played the ball down to Odegaard down the wing, there was just a delightful stroke at the outside of the boot. That's what you want him doing. When he starts to figure this out, Frank, I think Spurs could really get going. And
I think Spurs could, if fifth place goes to Champions League this season, could Spurs capitalise on that, Marcus?
Well, I think if you look around, I mean, who are the likely candidates? I mean, I think Arsenal and Liverpool will be one and two.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want, you take your pick. But I think they'll be 1 and 2. I suspect Man City will be 3.
And Chelsea in the betting, Chelsea 4.
Yeah, there you go. So, but even Chelsea, I mean, I think Chelsea right now are a better team than Spurs, but they've got You know, it's
based on what?
Well,
The Club World Cup, that doesn't wash with me.
Okay,
Like, no
okay.
one actually really.
That was my ace card.
No one. Did you watch all of the Club World
In that
Cup?
case, Abby, you're absolutely right.
Quaker's just called in.
That just doesn't.
Okay, well,
You not see Quaker walking up and down Times Square with Cole Palmer?
Yes, and I look forward to seeing him because I'm sorry, but no one cares about the Club World Cup.
No, okay, so they're in a similar kind of. All I'm saying is though that under Maresca, Chelsea, who have, I'm trying to think, have they got the bulk of the side of last season, or have they just swished it around? I don't know, but
I don't know Chelsea.
I think one might agree that they've strengthened this summer. They still figure it out,
Not in the right areas, though, I'd say.
know.
Well, perhaps.
Like, weirdly, they just haven't signed the goalkeeper.
It's the goalkeeper,
They probably
isn't it?
needed to.
They
More than
needed-
Garnacho and Buonanotte.
They needed
It was
the
bizarre.
I get why they didn't.
They love a
because
wide
bought
player.
7
What
or
we
8
should do
of
is
them.
we should bring in the new host of Inside Chelsea, Jamie Hutchinson, shouldn't we, really? I mean...
Is that right?
Well, I don't know. I'm watching in the week Inside Chelsea, Quaker Rafari and Jamie Hutchinson. There
You're
we go.
joking.
Let's get...
Producer
No.
Jamie's in there.
Right, not producer, presenter Jamie Hutchinson right now.
My goodness, eh?
Chelsea.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, there we go.
Finally, my
Paul Lipizzaglio is streaming, isn't he?
finally my letters have been received. But no, I think with Spurs and Chelsea, it's a similar thing. But the reason why I would say I would put Chelsea above Spurs at the moment, even though that stings, Abby. But let me clarify that is they are the world champions. But no, they because they qualified for Champions League last season under Maresca.
Yeah.
So
And you
that's
finished
why.
17th.
Yeah, won a trophy and still in the same position.
Well,
as
I mean,
Chelsea.
Chelsea won 2 trophies last season, and this is annoying me, Abby.
One doesn't
You're making me defend Chelsea, right? So,
I keep forgetting you're not Quaker.
I'm a Fulham fan, for crying out loud, but I think that Chelsea are just that notch above Spurs at the moment.
Crazy.
But the chat was, can Spurs say finish 5th? Dare I say 4th, but maybe 5th. I think they can because Chelsea look disjointed as well. Villa don't look at the races. Maybe in the weeks and months they might get there. So I think it's very much up for grabs that position, and I think Spurs are in the hunt for it. There you go.
Do you know the list of, just in terms of odds, the way it's listed is you've got Chelsea, who are the 4th of those odds-on teams, 8 to 13. Then you've got Tottenham at 7 to 4. Who's next after Tottenham in the betting then?
Oh, you're going to say Man United, aren't you?
No.
No, as if he's going to say Man
No,
United.
no, they were.
They were quite high up.
Villa on it must be Villa or
No,
Newcastle.
Villa are down there. Not Newcastle.
Bournemouth,
No.
Palace.
Palace.
I was going to say, it's got to be
next.
Palace,
You go
isn't it?
Spurs,
No, but-
Palace, Newcastle, Man United, then Bournemouth.
I didn't
5
say
to
Man
1.
United because I think Man United are going to come top 4, but recently they were quite short.
The weight
weren't
of
they?
money,
So,
yeah. There were a big price pre-season. There's a lot of money went on them.
It is half-time then in our 12:30 game, Leeds Spurs. It's Leeds 1, Spurs 1. Matisse Tell giving Spurs the lead after 23 minutes. Okafor equalising 10 minutes before half-time. We'll take a quick break on talkSPORT goals, and then when we come back, we'll round up what's been happening up and down the country in our early games. Yeah, hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Abby Summers, with until around 5:15 this evening. So in the Premier League then, Leeds 1, Spurs 1 is the half-time score in the early game. Tell opening the scoring for Spurs, Okafor equalising for Leeds, who have gone a full year without losing a home league game. Their 23-game run at Ellen Road beginning on the 28th of September last year against Coventry. Could that extend today? Possibly. Just two games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League today. Arsenal versus West Ham's a big game, isn't it? Arsenal could temporarily at least go top, but West Ham are looking to become only the second side to win 3 successive Premier League away games against Arsenal. Man United, Sunderland, I think we know how important this game is for Ruben Amorim. Man United have lost just 2 of their last 30 league games against Sunderland. What a 5:30 game. Chelsea versus Liverpool. Liverpool winless in their last 4 Premier League games at Stamford Bridge. There are goals in the Championship. Blackburn 0, Stoke 0. Apart from the abandoned game against Ipswich last month, Blackburn yet to finish a match at Ewood Park in a winning or drawing position, losing 3 straight matches in front of their own supporters. Blackburn, who start the day 22nd in the table. Stoke start the afternoon 3rd, despite winning just 1 of their last 5 matches in the Championship. Hull versus Sheffield United. Hull 1, Sheffield United 0. Imagine being stupid enough to put Sheffield United in your accumulator. Despite their lowly league position, Hull possessed the joint 3rd best attacking record in the division, but hold the worst defensive return with 16 goals shipped in the Championship. But so far, so good. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Coventry 3. Coventry, as things stand, are top of the Championship and flying. But Lee, 2 massive games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Arsenal, West Ham, Man United, Sunderland. A little birdie tells me that somebody in the studio might like a West Ham Sunderland double. Tell me more.
Yeah, it's a bit adventurous, that, isn't it? 12.
Sounds fun though.
West Ham are 12-1 to beat Arsenal at their place. We said on the preview show, when you look at it as a percentage, that's less than an 8% chance of winning at Arsenal. So you'd say, if they played each other 100 times, could you see West Ham winning 8 times out of the 100?
Now Nuno's in charge, yes.
Yeah.
Well, they've won the last 2 there.
Yeah.
So you kind of already... We had the same debate about Burnley at Man City, didn't we? Similar sort of price. And no one could see Burnley winning at Man City. But West Ham, look, they could do it. The draw's 5-1. I'm not saying they will, by the way. Arsenal are 2-9 for a reason. That's a really short price. They're the favourites to win the Premier League after last weekend.
They're favourites?
Yeah, favourites to win the Premier League over Liverpool now.
fickle.
Yeah, exactly that. And it can change so quickly. So I'm not saying West Ham win. I'm just saying I think West Ham could at least get a goal. Jared Bowen scored the winner there last season. They won the season before that. In between that, Arsenal did beat them 6-0 and 5-2 at their place. So it's not like this is a kind of one-way traffic. Now, the other interesting thing about Nuno is when he was Wolves manager, he lost 1 of 6 against Arsenal. He got a 0-0 draw against them with Forest last season.
Yeah.
He's not one of those managers who just goes there and gets his tummy tickled. Yeah. You know, he goes there and tries to get a result. So can West Ham get a draw, I guess, is the question. 5-1, maybe. The other one I like is if Saka starts, Saka to score. He scored 4 goals, he's assisted 5, and he's been booked twice against the Hammers. With the bet builder, you can put a player in it and have a player treble. So you can have Saka to score, Saka to assist, and Saka to be carded, 40-1. And you get impact sub. So if he goes off, and let's say he's scored and he's been booked, if he goes off and the player comes on and they get the assist, then it still lands. So a bit of a fun one. He's done it about 3 or 4 times last season. He gets booked. He gets booked quite more often than you think, Saka. The other game, Man United, Sunderland, I mean...
What price is Sunderland? I'm intrigued.
Then they were 5-1 when we did the preview. Then they went 4-1 earlier on. They're now 9-2. 9-2 for Sunderland to win at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
I mean... The flip side, whether you think that can happen or not, the flip side of it is that Man United can't be the price they are at 4-7, given the problems that they've got throughout the team with the manager, who's second favourite behind Ange Postecoglou to be the next manager to leave. I just think Sunderland are a bet there. There's a way of doing this. If you want a bit more of a niche bet, then you can play the handicap. So you play Sunderland plus a goal. So at the start of the game, they obviously start 1-0 up, and that's how it works for you. That's 6-4. That's probably the most sensible way of doing it.
And just briefly, before we take another break for the second half of Leeds Spurs, is there any prices jumping out in the Championship to you? In Middlesbrough, top of the table, away at Portsmouth, might be a team that maybe people want to put in their rackers?
Yeah. I mean, you had a few away teams, didn't you? Including, obviously...
Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah, but the Sheffield United one. There's a few. There's nothing that really stands out to me as a cracking price. It's really open. You look down at there's not many odds-on teams. Bristol City odds on at home to QPR. Watford odds on at home to Oxford. I'm not sure I'm that confident in either of those results. Jamie, give me a nod there about
Bristol City have just stopped. I mean, are the wheels unravelling at Bristol City? I mean, poor Gerard Struber can't buy one at the moment.
He's done the emoji shrug there in the producer.
Unbeaten in 2, he says. So therefore, there we go.
Yeah. But no, nothing that really stands out in terms of. It's wide open, the Championship today.
Okay, those were the latest odds with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org, and more from Lee throughout the course of the afternoon. We'll take one more break on talkSPORT Goals, and then when we come back, we're watching the second half of Leeds Spurs, 1-1 at half-time in the Premier League. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Marcus Speller, Abby Summers, and Lee Phelps with you. And around 5:15, Leeds 1, Spurs 1 is the half-time score in the 12:30 game in the Championship. Coventry 3 up away at Sheffield Wednesday. Hull 1, Sheffield United 0. Goalless between Blackburn and Stoke in League 1. Doncaster 1 up at home to Burton. Barnsley 1 up away at Wickham in League 2. MK Dons 1, Gillingham 0. Swindon 1 up away at Newport. Lee, we haven't mentioned final one standing yet, have we? Which we normally do. And obviously you had to put your picks in by last night because Bournemouth were home to Fulham, weren't they? And the 8 o'clock kick-off. Where are we at in terms of the main jackpot from the start of the season? How many are left?
Yeah, the big 500,000 one. Just over 8,000 players left. 9% of picks were for Bournemouth last night, so a chunk went through.
Really?
Yeah, so a decent chunk. Over 50% of players have gone for Aston Villa. this weekend.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and
that.
Arsenal got about 16%. That's because most people have picked Arsenal already in that game. So we're getting down to that point where, depending on how the results go this weekend, I think if Villa win, then it just kind of, there's a lot of players going through. Bournemouth have already won. There'll be a few with Tottenham, obviously. So I guess I don't think much will change unless Villa draw against Burnley. Seems pretty unlikely, doesn't it?
Fancy Villa, yeah.
Yeah. So we just released a £200,000 jackpot game today as well, so anyone can join that, whether you're in the 500k, whether you've been knocked out, or whether you've never played at all. And that means with that one, we've got 7 games running at the minute, and that means there's just over £1 million on the table to be won across all those games. So we're going to start getting some winners soon, and then it's like, then it starts to really roll on, and you start to see some people winning hopefully some decent amounts of cash.
For sure. If you're still in, good luck. It's I know you've been playing it, haven't you, Abby?
Yes,
but I think it's been really good fun. It's just something a little bit different, and I think it's how much banter we just had in our studio here with some of the picks that some people put down, and most importantly some of their reasoning.
Well,
it's good fun.
It's interesting how people change the reasoning from week to week. They'll be absolutely arguing really fiercely about this idea, and the next week they just give up that whole thing. It's weird, isn't it?
We're not mentioning any names, are we, Lee?
No.
As we about to get underway then in the second half, Leeds 1, Spurs 1. If you look at the Premier League table, I think purists will like to see in the top 6, very early days, of course, Bournemouth 3rd in the table. They were 2nd after winning last night, but Spurs' point takes them above them as things stand. Crystal Palace are 5th on the longest unbeaten run of any Premier League team. Sunderland, newly promoted Sunderland, 6th in the table. But in particular, Marcus, I think Palace and Bournemouth are getting lots of attention, and their managers are both getting lots of attention. We know Oliver Glasner came to Palace with really good reputation, carrying on his good work. Maybe Andoni Areola in this country was a little bit more of an unknown, had a really good season last year, lost some players in the summer, but still looking equally as strong, 3rd in the table. How highly do you rate both managers, and where do you think both managers can take their respective football clubs?
I rate them very highly, quite simply. Where can they take them? Well, I mean, Glasner, what he's doing at Palace is fascinating, really, isn't it? Because we all knew they were going to lose Eberechi Eze. That's happened. And yet it hasn't really deterred them. I mean, obviously they're a better side with him in there, but they're still carrying on. They're still unbeaten. They're still doing very, very well in the Europa Conference League against Dynamo Kyiv. Okay, not the strongest opposition because that's the Europa Conference League, but still, though, considering it is a European tie away in Poland, just dominated the game, So it's been very, very impressive what he's been doing there. What we saw, though, with Bournemouth last season, there was very tentative chat of Champions League football, wasn't there? You remember when Liverpool went to the Vitality Stadium, won 2-0. Salah scored a lovely one, but it was kind of like, oh my goodness, these are the two really formed teams. I think at the time, if my memory serves me correctly, it was a huge game, and Bournemouth. Spurs going close there. Bournemouth couldn't keep it up. Then they finished mid-table, respectively, though. What can they do this season? Well, more experienced under his belt, Areola. Lost a couple of key players. They've got 1 or 2 more in there as well. I think this is a boring answer, but you're thinking you want to sort of project onto them. Yes, they can go and finish in the Europa League spot, for example, but then you look at the other teams that they have to overhaul, and that comes into it. Now, you should spin it the other way and say, well, actually, Spurs, they're all right, but haven't quite got themselves together yet. Chelsea maybe the same. Villa definitely the same. So you start reading.
Newcastle one looking maybe strong as last season.
Newcastle. Yeah, another one. Yeah. So you think, okay, it's there to be had. What are we going to be saying at Christmas time? What are we going to be saying in March? That's when the chat really, the plot thickens, as it were. But Glasner himself now is, I think, regarded as one of the best managers in the league. Areola not there yet, but I think he will be. And sorry, Bournemouth fan. Like last season, we kept saying, "Oh, Areola's going to get pinched by maybe Spurs, or they're going to lose this player, that player, and so on." What I love is the fact that he stayed, because he would have had offers, surely, or chance for Xavi Simons here.
Yes, Simons was played in for Spurs.
Oh, he tried a Ramona.
I thought he had so much space didn't he to run into. And then he sort of came back and he had options to his left-hand side, but he ended up picking up the wrong option, going for the Rabona.
Channeling the spirit of Eric Lamela.
Calvert-Lewin! Oh!
Ninth.
Vicario makes a good save on the ninth save, but you know what, though? What was really good, though? When that ball got played into Calvert-Lewin, his first touch is so good with his left foot to create space to get the shot away. And then Vicario! Oh, no chance! And then a cross comes
through them all.
whizzed across the face of goal, and Calvert-Lewin just couldn't. Does that go down as a shot there? Because an attempted leg throw.
I don't think he quite touched that one, but that means we are on the right side of maths now. That means that's 9 shots. Remember, he averaged a goal every 4.5 shots in his 2021 season. We're on the right side of maths now.
Do you know what? That is. So he gets that shot away, but the defender there, was it Van der Ven?
Who's that?
What? Van der Ven.
And should we give Vicario a little bit of credit there as well? Because it does get a big left boot to it.
So I think the defender there. So Calvert-Lewin gets his shot away, and you're thinking to yourself, he probably should score. Well, he gets the shot away, I think, as quickly as he could. He's a good turn. Was it Van der Ven, though?
I think it was Van der Ven.
Slides in and gets the slightest of nicks, which just pushes it back towards Vicario. And Vicario
he's been so good. He's been so good. I mean, he's always good, isn't he? To be fair, so I'm not saying anything outrageous, but he's been so good against.
So I understand Calvert-Lewin still gets the shot away, and this keeper still has to make a save. But Van der Ven's little nick there, I think, saves. It contributes to that.
Yeah,
just a little touch
definitely
there. Maybe.
No, Van der Ven does really, really well.
And the keeper got rid of that one quite well.
The keeper throws an instinctive left boot out at it and gets rid of it. He does. Again, I think, you know...
Keeper's done his job.
Yeah, the infection does make it harder. But Marcus was applauding Mickey Van der Ven for doing really, really well to getting something on it, because he could have been going the other side of Vicario. So, yeah, it's good goalkeeping.
It is.
Marcus, back to the...
Glasner and co,
It's always annoying when you're talking about teams doing really well, we kind of all probably at fault for naturally going, oh, but could they go there and could they go there?
Yeah.
Is there a worry in terms of... Because my first question was, where can they take these two respective clubs? Is there a worry that this time next year, because both are doing so well, they both won't be at Bournemouth and Palace respectively?
Yeah, so I mean, there's an easy answer with Palace in that they could be playing Europa League football next season because you win the Europa Conference League, and they're favourites for that. And the Premier League team will 9 times out of 10 be favourites for that because of the riches of the Premier League and so on. So if you know, as Spurs well know, your league form doesn't matter what's going on in the league. True. If you win the European competition you're in, then you're laughing really next season. And Palace could well be playing Europa League football, which a lot of people would argue is on merit what they should have been playing this season. So that's an obvious and easy answer for them. I think with Glasner, they are an established mid-table Premier League side, and people often use that in a kind of a bit of a stick to beat teams with. You know, being a Fulham fan, you think, oh, well, mid-table obscurity and so on. Well, sometimes you've got to be careful what you wish for.
Sure.
Because
it could be a lot worse than that, couldn't it?
Yeah, being the sort of the 10th or 11th best team in England, you know, is not too shabby. Okay, I understand fans of Arsenal, Liverpool and whatnot. But let's be honest, Man United would love to be the 10th or 11th best team in England right now as well. Yeah, exactly. But I think it's very difficult to punch through. Look at what Brighton have been doing as well. Another side who find themselves in there. To get in there, you know, you look at the league table last season, you look at that top 8 or whatever it was, and you think, well, where are they going to overhaul? And that top 8 didn't include Spurs or Man United. It won't include Man United, certainly not for a while, but you would imagine Spurs would be in there.
Sure.
So, again, not the most exciting answer, but to consolidate that mid-table Premier League status and just try and edge up there. You know, again, supporting the club I do, you kind of, sometimes you're reduced to, this is the highest placed finish we've had in 10 years, or it's the highest Premier League points tally, which Fulham managed to do last season. They are signs of progression, even though you finish, say, 10th or 11th or whatever it is. So I suspect that those two managers will find, like a lot of managers do in those clubs, that there is a bit of a glass ceiling. Because you really have to throw so much at it if you want to become even a Europa League side, or especially a Champions League side. You see the money Newcastle have these days. You see the other. I know we've got the financial restraints and so on. It is a monumental task to try and break into that, which is why Palace, with that Europa Conference League, have a great opportunity to get into the Europa League.
And I think it's let's use Palace as an example. Really good season. Sold Eza, fine. They're getting replacements for him.
Who's doing very well.
But then I would have thought, given they've got European football, I thought Palace it was a really good opportunity, having won a trophy in Europe, to then go, right, let's try and get to that next level and really try and improve the starting 11 and improve the squad. And I feel like whilst they've replaced Eza and whilst Bournemouth have replaced the defenders they lost, I don't think both have done enough in terms of adding to that.
Sure, I know what you mean.
To get to that next level, which I think your glass ceiling analogy is a really good one.
But I think that can take time, though. I think that we are, for example, look, if you look at any of our clubs, have the ability to go and spend a lot more cash than we do. I think you have to look from a Palace perspective. I know that Mark Gay, he will eventually, you know, whether that is in the January transfer window or next summer, he will also leave. But I think that Palace, under someone like Glasner, I don't think that they are in any danger of I mean, look, they've always been a team that does finish around the 10th, 11th mark. And I get it, they'll want to progress and go higher. But I don't think they're in any danger under that. If they can, keep him, that's the biggest thing. They can learn and grow with him.
But when you say that they've always been around there, I mean, it's...
Well,
for the last few seasons, you're right. But Palace fans... and a lot of these other fans, they know what it's like to be in the Championship,
True.
And again, it's not a given. We've been... The last couple of seasons have made us think, oh, well, the promoted sides are just going to go straight back down. No, the last 2 seasons have been quite outstanding.
Yeah, well...
And the early signs are good for the promoted sides.
But you think in terms of someone like a Palace or a Bournemouth, I know that obviously, Iraola, he did struggle at the beginning or whatever, but they have already built these teams. I don't think there is a ceiling with them. I think the biggest thing will be for, whether it is also a Fulham, sorry to rope Marco Silva in here, but it's the biggest thing for those clubs to keep those managers.
It is, absolutely, yeah.
At some point they will move on.
And if Manchester United...
you're absolutely right.
And if Manchester United need a manager...
Oh, my goodness.
Areola and Glasner are right at the top of the list, aren't they? And Areola probably higher than Glasner because of the style of play.
I don't know. Glasner knows how to play a back three.
Well, Glasner can play any system. And
True.
He's a pragmatist, but I just wonder if he's a little bit more too defensive. Is he a bit more Mourinho-like?
I get what you're saying.
And Areola plays that kind of that swashbuckling, no fear kind of football that Manchester United fans and the club are well known for.
Well, that's the thing with Palace this season, which is why I was impressed with them in when they played Dynamo Kyiv, is that they went on the front foot because they're often at the best. We said this last week. Was it last week when they beat Liverpool? I thought, we're going to see the kind of away form of Palace at Selhurst Park because they're playing against a superior side. And that's where they've been really good, just soaking it up and hitting on the break. Whereas now, we might see Palace kind of on the front foot. Anyway, sorry, free kick to Spurs.
Yeah, free kick, 55 gone. Kudus and Simmons are over it. Kudus over the wall into goalkeeper. And if the phone call does come to Iraola or Glasner, and it is Man United...
They should say no right now.
But will they say no? Can you say no to Man United despite them being an absolute mess at the moment?
You can. I mean, we expect a lot of people expect Amorim to go in November when it is a lot cheaper for Manchester United with that contract clause, which is one of the reasons why he's only second favourite now, as well as the Nottingham Forest results, of course, to be the next Premier League manager to be sacked. But I think, if you're Glasner again, if you go to Manchester United, it's just. They are fast becoming the unmanageable club. To try and turn that around, I mean, look, he'll obviously have, understandably so, be confident that he could go in there and do a good job. If we're thinking about him in that hot seat, it will have flashed through his mind at some point as well. He would improve them, there's no doubt about that. But what he's doing at Palace, again, they are the favourites to win a European trophy this season. I know people.
Imagine winning 3 trophies in the space of 14 months.
Unbelievable.
But he's already. I mean, it's not a stretch to say he's the greatest manager in that club's history because he's delivered them their only major trophy, right? So, and one might argue and say, well, his job there is done. Whenever he decides to leave, his name is set in stone in the history of Crystal Palace Football Club, no doubt about it. I just think at Manchester United, if you like managing in the Premier League and you're at a good club and you're enjoying it, presumably he is, then don't you get your opportunities in future. He will. His quality will still be there. You go to Man United, your reputation could be just gone.
Do you think you are guaranteed that? Because it only takes...
Not necessarily that job, but jobs in the Premier League. Of course you will.
It only takes half a bad season and suddenly you're sacked because you've lost 6 on the bounce. And
which is why he shouldn't take the Man United job.
I get your point. But
I think Glasner's got a lot of credit in the bank.
Yes.
Not just from Palace, but even what he did at Frankfurt.
Look at Nuno. Look at Nuno at Spurs, right?
But it was such a short period of time and that was never the right...
It was never the right...
We said, can Mohamed Kudus add goals to his game? He's added goals to his game, and he's going to go. I tell you what, he's celebrating quite close to those Leeds fans.
Yeah, that's a bit brave.
They are not happy with that.
It is Leeds 1, Tottenham 2. Mohamed Kudus from the right-hand side, doing what he always does, cutting in on that left foot, getting a shot away, and it beats Carl Darlow. Is this another goal that takes a wicked deflection, or is it just wrong foot, Carl Darlow?
I tell you what, he did.
Interesting celebration of sitting on the photographer's stool.
Well, he did that. He's done that.
With celebrating West Ham, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ideally, not really in front of the Leeds.
Yeah, well,
it's a nice ball. It's a ball kind of stood up from Pedro Porro. Goodmanson doesn't deal with it. He cuts in and then he just beats the goalkeeper at his near post. Abby, you said at the top of the show you wanted more end product, more goals from Kudus. You've got it.
Yeah, I mean, it has taken a deflection on the way through, but I don't really care how it comes. It's good for him. He needed to have a confidence booster in terms of actually finishing off a move because he's been very good in terms of build-up play this season, but hasn't had the end product. So I'm buzzing. I mean, Leeds is a tough ground to go to, Ellen. It's a tough place to go.
Saturday, 12:30, raining.
Raining.
Look at the weather there.
Under the lights.
So the lights on, it might be dark. It could
Well,
be.
look, as I say, unbeaten in 23 at home. Yes, most of them in the Championship, but still, there's a formidable team.
That's the stats, right?
That's the stats. You know,
Stats.
there's still time to go, and I wouldn't write them off, especially the way
Just enjoy the moment.
I'm living in the moment. I'm loving it.
You're second in the Premier League right now.
Let them dream.
You're back in the Champions League, unbeaten in the Champions League, second in the Premier League as we speak right now.
That's good.
Can we get a smile?
There it is.
There we go.
I tell you what, though, was it Struijk at the back there?
Struijk, yeah.
Struijk, sorry, was fuming, wasn't he, with himself? Because with the first goal, he gets done, and it was a little bit weak. There, he's dived in.
Space is opening up for them.
Taken a slight defection, and it's gone in. And he's,
you know what would really make me smile? Like actually battering a team. Like, sorry, Spurs just don't tend to do that, and that would just really make me very happy.
Yeah.
If I did that.
Good for the goal difference, right?
Really good for the goal.
Good for the goal difference.
Good for the goal difference.
In your title push.
Yeah.
I did not
John
say that.
I tell you what. Oh, it's gone all the way through.
Everyone.
That's where you just need that number 9, don't you?
I know.
Where was Brennan Johnson at the back post?
Yeah,
Back post Brennan.
Or even just your centre forward to make that run across goal.
You know what the nice thing is, though? Look, I will give Brennan credit where it's due. He will always pop up at that back post.
Back post Brennan.
Back post Brennan. We're back for another season with it. But what I will say is it is nice to not be so reliant on Brennan.
Back post Brennan.
Yeah, it is nice.
So Spurs are leading 2-1 at Leeds. Stoke have taken the lead away at Blackburn. Blackburn 0, Stoke 1. Stoke won their first 3 matches of the Championship season. Yeah, won just 1 of their 5 matches. They started the day 3rd in the table, and they're 1 up away at Blackburn. Blackburn 0, Stoke 1, Hull 1. Sheffield United 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Coventry 3. Has Mohamed Kudus to start the season, Abby, been... Sorry, am I keeping you?
No, not at all.
Sorry. Don't know if we were boring you. Has Mohamed Kudus is start to life for Spurs been one of the real bright sparks of the season? Oh, ball got, maybe that was an unnecessary ooh, but there was a ball whipped in from Goodmanson.
Unnecessary ooh.
And I thought possibly Calvert-Lewin could have got on the end of it, but he didn't.
Has he been a bright spark?
Has he been one of the positive parts of your season so far?
I don't really think there's been too many negatives. I genuinely mean it. Like, the last season, it could not have got any lower. I know we obviously ended up...
Could have got relegated.
Yes, we could have, but I mean, it was a very fine margin. We could have finished 17th last season and had no European trophy, and it would have actually been so diabolical that it was an unforgivable season. I'd kind of given up. You remember me sitting there losing my head before Christmas?
I remember.
After about the 15th loss, I stopped losing my head because sorry, that's my tummy.
Your tummy?
Sorry.
I was going to say. I wonder what was that my...
Hungry for more trophies.
Sorry.
Chat of trophies. Oh, that gets it going, doesn't it? Eh? You got one. It's true. You never settle.
Very good.
You never settle.
That was quick.
That was a good one.
That was good.
Hungry for trophies.
I am starving for trophies.
Yeah.
I am starving for them. And you know how I said to you before that it doesn't bother me so much in terms of like this whole thing about winning the league or whatever. This is just not going to happen. If someone offered me to finish somewhere between 4th and 8th this season and you can win an FA Cup, I would take it.
I would take it.
Like, I want to win trophies. Yeah. Having that experience in Bilbao, I hadn't had that since I was so young, the last time we won anything. Having that experience was like the best day of, it's up there with one of the best days of my life. Like, don't care how we won it, don't care what anyone thought of the performance.
On behalf of all the neutrals, it wasn't one of the best days of my life.
One of the most boring nights of my life.
But it was just amazing. Like, and having that feeling, tears. There was real tears. Like, I saw grown men, women, everyone crying, because it was 17 years, and I'm not being funny, but as a fan base, we go through a lot of
yeah, of course. No, I totally get that.
Yeah, and
but
trauma.
it is like the funny thing, because that trophy papers over the most enormous cracks of that season. And again, it's a trophy which, without taking any romance away, like they were.
You can never take the romance away.
No, of course, because but all these things can be true, right? Because again, with the money they have with the Spurs, etc., with the squad, they were the favourites. Early on in that tournament, they play an absolutely stinking Man United side, and just get the better of them with one might say a fortuitous goal in the final. But you know what? These are the margins, right? Because what you just described there with the emotions of it is genuinely amazing, and it sounds fantastic, and that is in the scrapbook forever and a day. But all the other stuff is true as well. And it's just so funny how those little things can go for you. Yeah. And that's what football does.
Usually it doesn't go for Spurs.
No, but of course, indeed. And that's what football does. That's what it means.
The one thing I would say, I don't think it papered over anything. I think everybody knew just how terrible Tottenham were. There was no... the only thing that Spurs fans could then say is, all right, well, for example, if I'm talking about Arsenal, for example, we both finished... One of us finish with a
There we
trophy,
go.
but we both finished in the
I
Champions
mean,
League.
Arsenal weren't competing in that trophy, we should say.
No, but they weren't. What were they competing for? It's just second.
They got to the semi-final of the Champions League. To be fair.
Right.
Yeah, and by the way, they are among the favourites for the Champions
Sure
League
they
this
will
season
be,
as well. I
Do
mean,
me a favour. My new
that's
thing
not-
with, my new thing
take
with
it up with the
Arsenal.
Optus supercomputer.
My new thing with Arsenal is you don't need to say anything. Just wait.
yeah, I mean, it's worked for you
Just
so
wait.
far.
Yeah.
It's worked for you so far.
We will bring you full team news of our 2-3 o'clock game shortly, but I'm just interested in seeing that there's a change in goal for Man United this afternoon.
Oh.
Bindit has been dropped.
Has he?
And he has put Le Mans in goal, which I can't believe. I think I went in a passionate rant last week.
Yeah.
To the Brentford game, that was last weekend,
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
it? About picking Bindy in goal, which is crazy. So he has made the change in goal today at Amorim.
I mean, I believe for that game, Scott Saunders is subbing in for me. That'll put a spring in his step, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's already tweeting about it.
Is he really?
He's already tweeting about it. So yeah, we'll bring you full team news shortly. But yeah, Bindy has been dropped. Euro, Mount, Ahmad, Casemiro all back in. Dorgu's been dropped as well. No Harry Maguire today as well. So ringing the change, Ruben Amorim. What is a must-win game of football for him, really, right?
Yeah.
Well, it is.
I mean,
but is it must win? I mean,
sorry for Ruben Amorim.
because he's a dead man walking, right? In terms of the
Yeah.
Man United job, he is.
Well, the writing's been on the wall for literally 11 months. But you know, I think
He's not going to turn it round. And I'm not.
no,
that's
he's
not.
definitely not turning it around. But I don't think that.
It is unquestionably worse under Amorim than it was under Ten Hag.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
unquestionably.
I have seen people flip flop and go from saying about Gareth Southgate, saying they would never ever take Gareth Southgate, to saying that they would be open to taking Gareth.
And not.
Southgate.
By the way, Sir Gareth shouldn't be going there.
I would not. I mean, look,
chance.
Manchester United is the biggest club in the world, right? Arguably, it is.
One of. It's not bigger than Real Madrid.
Well, but yeah,
but okay, fine.
No,
That's
but I
a-
would say in terms of media, in terms of attention,
Okay.
in terms of a talking point, Manchester United will always be the biggest talking point across football. Like that is just
fine.
that is just fact.
Yeah.
So I understand why.
Oh, what a pass from
lovely,
Xavi
yeah.
Simons
Oh,
there.
that would have been so.
Now I
good.
tell you what, that's why he's in there.
And
was
that's a
lovely.
moment of class there. He had the ball just outside the box.
The whole
There
move
was
was, the whole move came through him.
Everything was coming through him. He played a lovely little dink chip ball to Pedro Porro.
But that
really
was
But
so
clever.
that
nice.
pass, that pass there, Xavi Hernandez at Barcelona in their pomp.
Yeah.
How many times did you see him playing those balls when
Yeah.
they scoop it over the
Little
defence?
dink ball,
They're under. You can't defend that.
Yeah, no, it's
Gorgeous stuff. Yeah.
so just technically he looks Spurs
Oh,
play, doesn't he?
Yeah,
by
but
an
also,
absolute
how
mile,
different does
really.
he look being in a 10 today?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
So much better.
I think I said before even
great.
the game started, I think Spurs will look just a bit more dynamic, a bit better, have more creativity with him. He's almost on the left. He was just wasted.
Wasted.
He wasn't
Well,
getting
so
near
marked
enough
out
for the
of the
ball.
game.
And if you've got Polina and Bentancur behind him,
Should be enough.
It should be enough. I mean, like I say, there's still, for me, looking at Spurs, there's still a touch open, and you
Yes.
want to dominate games a bit more. But you would think that would come. But if you have Polina and Bentancur there, and you have the option of putting Simmons in that role
Yeah.
where he can flourish.
and
What
even
game was it? A couple of weeks ago, Brighton. When I think they forgot they didn't need to play a high line for that first goal.
Yeah.
And I still see there has been shades across the start of the season where I think they've forgotten certain things, because I've looked at them and I've been like, that looks like Angeball. But I think maybe it just takes time to get out of that system where
they're just so used to
you
being
need
on
to
the halfway line every
yeah,
game.
you
just,
know, we don't need to do that, guys. Like it's okay.
Brighton with Minter and Matoma with the team, you don't want to
You
be on
don't
the
wanna
halfway
do
line.
that.
Is
Really,
that,
do you?
if you sit
don't wanna do
by the bench at Spurs, is that what you hear Frank just shouting, lads, you're doing it again?
Doing it again. It's slipping back. Get back. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was the first goal against Brighton. I was like, what are you doing?
He's like, in line with me.
Yeah,
you don't
and
need
he's
to be
just
this
sat there
high.
watching on his TV,
Be
rubbing
like,
his hands like, my
taught you-
influence
I
still
taught you
lives on.
that.
Yeah, there we go.
Just back on Manchester United.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I understand why people will always go and take the job regardless. However,
Fine.
I think it is crazy to get involved with that club right at this point.
Oh, it is, yeah.
If I was, as we we were
Definitely.
saying about Glasner or Iraola or Marco Silva, I think you would be crazy to give up what you are building. I understand that it's a smaller club, but I would just not touch Manchester United with a barge pole. I really
No,
wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Stay away. Wait for another opportunity.
Yeah. Oh,
Imagine if you're the one. Imagine if
You
you
won't-
are
Yeah, I
the
know
one.
you
And
can't be
that's
the
it,
one.
though.
Yeah.
Imagine if that's what gets them.
But you won't be the
It's
one.
like taking the England job, isn't it? In a
Yeah.
way, it's like an impossible job. You're never getting much thanks for it. Gareth Southgate did brilliantly, really, but gets absolutely lambasted for not winning it
I also
or anything.
just on Southgate United, I found the link of Southgate United really interesting. Like, I'm absolutely certain that Gareth Southgate is sat somewhere living his absolute best life.
Yeah, I agree.
Enjoying not coaching, taking it easy. I think
Yep.
the last thing Gareth Southgate would want is to walk into Man United and try and turn that around.
I couldn't agree
I don't think he'd want it, even
Unless
if he
you're
got offered
bored.
it.
Unless you're bored and you eventually want a challenge.
Well,
but-
he
challenged them.
once spoke about unfinished business, I think, in the Premier League and all that kind of stuff. And I think as well,
But it wouldn't be United. United wouldn't be the choice for someone like Gareth Southgate.
No,
he
let's-
can wait.
Yeah,
He can wait.
Whenever Marco Silva leaves, Fulham would be a lovely fit for Gareth Southgate.
Lovely,
You think?
lovely.
Oh, that's
lots of cuddles.
It is actually. It's
nice
it's
cake.
lovely man for a lovely team.
waistcoat out.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
No expectation
Yeah.
other than just staying in the league.
Cocktails on the.
Oh, there's a bit more.
top of
That's a bit
the newsstand,
isn't it?
Just trying to get a rise out of him, but
No, Marcus is one of those.
Yeah.
You're not a biter, are you?
a biter.
Yeah.
What, in a Luis Suarez kind of sense?
No. In a sense of Lee Phelps trying to wind you up about Fulham, you're not.
I didn't even hear it.
Oh,
I suddenly thought of Gareth Southgate at Fulham having cocktails by the swimming pool.
He got a bit misty-eyed then.
In the newsstand, and I was looking at a sunset over the Thames. Quite frankly, I don't know what Lee was going on about. Anyway,
Neither do I.
Never seen a Grimsby Town home game though.
Don't start now.
Lee, did you go to that game? Did you go to the Grimsby game?
No, I didn't.
No.
Unfortunately not.
He knew it was a foregone conclusion.
I was watching it.
What's the point?
I was watching.
I'll go in the next round.
I was watching it through the eyes of family and friends, which is what I pretty much have done for the last 20 years
Yeah.
with Grimsby.
And Paul, how did you do in the next round? Did you?
Beat Sheffield Wednesday.
So you're still in?
Yeah.
Have you got the? Have you got?
We're away at Brentford, aren't we?
Yeah.
Ooh, well, you can go to Brent.
For a minute there, I was like, they haven't got Fulham, have they? Yeah, chance for another,
How many times can you do it though? It's like
Yeah.
climbing back to the top of the mountain. But yeah, who knows? We did field an ineligible player against Manchester United, which seems to have been forgotten, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I thought.
By the way, though,
That used to be a get them out of the competition.
I
Now it's a
really
bit of a fine.
respect a rare bit of respect for Man United. They
couldn't.
When exactly
Yeah, yeah.
when it was like, shall we replay? I think everyone at Man United went, no, it's fine. We don't.
Right, so they can beat you again.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that like you lost to Grimsby?
Wait, Sam, if that was Liverpool, they'd have done it.
Oh, 100%. No doubt. And it would have made national
And played the
news.
full team.
and won 8-0 or something like that.
It would
Hey,
have been.
rules are the rules.
It would have been so funny for Man United to go, yeah, we'll replay that straight away,
Immediately,
Yeah, open letter.
Coventry are 4-0 up away at Sheffield Wednesday.
goodness.
They started the day having scored 8 more goals than any other team in the Championship. Well, that will now be 12, won't it, going into...
They'll be closing on and being favourites for for promotion.
You said
Remember we
on
talked
our
about-
Thursday preview, they're odds on to get promoted before today. They're currently top of the table as things stand.
Oh, he got hold of that.
Longstaff with a shot just outside the box, tried to beat the goalkeeper Vicario at his near post, just went wide. Marcus, Leeds 1, Spurs 2, 70 minutes gone. One goal in it. Leeds have got a chance here, Marcus.
They do, and look at Longstaff was gutted there. He's just got his bearings slightly off there. The way he gets the ball, spins it. I mean, look at it. The camera's on him now. He's looking up to the heavens. He can't believe it. I don't know if you're interested in XG or not, but I don't think it's a chance you would say he should have scored. But it was a presentable effort, and the fact is he got hold of the ball like that. He rifles it, and the radar was slightly off, because if he gets that right, it's nestling in the bottom corner. We know he can hit them. I mean, he scored a lovely one. Was it against Bournemouth when he
last weekend, wasn't he?
The volley. And look, he's really taken to it at Leeds. I mean, look, he's I think he's a likeable player, Longstaff. And the Newcastle fans love him because he put a shift in there and all that kind of stuff. But he's all action in that Leeds midfield. He's already a big player for them this season. That would have been lovely for him if he'd have scored. But if you have an all action midfielder who can pop up with a 25-yarder every now and then, my goodness, the fans love that. So close.
Yeah.
But Leeds, they're very much still in this with 20 minutes to go.
Did you hear Martin O'Neill's take on XG on White and Joe?
Oh, he doesn't like it, basically, right?
What was it?
Nonsense.
Yeah, really.
He thinks it's not. Well, I mean, it's interesting when you listen to the debate.
I quite like XG.
At the moment, the XG says Leeds 1.35, Tottenham 0.5.
Is that right?
And it's 2-1 to Tottenham.
Yeah. Well, that can happen.
Well, Martin,
Nonsense.
He had a bit of an argument with Mikel Antonio, didn't he, on the TV the other night when Antonio was saying about Nottingham Forest will have to get used to a different style of play. And O'Neill was like, nonsense, these players want to be on the ball more. Now they've got the ball. It's like, look, he's a great player, he's a good manager. O'Neill was like, it's not as simple as that.
Yeah. There's a bit more to it than just that, right? I thought Mikel Antonio and Martin O'Neill made an interesting,
very interesting
punditry duo for a Thursday night Europa League game.
Mix it up, eh?
Yeah.
Richarlison's about to come on board.
Yeah, Richarlison and Sarr set to come on for Spurs. I reckon
That's strong off the bench, to be fair. Isn't it?
My guess is I think two attackers might come off.
Yeah,
You
I
might
think
sort of
so.
go with the extra kind of workman-like midfielder, if you like.
Yeah.
So Leeds have made a couple of changes. Jack Harrison came on for Brendan Aronson. Tanaka's come on for Stack. Tell's down for Spurs. So
Been down a few times. I think he's got a couple of knocks. He had a good game.
Yeah.
be interesting to see who he takes off. Yeah, Tell is going to come off. He led the line today. He scored the first goal, didn't he? Deflected a wicked deflection off Strauch. He beat Darlow at his near post. So he's going to be one of the players coming off. Other player, will it be Odeberg and Tell coming off perhaps?
I hope it's not going to be Simmons.
By the way, you said that was a wicked deflection.
It wasn't that
I
wicked.
think it was a slight deflection.
Yeah, okay, right, sorry.
Because I think he's deserved it. I think Tell he's been given the nod today.
sorry.
Simmons coming off. Simmons looks disappointed, but
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken him off, but I think the feeling is he probably would have gone out on the wing, and he has not been great on the wing. So
he looks a bit disappointed, and he should be because he's done well.
I'm surprised he took him off if he was going to kind of bulk out the midfield.
You want him to be disappointed. I think if I was taken off in any football match, I would be disappointed.
So the two of the talking points here were Tell starting up top. Because in the absence of Richardson, obviously, Solanke, he's got his goal. Simmons, okay, give you the number. Well, he's playing the number 7 jersey, but we'll put you in the number 10 spot. And he's done very, very well indeed. So those two players can trudge off the field happy with their day's work.
Definitely.
And you know, we'll see. I mean, I tell you what though, it's a slippery surface now. The rain is pounding down in Leeds, the wind's up, and there's some challenges going in. And if this is one of those days where Spurs think if we can get out of there, the fans, the train journey home for those fans who are probably feeling, feeling the rain on the clothes now. If they can get a victory, it'll be like, oh, thank goodness for that.
I feel like this was last season. It's a guarantee that Leeds score an 86-minute equaliser. Like, there's no way Spurs get away with it.
There's no chance that Spurs go to Leeds and win.
No, but this just
no
looks
way.
a slightly different Spurs team, doesn't it?
Well, as we said before, they're much more robust.
Yeah.
Look, we still do concede. Like, let me not say that we still do concede goals, but I do have a lot more.
Progress.
It is a work in progress, and I have a lot more faith in them. They can see out a game than they would have before. I think with those changes, that's good in-game management.
Yeah,
bringing on they're physical as well in terms of Richarlison and Sarr box to box with the fresh legs. So,
do you guys like quizzes or not really?
I love a quiz.
Tottenham's Richarlison has just made his 250th Premier League appearance this match to become the 5th Brazilian to reach that milestone. So 250 Premier League appearances, which means there are 4 others.
Alisson?
Anyone want to take a guess?
Alisson?
No.
Oh, I thought it was a goalkeeper,
Edison?
maybe.
No?
Yeah, Edison is one of them.
Well played. Fernandinho?
Correct. There we go.
Robbie Firmino?
Correct. Can we get one more?
Oh, one more Brazilian. Who have we got in there?
I thought we would knock all 4 off in the space of 30 seconds. That would have been a really good effort.
Raphael?
No.
Well, that was a bit of a hit and hope.
You know who they played for?
Lots of teams, including your mob.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Wouldn't be not David Luiz. He never played for Fulham.
The spelling.
Willian. Yeah, sorry.
There we
are.
go. Oh, good work, team. Got that about a minute there. Good stuff.
That could have dragged. Let's be honest.
I think I would have told you if it went on for like a minute. So I think,
that was not bad. Not bad.
No, I think overall that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Good shout. It did the lion's share of the work there as well. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, Lee, where were you, mate?
And really, Alisson. Alisson was an assist.
I got Willian.
I
got Willian at like a second after. As soon as it
doesn't really count though.
No. So it's after time.
Team effort.
No, 0 for me.
It was ultimately a team effort.
Ultimately,
you did carry it, but still.
So we are entering the last 15 minutes then of our 12:30 game in the Premier League. Leeds 1, Spurs 2. Spurs retaking the lead in the second half of Mohamed Kuda's goal. 3 games in the Championship. Stoke starting the day 3rd, a 1-up at home to Blackburn. Hull City 1-up at home to Sheffield United, who just won once this season. Coventry are cruising away at Sheffield Wednesday. They're 4-0 up in League 1. It's Doncaster 1, Burton 1, Wickham 0, Barnsley 2. In League 2, MK Dons 3, Gillingham 1. Swindon are 1-up away at Newport. Let's do Premier League lineups then, shall we? Let's start with the game at the Emirates, shall we? Arsenal versus West Ham. Arsenal lost both of their last 2 home league games against West Ham. West Ham, though, have lost more Premier League London derbies than any other side. And this Arsenal team, I would say this is Arsenal's strongest team. No, it's probably not. Zubimeny's not playing. Raya in goal. Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Calafiori. There's no Zubimendi in the midfield 3. So Rice will play as the 6. Odegaard, Eza. Then the front 3 is Saka, Gyökeres and Trossard.
Tasty.
As for a decent team, that, isn't it? As for West Ham,
12-1 looks all right now for West Ham, doesn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, exactly that. That's the Arsenal team there on the screen. Again, probably their strongest team, maybe apart from Zubimendi, but Mikel Arteta just keeping everybody fresh. West Ham have got Areola in goal. Wan-Bissaka's fit again. He starts at right back. Mavropanos, Kilman, Juve. The midfield 2 will then be Mateus Fernandes and Magasso, who look really good on Monday against Everton. Then it's Bowen, Paqueta, Somerville, who will support Fulkrug. Manchester United versus Sunderland, the second of 2 3:00 games in the Premier League. Manchester United have won their last 2 home Premier League matches. That's as many as their previous 9 combined, which is quite remarkable. Sunderland have won just 1 out of 29 away Premier League matches against the Manchester clubs. As for Manchester United, it is, as I mentioned earlier, Le Mans is in goal for them. The back 3, Euro Delic Shaw, so there's no Maguire. The wing-backs are Diallo, playing against his former club, and Dallo. Dorgu dropped. Casemiro, Bruno Fernandes, the midfield 2. There's no Cunha in the starting 11 today, so it's going to be Mbeumo, Mount and Šeško that are the front 3. Sunderland, we know, will have had a great start to life back in the Premier League. 6 games, 6th in the table. They are 11th in the table. Their team today is as follows. Roofs in goal. Hume, Mukiele, Alderate, Masuaku, the back 4. Xhaka and Siddiqui, the midfield 2. Traore, Lefay, Adingra will support Isidore. So really, Marcus, I guess for Man United, the headline there is there's a change of goalkeeper, no Binder in goal.
Yeah, it was bound to happen, really, wasn't it? I think that, you sign a new goalkeeper because what they've had in recent times has not been good enough. And when he came in, I think people were surprised that Binder started last week even.
I was even surprised he started the Manchester derby. I just thought first game that Le Mans was available, just throw him straight in there.
Well, indeed. I mean, well, he's in there now. And I think that maybe he was waiting for a kinder fixture, potentially.
There are known kind of fixtures for Man United.
But that is the narrative at the moment, isn't it? Look, I think Man United fans will be pleased that he's in there because Binder, I don't think there's going to be much improvement from him as a goalkeeper. But unfortunately, like a number of players, if you're at Man United and we've never seen you elsewhere or that much of you, we actually don't know how good you are. Yeah. I mean, lest we forget, Andre Onana was a very good goalkeeper. Went to the Champions League final with Inter,
wasn't he?
Right? Was schooled in the Ajax kind of way. He leaves the Cameroon squad in the World Cup because of the way of playing. He wanted to play more out the back. They weren't fitting into his sort of ideology or whatever, which it seems extraordinary, but okay. So that's good. That was where he's coming from. Now, he's almost a byword for a bit of a joke now in the Premier League, which you can understand why. But for him, and when he goes to Turkey, now he's on loan, his first game away from Manchester United, man of the match. So
there's a theme emerging here, right, about players not doing well at Man United and leaving the football.
If you want a springboard to your career, there's a weird way of doing it now.
Play for Man United,
go for Man United.
Badly,
people will think you're rubbish, and then you'll go elsewhere, and even Anthony's finding out that you will be a legend. You're an absolute god wherever you go.
Look at Scott McTominay. He's, they're comparing him to Maradona.
Well, he was the best player in Serie A last season. For my money, should have been higher in the Ballon d'Or list. But the other one, Rasmus Højlund, 2 goals midweek in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Everywhere you look, there are Manchester United players. Although Onana had that one game, didn't he? Apparently, then do you see the game? The most recent game, he made a couple of absolute.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, fair enough. Good to clarify that.
Maybe maybe it's not quite as clear cut, but everywhere you look, there are Manchester United players, scoring goals and.
How good would Bruno Fernandes be if he left?
Unbelievable.
We might be seeing him Saudi Arabia sooner rather than later. Sorry, who's that gentleman on the screen they've just panned to? Do we know who that is?
I don't.
Sorry,
he flicked on.
Sorry, no, he went. Sorry, I don't know why I asked you that. Yeah.
He's got family connections on both sides.
Archie's on the bench, isn't he?
I was going to say, I think that's Archie's brother, yeah.
Oh, was that his brother, the first one?
Okay,
fine. Oh, no, they've now gone to Eddie to Archie, so possibly it could have been well worked out. Blackburn have equalised against Stoke since winning 4 consecutive league games in April. Blackburn have only won 2 of the last 8 games in the Championship, but they've equalised against Stoke, who started today 3rd. So Blackburn won, Stoke won. And Abby, you'd have to say, go on, Lee, do you want to jump in?
No, I was just going to say, what do we think happens from we've got less than 10 minutes normal time, probably about 15.
I don't want to put the muckers on it for you, Abby, but Spurs, as things stand,
please don't do it.
As Leeds are playing the ball around,
I don't know.
Spurs are quite comfortable, Marcus.
I think Leeds have got a goal in them. I think
4-1 the draw at the minute.
Is that right? I can just. This is we've been enjoying the long throws and some of the old school tactics and a bit of the soul of English football coming back. It's a very wet surface. It's a windy day.
You're obsessed with this wetness of the surface.
I am. I'm trying to build narrative here.
Yes.
And I think I could just see, it's skidding off the surface. Vicario maybe palm him on back into a striker's path or something.
I can see.
I don't know. I quite fancy it Leeds equalising.
But Abby, you must be happy at the moment with the way Spurs are controlling the game. In the sense of Leeds haven't Have Leeds had a chance in this second half? I can't think of the Calvert-Lewin one.
Yeah,
was probably
very early doors,
their only moment.
I mean, Longshot had
the ball
an
across
effort.
The one that flashed across the goal. No, I think it's been a good performance, but to be honest with you, however, I wouldn't rule out that this ends
Oh no, I
2-2.
wouldn't rule it out.
No, I would not
It's
rule it
not that
out.
unlikely, is it?
No,
But
it's quite possible.
Leeds look
Very
maybe a
likely.
little bit short of ideas, Marcus, in terms of quality in the
Well,
final
Spurs
third.
are digging in, so I mean, every Spurs player is in their own half now, so that's why it's very, very difficult to unpick any team who do that.
Low block, nice.
So which is why I think we will see Leeds. They need to fizz the ball out wide and get some crosses in. Because
I thought balls into Calvert-Lewin early.
well,
could have
indeed,
been a better option.
that's kind of playing to his strengths as well.
Also, from a Spurs perspective, taking off Simmons, who was so creative,
Yeah.
you have lost that now.
well, and I think Frank is almost saying, right, okay, let's
Park
kind
the
of
bus.
let's keep what we have. We obviously try and hit him on the break, but keep what we
Sweat.
have,
Jeez.
and you'll be all right. But also as well, though, in that little passage of play there, it was interesting with Spurs. They know that Leeds. It's unlikely Leeds are going to go through the middle and unlock them, but they know that Leeds are going to try and get the ball out wide because that's often where the space. Any team does that, and then into Calvert-Lewin. What the Spurs wingers have been doing, and Kudus was doing it there, is dropping deep and not letting them do that. You cut that off, and Leeds have got very little.
And possibly the next substitution is also an indication that Thomas Frank knows what Leeds are possibly trying to do. Because Kevin Danso is coming on. He's a big, strong centre half to deal with any long balls into the box league.
Yeah, as well as I said the draw was 4-1, just drifted out to 9-2 now. But there's a couple of other interesting prices. Tottenham to win 3-1 is 13-2. I mean, I think there's another goal in this game. I'm not sure it got because if on the break they could and just Dominic Calvert-Lewin to score any time, 11-1. Obviously, we're now on the right side of the maths, as we've been saying. His next one will be his 10th shot of the season. He's only scored one goal.
Oh, he better score today, Lee. I tell you that.
Well, no, you just carry on
after this big build-up.
Next game, it'll come true next game.
What I do watch you.
Encourage that.
I'm not encouraging it. Lee just keeps mentioning Dominic Calvert-Lewin
Well,
stats.
hopefully that can roll on to next week.
Yeah,
Actually, it can't because Leeds aren't playing next week.
Week after that,
next time they play. Richarlison, at least one shot on target, is 5-1, by the way, which is interesting. If he gets on the break and you wouldn't put him off, you wouldn't put anyone off of him getting a shot on target, Richarlison.
Yeah.
Holding the ball.
No, I wouldn't at all. I think I could see it being, look, like you said, I could see it being 3-1, I could see it being 2-2. Either way.
So 5 to go then in normal time. Leeds 1, Spurs 2. Leeds trying to come forward now down the left-hand side. And
Good in-game management, you would argue as well from
I would argue.
perspective.
Yeah.
Well,
And that is one of the things that everybody has sort of been praising Thomas Frank for, is the fact that that's, I think I've read lots of pieces that when he was at Brentford of sort of different systems he used to different games. So
And what you wouldn't
one
have
of the
seen
most
from
adaptable managers in the Premier League.
This is my point.
Ange would
It's
have been
just
going
refreshing.
Ange would have been going for 3.
Yeah. I don't think
Going for 5 and 6,
He wouldn't have
isn't it?
changed anything. He wouldn't have made any changes. There was no such thing as in-game management. I think I can think of 1 or 2 games last season. I think it was West Ham or Brentford. Can't remember which one. Where he actually tweets something at half time. Apart from that, I don't think I've ever seen Ange do it like mid-game. So I'm really enjoying having a manager that actually has some tactical nous.
And you must be enjoying being second in the Premier League table.
Yeah, but it's not just about finishing second. We've got higher aspirations for that.
Do you? What, winning it?
No, just win me something.
Yeah. You too.
If I'm,
you
listen,
get a taste for a trophy.
if you're going to finish second, then you need to win something else, don't you? We're not
there
like
it
other
is.
clubs.
Oh, that's bang
Like
out.
other clubs.
Save it for 3 o'clock, Abby. Save it for 3 o'clock when the Arsenal...
Second wouldn't fill me up.
When the
you know?
Arsenal hate
got-
watch is ongoing.
you've
you know.
got
Second
your
wouldn't fill me
Arsenal
up.
chat coming
Had
up.
that under Pochettino, wasn't full. I needed a trophy.
There we go. You got that trophy.
Bad news for your Aka. Sheffield United have just missed a penalty at Hull. The Sheffield United away leg.
What am I doing with my
What
life?
are you doing?
Harrison Burrow just missed a penalty to equalise for Sheffield United at
Coventry, though.
Hull.
Coventry are fine. They're 5-0 up now away at Sheffield Wednesday.
Easy,
Sakamoto scored.
Not a good day for the
that was
South
an
Yorkshire club.
easy prediction, but fine. You've still got,
Yeah, honestly. Anyway, I'm just going to enjoy the football.
Richarlison with a chance to hit one.
That's
not
just off target.
wide, but not a bad effort.
Tried to go across goal, didn't he? And it went wide, but it was from a tight angle. Richarlison wearing long sleeves. I feel like I've never seen Richarlison wearing long
be
sleeves
cold.
before. Yeah, I was going to say. And he's got gloves on as well.
Must be
I
cold
thought he
and
looked. And took a deflection as well. So Spurs are going
Long
to
sleeves
get a
and gloves
corner.
in October.
Well,
Early.
as
We have-
Marcus
we have
mentioned
talked
a
about the
few
wind.
times, it's windy and wet up in Leeds. So
Well,
good
it's
luck.
windy across the country.
It was very windy and wet.
Stormy.
Yeah.
Storm Amy, is that what it's
Storm
called?
Amy.
There we
Oh,
go.
we're back at. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what it's
The
called.
Hurricane,
Marcus.
But
Hurricane
they go
have a
in
great
the
name.
alphabet,
then.
don't they?
The
Is that
Hurricane
what they do?
I believe so. That's how they. I think.
How do they name
I'm
it?
not sure how these things work, to be honest.
Does it not? They alternate between male and female name, and they go through the alphabet.
So the next one will be Storm Brian,
well, possibly.
and then Storm Carmella, and then Storm Dean.
if you want those names. Is that how it works? I'm looking at producer Jay. Yeah.
As if he knows.
Oh,
That's right.
the Hurricane. The Hurricane that's part of Storm maybe was Hurricane Humberto, which is a great name.
Well, that's good.
Humberto.
Yeah, better
I'm
than
just
Storm Amy,
interested.
right?
We've gone all the way back to A. Was the last one Hurricane Zinedine?
Who gets to pick them?
Yeah,
whether
good question.
Met
Who gets that? Who gets that honour?
I don't know.
That must be quite a fun job. What are you doing today? Picking the name of the new Storm.
That is actually really
It must
hard.
be. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I was going to say.
I feel like we'd like that.
Nearly went Abbey, Storm Abbey. It could have been.
Well, maybe if Arsenal are playing later,
Many a Storm Abbey. Yeah.
could be stormy conditions in the studio.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
By the way, what I was going to say about Ange, when we said, Thomas Frank, we were saying that he'll work it out how to be more dominant with Spurs in games, and it's we say this now as if they can finish, if they can continue doing what they're doing, and they'll comfortably see this out. Well, this is the kind of thing, as you talked about the in-game management, what he's saying is, we're better than them. Yeah. So if we play with a back five, basically a 5-4-1, they're not going to get through us.
No.
Now, there's still a few minutes to go. It's possible that Leeds could do something. We've got to judge it on the result, quite literally. But that, again, shows you, he's thinking, well, what is the maximum chance of seeing this result over the line here? Well, let's... In a way, right now, at this moment in the season, let's play to our strengths here, which is sticking everybody behind the ball and just kind of seeing it out. Because Leeds, we said they're going to try and get the ball out wide, as teams often do. When you got a back five, it's very, very difficult to do that. So every time they go out wide, there's two Spurs players covering.
I think it's just very good in game management. I know what people say.
We're saying that now. I mean, if Leeds...
Well, again, it could happen now, really.
And Vicario opts to punch where he could have maybe caught that. I'll take that
Oh,
one,
he gets
Sam.
a free kick. Oh, yeah, thank you. He's so jammy. Never a free kick, though, honestly.
Barker's furious.
Just come and catch the ball.
We did say he wouldn't do that. But one of the games I was actually thinking, obviously the City game, that has been Spurs' probably best performance.
Yeah, definitely.
But what
eye-catching result.
It's just good management. You have a look at the areas that you can dominate City. You knew that they were going to be weak in that midfield. You can overpower them. It's just good. Like whether or not you.
I mean, Abby, it's management.
It's just management. But I've been starved of management.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is why it's like wow, it's so refreshing. I have actual tactics and I have management.
But that's funny though with
nice.
Frank. I mean, as I say, I know that he had a sort of honeymoon period of the first handful of games. There he is.
Gone back post it.
The season, but. The players are they're buying into what he's doing. Like I say, Frank himself is figuring out what it's like to have this type of squad in Champions League and all the rest of it. So he's adapting as well, of course.
Yeah.
But the players you can see are responding, and they'll understand that they're going to rotate it. And so, how many minutes into
6 minutes out of time?
Ideally, I don't want the 6 minutes.
Yeah, you can do it a few more.
It feels like it hasn't been a stop-starty second half. I'm surprised where he's got 6.
Chance for a long throw.
There we go. This is going to be Ampadu with the long throw. The long throws are back.
I still don't trust
I
it,
did
though.
say a scrambly one.
Vicario. I'm watching Vicario here.
So is Eddie Nketiah at the back post?
Careful.
No.
Oh, Richarlison. Back in the box.
He gives me no hope.
He's going to hit that.
That was.
It was there to be.
What was
hit.
the XG on that one? Do you think?
Not very high.
Not very low. It was a Longstaff volley,
And quickly plummeted to nothing after he left his boot.
yeah. Which Spurs 2-1 up, and yeah, I mean, Abby, you'd have to say 7 games in, just 1 defeat. Unbeaten in the Champions League. Life's pretty good.
Good way to spin it in the Champions League there.
Oh, you are again. They are unbeaten. 4 points from 2.
Yeah.
Well, granted, Villarreal and Bodo Glimt might not be the hardest opposition you've got coming up.
Sorry.
Long away trip.
You have to...
Villarreal, by the way, were absolutely awful in that game.
Yeah,
Look, to me, that's a victory.
like terrible.
Yeah.
But Bodo Glimt should have beaten Spurs. I think that was a poor performance.
Oh, yeah,
from Spurs. However,
don't know how.
Again, to try and spin it in Spurs' favour, they played
grind to that
terribly.
withdrawal.
They played terribly. Was it 2-0 down or 2-1?
2 down.
2-0 down, yeah.
And they should have been 5 and 6s.
Oh, my goodness,
We really should have been.
And they get out of there with a
It was
point.
a terrible performance, but do you know what? Got out there with a point and
Take it. Move on.
take it,
Live to
move
fight
on.
another day.
Like
Good fight another day.
I'd like to get out of here with 3 points, ideally.
You would.
But yeah, like I can't knock them. Like I said at the start of the show, like when you come from 22 losses, I know we did win a trophy last season, that was great, but the level of performances week in, week out that I had to endure in this studio, I'm very happy. Yeah. I can't really complain. I can't moan. I can't complain about it. I'm just enjoying life under Thomas Frank.
This is a good.
It's a good,
if it stays like this, it's a good, solid performance.
Oh, for sure,
isn't it?
You have to say.
Yeah.
I think we've actually been all right today. I don't really think there's been a few moments where Leeds have troubled you, but I think
You're going to get that, aren't you? At Elland Road.
I think it's been a pretty good performance.
Well, look, Everton, Newcastle, and Bournemouth not won there.
in the first half, I think I said, like, should Spurs be stepping on it? But actually, when you think about the whole performance, if it stays like this, then fair enough.
I think in the second half they managed the game really well. There was that one Calvert-Lewin chance. I mean, obviously, some teams, Abby, need last-minute lucky own goals to beat Leeds United, but some other teams just... Sorry, Marcus, I don't know.
By hook or by crook.
That was unnecessary.
Do you know what, though? I was actually...
Bournemouth.
Huh?
No, Bournemouth was a lovely goal.
Draw, yeah.
No, I was going to actually mention that when Leeds went to Craven Cottage, and it was obviously Fulham 1-1-0 with a very, very fortuitous own goal. I was impressed with Leeds in that they made it very difficult for Fulham.
No.
There's a chance here. Oh, it's a good save from Vicario, rather.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a shot from inside the box. Perot was off the bench. Darlow launches a long ball into the box. Calvert-Lewin does so well to win the header, and it's a save the goalkeeper has to make. He gets down, he punches it away, and Spurs clear for a corner.
Yeah. Again, great defending again.
Also, how good from Calvert-Lewin, the long ball. Calvert-Lewin showed real strength to
He's
win
been really good on that, as a target man today. But they just haven't got that clear. I mean, that needs finishing, doesn't it? I mean, Pirot's obviously been a fantastic striker for Leeds in the Championship. That just needs that has to hit the back of the net.
I think that in terms of what Pirot did there, he's got a chance. The ball set up nicely. There's only one place he can put it. He has to put that more in the corner for me.
Yeah.
Look, it's a good save. You expect him to save it.
It's savable, though, isn't it?
I mean, do you know what? It's funny. The save wasn't convincing away.
No.
Oh! That's another big chance. That corner comes in. Strout got his head on it, but I think it took a deflection of a Spurs
corner.
head.
Brilliant,
Another
love it.
corner.
Another
2
corner.
minutes of
Love
time
that.
added on.
Love that.
How are you feeling now, Miss Calm over here? Oh, I'm so calm. You're looking absolute wreck.
Now the draw's 11-1.
Wreck, a bit far. A bit far.
Nervous wreck, I meant. Not like nervous.
I'm not. Look, I have this belief that maybe Spurs have changed, but perhaps not.
They've changed. They'd be 3-0 down last season.
Actually, do you know what? Do you know what proved to me?
They'll get at least a point today.
Do you know what proved to me that Spurs hadn't changed? Super Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think that's harsh.
No.
That's very harsh.
No.
Super Cup, I thought they
they were good. They were good, but it was just
Handball?
the way it ended.
Ah, come on.
No. Spurs will always be.
Asking for a penalty there.
I tell you what, there was Strout's gone down and he's appealing for a penalty.
He's appealed for everything. Though.
No, of course he's going to appeal for it. Was there some sort of shirt pull there? I tell you what, Spurs are just starting to really cling on. Darlow's going to launch this long again.
But Sam, this is what Leeds wanted, a bit of chaos.
Yeah, they needed
it.
Yeah.
Anything. No. I mean, there you go. Vicario saved it there. But I tell you, in those last sort of passages of play, Destiny a doggy. Look at Joao Palhinha.
He still looks good when he's trying to fake injury, doesn't he?
Indeed, yeah. But when Vicario saved that shot, which we think maybe Pirro might have done better with, it wasn't. It actually wasn't the most convincing punch out from Vicario. It was Destiny Doggy who got him out of it. He kind of heads it away, and then when the corner comes in, he kind of flicks it away as well.
But no, you're right. I actually thought that save, the fact that he punched it back into an area of players was nerve-wracking.
You can see what he's trying to do.
This is what we were saying at the start. At the start of the show with the very first.
Just on that penalty, it looked like Richarlison. Because there was an accidental trod on the foot there, but I don't think there was enough there. Was that for that to be given as a penalty? And
didn't seem
I think we're gonna move on from that pretty quickly, aren't we?
Doesn't look like a pen to me.
Yeah,
I think there was a sort of an accidental coming together.
Richarlison looked nonplussed, which is what he always looks like.
Yeah, he always looks like he's been given some really bad news, doesn't he?
Well, even if he scored, yeah.
Look at that. Leeds have had more possession than Spurs in this game. More possession, more attempts. So this is a different type of Spurs team, different type of Spurs performance. But we've played more than the 6 minutes of time added on, but we did stop for a minute there because of about half the Spurs team went down.
Yeah, I mean, this is last chance for Leeds,
isn't it? That's not what they needed. Yeah, Spurs are going to get a throw, and I think Spurs are going to see this out for what I think is going to go down as a hard-fought away victory.
Hard-fought win.
But 3 points, most importantly.
Second in the table.
Second in the table, 3 points.
Second again, ole.
This is the stuff you can build on, though. I mean, like I say, in due course, Spurs, I think, are going to have to show a bit more going forward and a bit more in terms of controlling these types of games.
For sure.
But defensively, they've stood up to Leeds,
Do you know
as
what?
you would expect.
I look forward to having. I think Kulusevski, is meant to be back in
the New Year, is it?
No, I think he's
November.
back in November. Kulusevski.
Well, that's big.
It's a new
James
signing, isn't it?
Maddison's
It's like a new signing, that.
Back until I
Most of the season,
think he's not back till probably like Feb March time. But having him, obviously no Solanke either. I cannot wait to have Kulusevski back in this side. Really can't. Just the strength and power of
There
him.
it is.
Yeah, there it
moving
is.
that
Big
ball
win.
forward.
Big win.
But you can
Big
see
win.
Thomas Frank was normally quite a calm guy. Even he there showed a little bit of passion there, didn't he? So Leeds 1, Spurs 2. Tel and Kudus with the 2 goals for Spurs, who go into the international break on the back of a victory. As things stand, they've obviously got some more games to be played this weekend. But Spurs, as things stand, second in the table on 14 points. Leeds United lose their 12th in the table. It's their 3rd defeat of the season. So what we're going to do here on talkSPORT Goals, we're going to take a very, very quick break, and then when we come back with Abby, Marcus and Lee, we're going to round up everything that's been happening in the 12:30 games in the Premier League and take you through the 3 o'clock games. It's talkSPORT Goals with William Hill. It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're with our very good friends William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's Saturday, October the 4th. It's just gone 2:30. Final weekend for another international break. Another international break. What's going on? It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller. Very happy and chirpy Abby Summers with me. That's because Tottenham Hotspur in the early kickoff have beaten Leeds United by 2-1. Tel gave Spurs the lead. Okafor equalised in the first half. Then it was Kudus who scored the winner in the second half. So Spurs going to Leeds and winning by 2-1. Spurs second in the table as things stand. But of course, lots more games to come in the Premier League. 2 games at 3 o'clock, just 2 games, but they're pretty big ones. Arsenal versus West Ham. Arsenal could temporarily go top of the table. Liverpool playing at 5:30. West Ham have lost just 1 of their last 5 Premier League away games, with each of their last 10 points in the competition coming away from home. Manchester United United versus Sunderland. Sunderland have had a really, really good start to the season. They don't travel particularly well to Manchester. Sunderland have 11 points in 6 Premier League matches this season. It's the best by a newly promoted side since West Ham, all the way back in the 2012-13 season. So Man United Sunderland is a 3 o'clock kickoff. Chelsea versus Liverpool is at 5:30 after their 3-1 win in May. Chelsea could enjoy back-to-back league wins over Liverpool for the first time since November. In the Championship, 3 results to bring you. Blackburn v Stoke, it was 22nd versus 3rd. It finished 1-1. So Stoke, despite being high up in the table, won their first 3 matches of the Championship, now just won 1 in their last 6 matches. Another draw today. Blackburn yet to win at home in the Championship this season. Sheffield United thought they turned a corner when they won last weekend against Oxford, beaten them in the week against Southampton, and they've lost today away at Hull by a 1-0. Big victory that for Hull, who started the afternoon 18th in the table. I mentioned at the top of the show that Coventry like to score lots of goals. They started the day having scored 8 more goals than any other side in the Championship. Make that now 13, because they went to Sheffield Wednesday and they've beaten Sheffield Wednesday, who we know are struggling for lots of reasons, by 5-0. So Coventry are top of the Championship table as things stand. So it's Blackburn 1, Stoke 1, Hull 1, Sheffield United 0, Coventry 5, Sheffield Wednesday 0. But Middlesbrough can go back to the top of the table when they play Portsmouth at 3 o'clock. In the WSL, Man City 3, Arsenal 2. In League 1, the 2 early games both finished a draw. 1-1 Doncaster Burton, Wycombe 2, Barnsley 2. In League 2, MK Dons, many people's favourites to go up from League 2 before a ball was kicked at the start of the season, beat Gillingham 3-2. Swindon winning 1-0 away at Newport. Let's now focus though on Spurs. Abby, into the international break, played 7, won 4, drawn 2, lost 1, second in the table as things stand. You must be a happy Spurs fan, Abby.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that you could really complain about, to be honest. I wanted to see Simmons in the 10 today. I got to see that. Lovely little bit of creativity. That's, I think, something that Spurs have been lacking. Ellen Road's a tough place to go. Good record there. So get in, get out, 3 points. It's wet, it's windy, it's rainy, as you pointed out earlier in the show as well. So I think it's a good performance. I know that like the stats are leaning more towards Leeds, but I feel like, I don't know, but I just feel on an eye test, I don't really feel like Spurs were massively troubled by Leeds. There were a few patches, but apart from that, I felt that it was a very dominant performance by Spurs.
Did you like the balance of the team a bit more with Xavi Simmons playing a bit more centrally today as opposed to from the left-hand side?
Absolutely. I felt like when I've watched him so far this season, I know it can take some time to kind of embed yourself, but I feel like on the wing, he's a little bit more isolated. I don't really see that as his best position. I like him in a 10. And I just feel like everything was kind of going through him today, and I really like that for him. I thought Mohamed Kudus had a good game as well. It's good to utilise your squad when you've got Tell and Odebert. I just thought it was a very good, dominant performance from Spurs. Towards the end, if you've just turned it on, you might see there was a little bit of chaos from Leeds, but I thought it was a good performance.
And like before Thomas Frank came in, lots of people use the word adaptable. He's an adaptable manager. He does what one needs to do to get a victory. Have you been impressed with the early stages of what you've seen from him as a head coach in terms of, obviously we know Ange like to play one way, but Thomas Frank being a bit more tactically adaptable, a bit more flexible, if you like?
Yeah, he's definitely he leans, I think, a little bit more on the side of caution. Like it's a bit more handbrake on and, arguably a bit more counter-based. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that having an emphasis on defending, it's not something I've had at Tottenham for a good few years. It's somewhere we are still conceding goals, but I think that it's just having the adaptability of knowing when to change a game, in-game tactics, as we were joking about before, saying it's just actually just having a manager that can do that and knows how to do that, who to bring on at the right time. And I really can't fault him. I know there are a lot of people wanted to see a bit more attacking prowess from him, but you're also missing Kulusevski, you're also missing James Maddison, you're missing Solanke as well. So I don't think they're too bad. And I think if someone would have offered you where Spurs are at the start of the season, put your hand off for it.
The first time Leeds have lost at home in 385 days, and Spurs on the road this season have won at Leeds.
They've been very good, yeah.
Have won at City, have won at West Ham, and got a point at Brighton. So, Lee, have we seen any change in the odds in terms of Spurs coming in for? Well, I was going to say top 4, but possibly, hey, are Spurs fans dreaming of even more than that this season, maybe? Can we get some odds on Spurs? I'm asking the question to Lee Phelps.
Yeah, I mean, they've come in a bit, 50-1 to win the title, which is obviously Chelsea 33-1, by the way. So it's Arsenal 5-4, Liverpool 7-4, Man City 9-2. But yeah, they've shortened for top 4. They've shortened for top 5. Obviously, they were already the favourites outside of those other 4 that we mentioned to get that top 5 spot. Yeah, I think everything that you guys have just said is absolutely fair enough, and they kind of needed it. You know, the run of fixtures in the Premier League, Villa at home after the international break, and then they've got Everton away, Newcastle away, Tottenham. So I've got Chelsea at home then in the Premier League. Then they've got Man United at home and Arsenal away.
Yeah,
so it's a real run until
November's a tough month.
Yeah, really a big run. And then you've also got Monaco and FC Copenhagen in the Champions League in amongst that. So it's relentless, isn't it? As we said earlier on, there are no gimmies in the Premier League, and you've got to go at it. But this, when you look at those fixtures, you think that's a big win. Actually,
and also that's you booked for a lot of talkSPORT goal shows. That's the most thing. At least you got your November work sorted, right?
Yeah, I look forward to it. Well, actually, last year we didn't get to have me and Quaker do the Chelsea game together, did we?
Let's make that happen this season.
Yeah, it needs to happen this
5:30 game it is.
5:30 under.
Oh
the
no, we're not doing
lights.
Saturday 5:30.
Yes, it is.
Oh
yeah,
no,
on the
well, we won't be doing that show then, will we?
We won't be doing
don't
that
Saturday 5:30s, do we?
Just have a fight before it.
Oh yeah,
Have a big scrap before.
Verbal fight.
Yeah, I also don't want anyone putting this pressure on Tottenham. By the way,
I was joking about.
I know, but there's not one part of me that thinks we're going to win the league. So
again, I was definitely joking when I
okay.
asked.
Well, this is good. This is good then.
Yeah, I don't think you will either.
Let us just go under the radar.
Oh, wow, can they go under the radar? You got, Europa League winners, Spurs. They come under the
European
radar.
champions, please. I prefer.
Your isn't that
I prefer
PSG?
that. Oh no, it depends what competition you're talking about.
Well, PSG are the European
Wales
champions,
European
aren't they?
champions.
Is that true, Marcus? Is that how? Okay, I guess technically they are of some competition European champions,
We
right?
are still European
The
champions.
Europa League champions.
Sure.
Paris Saint-Germain are the European
We're European champions as well.
A European champion. But PSG are the European champion.
PSG are the European champions. There's no doubt about that.
I said we
There's a
are.
reason why one competition, if you win it, you go into the other one. It doesn't work the other way. So
I just think you're salty, basically.
it's just
Sensing a lot
This
of-
started out so
I
friendly
hate
at the start,
saying
didn't
this.
it?
I hate saying it. I'm delighted Spurs won the
Thank
Europa League.
you.
I'm delighted they beat Leeds
you.
this afternoon. Let's move on.
Absolutely not. I've got a whole season to hang this over everyone's.
Honestly, I know you said earlier, you want to win another trophy, but what do you think domestically should be Spurs' aim in the season? When you look at the rest of the competition,
Yeah.
and we've touched on a few of the other kind of top teams, maybe not looking great so far this season. What is a realistic season for Spurs this year in the league?
I'd say finish in the European place.
I would have said if Tottenham finished somewhere between 4th and even arguably 8th, I would have been happy with that. Again, it's the first season under Thomas Frank. It's a little bit of transitional. I know we've spent money, but I would if someone offered you somewhere between 4th and 8th and offered you a cup, I would be very happy with that. I think
you're throwing the cup in.
Well, no, that the cup needs to be the most important thing for me personally. And that's what I said last season. I banged on about that as well. I don't care where we finished in the league. Yes, I would have rather not finished 17th. But if it came at the cost...
Not 18th, definitely.
Not 18th.
But the cup win guarantees a European place.
Of course. And if it came at the cost of winning a trophy, I would do that still. Again, I would go through the torment of all of that. Absolutely, again. So I want to win trophies. I want to see us have a good cup run because arguably and historically I mean, I'm going back again a long time. Like, I can't remember the last time we had a very good, successful cup run in the Carabao or in the FA Cup and actually really committed to those competitions as well. So I want to see that. I think that it's perfectly doable. I also think this squad now kind of what's it is it the duck off the back? That's not the right saying, but you know what I mean.
Monkey off your back.
Monkey.
Yeah.
I like
If you want to put a duck off your back,
Walk
off a duck's back. Yeah.
Get your duck.
Yeah.
Abby Summers, by the way, is back, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Break their ducks as well.
Break the duck.
Get your ducks in a row.
Anyway,
Yeah,
duck,
it's all-
whatever
Get
it
your
is,
ducks
don't
in a
care.
row.
Just
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
My point-
Anything other than what you said there, basically.
Basically.
Yeah.
But my point being is now that they have won a trophy, they know how to win a trophy. But this like whole stigma that surrounds the club that they don't win anything, they can't win anything, that should be gone now. So I want to see another cup. I want to have a nice.
But I'm
nice
glad
day.
you're
Away at Newcastle in the League Cup, 10-1 to win
Yeah,
the
should be a good
League
game.
Cup.
Yeah, I wish that was at home.
Yeah.
So we'll probably go out the Carabao.
Because Newcastle have also got the.
That's one trophy
That's
going,
one
isn't
trophy
it?
gone.
the teeth,
We'll
and-
go out the Carabao, but we've still got the
They've
FA
also
Cup.
got something off their back as well, Newcastle, because they
What
won
have they got off their back? A cat?
Yeah, probably a cat off the back.
That's
I
not
feel
Black
like
cat.
that does sound right. It's duck off the back, is it not?
No, it's not. We've just had this
Water off a
conversation.
duck's back.
Water of a duck's back. We'll get your ducks in a row.
You're mixing your metaphors.
Yeah.
You are mixing metaphors. Which is
Water
always...
off a monkey's back, is it?
I think that's a... That is quite nice though when someone mixes their metaphors. I remember interviewing.
Name drop.
No, this isn't a name drop at all. I was a student and he was Aldershot manager. I'm going to say Terry Brown. Anyway, no one knows who this person is other than me. And he said he was very much a man who would talk in cliche. And he went, well, foot was a funny old game and has a nasty habit of coming back round and stabbing you in the foot. You either get stabbed in the back or you get shot in the foot.
Yeah,
anyway, very enjoyable.
Stabbing someone's big toe like that, like
you know, one of those guys who just very much a lower league sort of non-league manager, just lives it. Absolutely love that.
Yeah. No.
By the way, I'm glad that you're talking about cups with Spurs because the temptation would be we've got to maintain Champions League. No. Because to do that, really, Spurs are going to have to finish. What would it be? Fifth?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, most likely fifth, right? Okay. And like I said, that's a huge order. That is a very tall order, especially if you're going on all fronts. And, Villa know what it's like if to try and finish in those spots as they failed to do last season. But they had a great run in the Champions League last season. But once you win that trophy, you want to win more. And I think that's great because, again, you win a trophy, you will get back into a European competition. I understand the thought of, say, Europa Conference League in particular doesn't really kind of...
I won't turn my nose up at any trophy.
No.
I want them all.
You want them all.
She's hungry for trophies.
Love it.
We've already figured that.
That's the spirit.
I want them all.
And you extend that to England as well.
Yeah,
now you're talking. The big picture.
Do you know why? Because no one will remember. No one will remember the times you finished second or fifth.
No, I agree. I totally agree with that.
At the end of the day, it's what you have to show for it.
Final word for you on Spurs. How good's Christian Romero been this season? He looks like someone that is really relishing the captaincy and sort of taking the extra responsibility on his shoulders. That's a metaphor.
That is
isn't it? On his
contract
shoulders.
extension as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that was the right message.
He's got a duck on his shoulders, yeah.
Hang on, was it him or Pedro Porro contract extension?
Romero.
It was Romero. Okay.
Well, there was obviously a lot of talk around him going to Atletico in the summer. I have been very critical of him in the past. To be honest, I've been very critical of the whole squad, the whole club. But I think with him in particular, having that kind of commitment, giving that commitment, getting the captaincy as well. I always just wanted him to match the same energy that he has for Argentina.
Yes.
And I'm seeing that now. So I was happy that we kept him. Happy. This thing that he's very rash and it's kind of a bit of a myth
also, the stats kind of back up that he doesn't get as many yellow cards and red cards as maybe you think he would do.
It's just historically, he's obviously, he can be a bit rash, but I think he's definitely grown. I think he's definitely matured. I think, again, the partnership of having him and Mickey van der Ven last season, I think over the last 2 seasons, we only saw 17 times because of injury. So just having that solidity at the back, those two just having the consistency.
Apart from Gabriel and Saliba, they're the best pairing in the Premier League at the moment.
I would say it's hard to
at the moment.
probably argue.
Canarte's bang out form for Liverpool, isn't
I
it?
don't think that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Can you name a better pairing at the moment based on?
I mean, the Arsenal. Of course, you're right to say that they're the best. I mean, Palace have got a back three rather than a back two, but they're worthy to be mentioned, though. But I think what you're saying is one of the best centre-half partnerships in the league. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Last season, I would have said Canate and Van Dijk, but Canate's form this season is just completely fallen off.
Although I would like to say for the record, if Romero ever does decide to go to Atleti, an Argentinian who can be at times a bit rash playing for Simeone's Atleti, perfect.
Is there a player
perfect
He was so perfect for them. He was perfect fit for them.
So, Abby, welcome back.
Thanks. Nice to be. Do you know what? I think this is...
It's weird doing talkSPORT goals with you and Spurs winning. I'm not sure that's...
I think for the whole of last season, I may have only seen Spurs win in this studio 3 times. So we're off to a flyer.
3? I can't remember those games.
I think it was Brentford. I think it was West Ham.
Don't remember it.
And...
Blimey. I mean, that must have been most of their Premier League wins last season.
Yeah.
And I can't actually...
75% of the win during the show.
I actually can't think of the third.
Well, it's all in the history books now.
Yeah.
There we go. Marcus, you're going to leave us. In fact, can I ask you one very quick question?
Depends what
Why isn't Anthony Robertson starting for Fulham anymore? Why is he not? I thought he's like
he's had injury troubles. He has.
So he's just not fully fit, basically.
I think that's part. Yeah, that's reason.
So I keep looking on the bench, thinking, is that the same guy that was really good last season?
No, indeed.
With all the big teams.
Totally, no. He's had a bit of trouble with that. So, but it's nice to see Ryan Sessegnon, who you want a bit.
His goal last night, didn't he?
Did take his goal well. You want him a bit further forward, but at left back as well. So it provides a bit more of an attacking outlet. But yeah, but Anthony Robertson will be back. Don't you worry about that.
Good stuff, Marcus. Enjoy your afternoon.
Pleasure.
Hopefully we'll see you soon. Scott Saunders, big Man United fan, is going to sub in. Myself, Sam Ellard, Abby Summers and Lee Phelps are going to be with you until around 5:15. We'll take one more break on talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18 plus gambleaware.org. And then when we come back, we'll really start to turn our attention to 3 o'clock games up and down the country in the Premier League and EFL. Hello, a very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new, it's brilliant from William Hill, 18 plus, gamblerware.org. Of course, terms and conditions do apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers. Scott Saunders has swapped in for the brilliant Marcus Speller. Scotty, how are you, my friend? Good afternoon.
I'm all right,
Are you looking forward to some more pain live on talkSPORT Goals? Yes.
I am not. But at least we changed the goalkeeper.
I know. Your day's already off to a good start. Vargandir's not in goal.
But Dallow's at left back or left wing back. So, we'll see how it goes. You don't really want to come into matches thinking, can we beat a newly promoted team at home, do you? But that's just where
That's kind of where you're at.
That's
so,
where we're
yeah.
Let's have a look at then, shall we? Just one more time for those joining us here live on talkSPORT Goals on your talkSPORT YouTube channel and your smart TVs with you until 5:15. Let's get up the two teams and Man United versus Sunderland. There is no Bindier in goal. Le Mans is in goal for Manchester United. Sure, though, some people are saying fortunate the keeper's play. Sure, Delit, Euro the back three. Diallo, Casemiro, Bruno, Dallo, Cross. Embuemo, Mount, Sheshko, the front three. For Sunderland, Roofs in goal, Hume, Mukiele, Alderate, Musako, the back four, Xhaka, Siddiqui, the midfield two, Traore, Lefay, Adingra will support Isidore. So, we'll do, of course, a big deep dive with Scott throughout the course of the game, I'm sure. But in the next 10 minutes or so, going to bring Lee Phelps in. Lee, some odds on United Sunderland and something we like to do on talkSPORT Goals for the 3 o'clock games. I'd like to put a little bet builder together, guys. So if you've got a little cheeky bet you want to have for United Sunderland, let us know. And Lee, you're going to compile the odds. Do you want to start off with the bet builder and tell us your pick?
Yeah, we could do, yeah. Man United, Sunderland, an interesting
Didn't have
one. 8 to 13.
Didn't sound too happy with that, did you?
8 to 13, Man United, the draw 3-1, Sunderland 4-1. They were 5-1 earlier on. I mean, there's still, most of the money is on Man United still, despite what we all think and despite what a lot of the pundits are thinking. Over 2/3 of the bets on the 90 minutes markets are with them. Sheshko's a very popular pick in terms of goals, obviously scored last week. So Arsenal and Manchester United are two of the top spots today, which means in terms of ACCAs, the next two were Coventry and Tottenham. So
Really?
so don't get the violin out, but the traders won't be happy if Arsenal and Man United win. But yeah, so the bet builder, we can put together all sorts of different, whether it's corners and cards or players. I mean, I like Isidore. I think he's had a really good start to the season. I'm not saying he's going to score, but I think I'll start it off with Wilson Isidore to have at least one shot on target.
Okay, Isidore to have at least one shot on target. I'm going to go for a Granit Xhaka booking.
Ooh, I like it.
Why is that funny?
The easy one.
Sorry.
No, it's nice.
I would have taken that one.
Oh, really?
You've given me an idea.
I will go with Casemiro to be carded.
Ooh.
All right,
That's a given.
card.
Really.
This is shaping up nicely.
Casemiro yellow. Do you want to do one score, which isn't a yellow card, ideally? Well, you can do if you want something.
Well, Casemiro and Xhaka were going to be my yellow cards, so let's see.
Sorry.
You can pick goals and how many goals in the match.
What about Sheshko? Sheshko's have a shot on target?
I'm in such a yeah. Go on. Okay, let's do Sesko have a shot on target.
Sorry, guys.
I'm thinking something around set pieces and Sunderland, basically.
Shot on target.
Oh, it's a bit.
I think that's a bit bold.
We're up to 16-1 with the Sheshko shot on target.
Okay, fine.
How much can we add on to this?
Well, we do one each normally.
All right, fine.
Well, do you want to go big and then throw another one in there? Go on then. Should you give Abby two if she wants to be Miss Clever?
You have between 2 and 14 selections, so we can
go on then, Abby.
We have
one more.
2.5
I think Lefay has been quite good this season, so I was going to try and give a little one towards Sunderland.
Go on then.
All right, Lefay to have a shot on target.
Oh, mix it up. Why should you go shot on target?
I didn't actually. I did a yellow card.
All right, fine. So, Abby, you're right. That right, Lee? Lefay to have a shot on target.
Okay, what do you want? Like over 2.5.
Over 2.5
What do you
goals.
want?
I think there will be goals in this.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, why don't we do that then?
All right, well, then as a team, then we're going to add
As
a
a
fifth
team.
one in.
Are we putting Lefay? Are we putting?
No.
No, okay. So
No, so Lee, Sam's gone Xhaka yellow card.
Yeah.
Lee's gone Isidore at least one shot on target.
Yeah.
Scott's gone Sheshko at least one shot on target. Abby's gone a Casemiro yellow. And I think as a talkSPORT goals team, we're going to throw in over 2.5 goals.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that seems,
And that
total
gives you-
goals. So that gives us 22-1.
Okay, we like that.
Yeah.
We like that.
We like
22-1. Good stuff. So United Sunderland 3 o'clock. Arsenal West Ham. Interest in the Championship. Big win for Coventry. Are they favourites as we speak right now to win the league, to go up?
Yeah, they've gone. They just gone favourites before kickoff. 11-4 now favourites. Ipswich 4-1 to win the title. So yeah, Coventry clear favourites and justified really, given what we've been saying about them. Incidentally, just on Leeds, just shortened from 5-2 into 9-4 for for relegation, so shortened a bit.
And then is there anything else jumping out? You mentioned it wasn't a good start today for the bookies with Spurs winning, with Coventry winning. I'm guessing in people's ACCAs throughout the course of the afternoon, I'm guessing Arsenal being in a lot of ACCAs.
Yeah.
I'm also wondering in the championship, did you not get many sort of championship teams make ACCAs because it's such a hard league to pick?
Well, just usually if there are shorter prices, and as we said earlier on, it's quite open. I mean, you look at the championship, what you're looking at is which teams are odds on, and there's only Bristol City at home and Watford at home who are odds on. All the rest, it's just wide open, so it becomes difficult unless you've got a strong fancy for any of those. But you tend to find that it'll be the shorter prices who get put in there. But yeah, I think these two games with Arsenal and Manchester United both playing at home at 3:00 on a Saturday afternoon, perfect for us, and that's where all the focus will be. Gyökeres obviously popular, Saka will be popular, as we said. Šeško's popular as well. The bet builder obviously 22-1 hours. It's Wilson Isidore at least one shot on target, Šeško at least one shot on target, card for Xhaka, card for Casemiro, over 2.5 goals. You get impact sub on the players, so if any of those go off, the player coming on carries our bet builder on.
Can I just say as well, Lee, I'm no body expert. Scott looks so nervous, man. You look like you've seen the ghost already. The game hasn't even started.
I'm not nervous.
Yet.
I'm just anticipating bad news again. It's like I'm used to it. It's like association. I sit here, I see something bad.
Yes.
But I suppose that's been the last 13 years.
Yeah, it's been
watching
absolutely
United. It's
great,
just getting
mate.
progressively worse.
I know,
worse and
it's
worse.
beautiful.
I know it is.
Beautiful to watch. We are 3.5 minutes away then from our 3:00 game. The slightly different Saturday afternoon with just 2 games at 3:00, but they are big ones. Man United, Sunderland, Arsenal, West Ham. One more break on talkSPORT goals, and then when we do come back, we're taking you through all of the 3:00 games. Watching the 3 o'clock games up and down the country for you. It was very relaxed and happy, Abby Summers. She's got her legs crossed. She's looking chill. She's ordered a peppermint tea. That's because her Spurs side sits second in the table at 3 o'clock on Saturday, October the 4th, because they went to Leeds United and they won.
Yeah.
By 2-1. Our attention now turns to 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Arsenal versus West Ham. West Ham looking to become only the second side to win 3 successive Premier League away games against Arsenal. Arsenal no Zubimendi for them today, but a strong-looking side. Nuno Espirito Santo, second game in charge of West Ham. Of course, his first one was last weekend, going to Everton and picking up a 1-1 draw. That late Jared Bowen equaliser. Can West Ham pick up their second victory of the season? Man United v Sunderland. We know the pressure is well and truly on Ruben Amorim this season. Just 7 points so far from their first games. As for Sunderland, they've got 11 points from 6 matches. The best start by a newly promoted side since West Ham over 10 years ago. They've had a great start to life back in the Premier League. Chelsea versus Liverpool is the 3 o'clock game. There's an early corner for West Ham. And I tell you what, David Raya tries to come and collect it, and he gets himself in no man's land. It comes off the head of Nicholas Fulkrug. It's a really good whip ball in by Jared Bowen. The keeper gets nowhere near it. And I tell you what, Fulkrug gets his head on it before anybody else. And from a couple of yards out, he heads over. He's sort of being grappled, isn't he? He is being held down. One of those, he doesn't make a meal out of it. But he does get his head on it and heads over. Headlines from the Championship. Coventry win 5-0 away at Sheffield Wednesday. They're top of the table. Hull 1, Sheffield United 0, Blackburn 1, Stoke 1. The game's kicking off at 3 o'clock in the Championship. Bristol City QPR, Derby to the Hampton, Millwall, West Brom, Portsmouth Borough. Borough looking to go back top of the table after Coventry win. Preston, Charlton, Swansea, Leicester and Watford, Oxford. In League 1 it finished Doncaster 1, Burton 1, Wickham 2, Barnsley 2. In League 2, it finished MK Dons 3, Gillingham 2, Newport 0, Swindon 1. Scott, very early stages at Old Trafford. How have Manchester United started?
Can you guess what the first thing I noticed from this game was? A miscontrol out of play from Diogo Dalot, who's playing at left wing back today. It does not install me with confidence at all. Look, we've not really had enough time go by yet for any kind of real patterns to develop in this, but Sunderland have the ball now. And that's trickling out for a goal kick. So Slavens has had a touch of the ball as well, which is always good for him. You don't really want him thrown in straight away, having to make saves. He's put a few passes around, and the camera's on him now, obviously. It's a big day for him. 23-year-old keeper, massively untested, but statistically quite good. So we'll see. Surely he's got to be better than Altay Payandia, though. Hopefully.
Can't get any worse.
It'd be some effort, wouldn't it?
It really would.
To be worse. Lee, we're going to come for you. I'm not sure if you've got access to this, but I feel like, we'd like to talk about Abby being a Spurs fan, Scott being a Man United fan. But the first goal in our 3 o'clock games, which way has it gone? Here's Lee Phelps.
Grimsby Town, 1 up after a minute. We scored 7 last week, remember. Absolutely flying at the minute. I should have checked the price for Grimsby to be promoted, to be fair. But yeah, Evan Curry got the opener for Grimsby there away at Salford. One of the bets we were talking about earlier on in the Arsenal game was Bukayo Saka to score, assist and be carded as a bet builder. It's 40-1. Be a bit bigger than that, actually, if you do it in play. But I was just looking back at the last season. He did that. He scored, assisted 2 and was carded at West Ham in November. And the Premier League game before that, he scored, assisted and was carded against Nuno's Nottingham Forest as well. So
you love this Saka stat, don't you? You are all over this one, aren't you?
If you can land one of those, it's
what an opportunity for Sunderland!
You've got to
Didn't take long, lads.
You've got to finish.
Cross in from the left-hand side. They work it down the left flank. I think it's the Dingra who gets to the bar and he puts a beautiful ball across goal. And it's the number 25, Bertrand Traore, makes a really good run across goal. And from a couple of yards out...
How has he not put more on that?
He's literally, virtually in the goal. And he gets nothing on it. And it is...
That's a goal, isn't it?
They are lucky, Manchester United. That should have been 1-0 Man United, Scott. How easy was that once again for a Jingra to get in, though, down the left-hand side?
Yeah, just a straight pass down the left. And, I think it might have been ruled out for offside if it had gone in. I think it looked marginal. But look, the last thing United want from this game today, like early on, is to have the pressure applied to them straight away. You can imagine Old Trafford's really nervous. Everybody knows what's going on. Ruben Amorim was talking in the week about media pressure getting into the players and them being affected by it. So they carry all that onto the pitch. And, I always say every week, if United score first, they'll have it's such an obvious thing to say, but I think this team is that's offside, surely. This team is such a confidence team and it's so brittle that, even in games like this against teams like Sunderland, if United are falling behind, it's going to be a really, really, really difficult day for them.
I'll be honest, I don't really think it makes a difference if you score first, don't score first.
You can score against Chelsea a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I know, but
twice.
Let's be honest, the Chelsea performance, that's the best you've played, and they were down to 10 men in that first half.
We played really well for 4 minutes.
Yes, but also Enzo Maresca decides to just completely bottle it after 4 minutes as well and just make all the changes. Yeah. So we figured out how you can play well, which is effectively play someone with 10 men. But I just, the writing is so on the wall. I don't feel sorry for you. I want to feel sorry for you, but I don't.
Well, nobody's.
Why do you feel sorry for them?
No, I want to feel sorry for them, but I just don't, because I know I've been in the trenches where they are. I know how hard it is when you lose.
Yeah, but the difference is though between them and you lot, they've had a lot of success.
Yes, that's why I don't.
Childhood's ruined.
Yes, honestly, I
don't know. That's why I don't feel sorry for them, but I understand. It's it's a lot when you've got to sit there and watch your team get battered week in, week out. It's just. But we're just general question. Once you do sack Amorim, because that is inevitable, where'd you go? What do you do next?
I don't know.
Just is Gareth Southgate a viable option? I hear a lot from fan base that opens that now.
A lot of fans are completely against that, and obviously you understand why. Ahmad's potentially
Chauncey for Mbeumo. Ahmad does really well down the right hand side, carries the ball a long way. He gives it to Mbeumo. I thought Scott did a decent enough job to kind of create room for the shot. But just couldn't get a shot away. By the way, really, really early stage of the Emirates Stadium. 6 minutes gone. Arsenal 0, West Ham 0. But West Ham have definitely started on the front foot. Paqueta there just had a shot with his left foot from inside the box, which just went over. Half a chance there was for Arsenal. Areola making a good save. Timber played through. But West Ham early stages settling pretty well at the Emirates Stadium. Could Mbeumo have done? I think Mbeumo could have maybe got a shot away there.
Maybe he could have. I think he diverted it onto his. I think he went onto his right side, which is obviously his weaker foot. But I think the chance just ended up petering out in the end, and that's something that Amorim is talking about a lot. They get into those positions and making the wrong decisions or making the wrong passes. They just need to be. There's a whole lot of stuff with this United team that needs to be better. I think individual decision making is one of them, and that's Amorim's big argument. Abby, you were talking about there for a second how you think it's a matter of time. It does feel a little bit like writings on the wall. The only thing that will salvage his job is a run of wins now, good performances and a run of wins. Honestly, I don't know whatever happens after this game today. United could win it and they still could make the decision. I don't know.
I think they'll give him till the next international.
Me too. But you just don't know, do you? And as for your question on alternative managers, I've seen so many managers come in with massive reputations and great styles of play, and we've cycled through the Moyes Premier League proven guy, the Van Gaal tactician, Mourinho, with every profile of manager that you could probably, you could even want to come into Manchester United has ended up failing at this. Ruben Amorim's the handsome, young, really promising manager who's tit for big things. He's come in, doesn't look as though...
Chance United!
Oh, they do score! Yeah, well, it really is the perfect start, isn't it, for Manchester United attacking the Stretford end in the first half. And after 7 minutes, I'm sure everybody in that Stretford end in Old Trafford will just breathe a huge sigh of relief, Scott, because it is Mason Mount who's given United the lead. A nice finish with his right foot, beating the goalkeeper down to his left-hand side. And interesting, it's Mason Mount who starts today ahead of Mateus Cunha, and that really is just the perfect start.
He does love Mason Mount. He's been talking about how much he loves him, especially in those that left 10 role. He was really effective there last season. I think it was a game against Athletic Bilbao in the Europa League. Lovely touch from Mount. Yeah. Same end as he scored those couple of goals goals against Bilbao earlier this year. Really good first touch, and then with his left down onto his right foot and just guides it into the bottom corner. Lovely stuff. And I was talking about how important it is for United to get a first goal. Let's test out now how their confidence levels are throughout the game.
Yeah, right. The first touch is the finish was almost like a bit of a weak finish, wasn't it? He didn't hit it particularly well. But yeah, Mbeumo played the ball in from the right hand side, and his first touch with his left foot's perfect, and then he just guides it past the goalkeeper. So Man United 1, Sunderland 0. A couple of goals in the Championship. Oxford have won just 3 of their previous 25 league meetings with Watford, but they're 1 up away at Vicarage Road. Watford 0, Oxford 1. For Southampton and Will still, he would have hoped to have won more than twice in 8 Championship games. He tries to get the club back to the Premier League, but his team have earned 4 points from games against Leeds, Middlesbrough and also Sheffield United over the past week, and they've started well so far this afternoon. Southampton 1 up away at Derby. Adam Armstrong with the goal after 7 minutes. So 2 goals in the Championship early on and a big goal in the Premier League. Man United 1, Sunderland 0. Back to your conversation, guys.
I was just having a look at the Arsenal game, something that was just going on in there. I think Mavropanos was having some treatment.
Then you got a knock to the eye from an Arsenal free kick that Declan Rice whipped in from the left side. Is there? Do you believe, Scott, that if United weren't to win this game, are we at a point where Amorim is possibly going to lose his job with the international break coming up?
I think personally, I'm kind of with Abby. I think they'll give him a bit more time because obviously people are judging it. Rightfully so. They're judging it on the entire, I think this is his 50th game in charge of United today. So they're judging it on the entire nearly a year now, 11, 10 months or whatever it is. But we're only 6 games into the league season. This time that United feel within the club that they're playing better and not everyone's
Do you feel that you've seen progress?
I've seen flashes, but all I ever see is flashes. You know, they've not played well consistently at all. They've played well in patches in matches. And they've not taken their chances. They've missed penalties. And I'm talking about confidence. I think that's a big thing for these players as well. But look, I think if United win today, I think there's no question about that. I think he'll stay and he's safe. There's so much speculation and noise around United at the moment that the only thing that's going to help him out is by actually winning matches and just being able to work. You need to win matches in order to do your work in the background, and he's just not had the ability to do that at all. They've not won consecutive matches yet under him. So it's this speculation is going to keep going on, though. United need to get up into the competing for the Champions League places, the European places, and then the noise will quieten down. But obviously, there's other managers out there now as well who are, really making a case for themselves. I kind of feel like it's a poison chalice, whichever way you turn. But we'll see.
You alluded to earlier that you made some pretty strong comments about how it's easy for the players to be kind of distracted by pundits and media talk and stuff like that. Did you kind of get what he was trying to get at by saying that?
I think so. It's been a long time this club's been failing for, 13 years now, approaching 13 years or whatever it is. So look, it just gets harder and more difficult every year, and United need to, as painful as it might be to say, United just need to have a plan and stick to it for a little while. There's a lot of, when you think about it, really, Amorim absolutely should be doing much better with these players. I'm not taking that away at all. And maybe another coach will come in and do better with this group of players. But United's problem, and the reason why they keep getting into this cycle, is because there comes a moment where the confidence drops, and then I'm not going to say they down tools, but they lose their confidence and the managerial cycle starts again. I think United need to, with some guy, just end up breaking that. And Amorim, he needs more energy in the midfield. He didn't sign a midfielder in the summer. I think that was a big oversight.
No! Going into the Emirates!
That was
it's a really, really good move from Arsenal. Saka got played in down the right-hand side. He put a really good ball back across goal. Martin Odegaard played the ball to Saka. A lovely ball. Timed to perfection. Saka back across goal. Gyökeres tries to flick it in. There's a goalmouth scramble. It falls to Eza, who is literally 3 or 4 yards out. And from close range, he somehow hits the ball over the bar. Abby, how on earth does he not put that in the back of the net?
I don't know. I don't know how he hasn't done that. But is there any comments just about Gyökeres? I don't want it to come from me, but I just was curious. I'm asking the table, what have you made of Gyökeres?
Well, I'm going to turn that back on you, given you brought him up.
You definitely want to say something.
What are your early thoughts on Victor Gyökeres?
Nothing.
We did say, didn't we? The question, I guess, that everyone's been asking is whether he's a flat-track bully or not, whether he can do it against the bigger teams. Now, today would count as a game that he would expect to score in.
Yeah.
But will he do it But he's done it in the Champions League against big teams, last season.
So he's proved against City, didn't he?
Yeah, so he's proved he can do that. But I guess, is the Arsenal shirt heavier shirt? We'll see. He's right up there. Obviously, Haaland, the favourite by a country mile to be top scorer, but in the Premier League. But Gyökeres was, second favourite for that. And you think, well, what's Salah done to not, to not be in that list and be higher up that list? I'm still waiting like a lot of people.
Are you not so sure, Abby?
Just
Okay, I get that, but I'm now asking your opinion on it.
My opinion is I've just seen a lot of people walking around with the Gyökeres mask over their face with their hands, and I just want to see if they felt that it's been a great start.
I think it's been a slow start.
Oh, right.
But I think having watched him in patches in Portugal, he looks a top striker. Like, he's got all the attributes. And I just think it might take a little bit of time. Like someone like a Florian Wirtz. Like Florian Wirtz, who's really struggled in the first 6 games,
absolutely.
isn't a bad player, is it? And I still think
you don't become
Florian
a bad
Wirtz
player overnight.
is going to be a real success at Liverpool,
No.
even though it's taking time for the football club to almost kind of, get the best out of him, find the right system.
But you're
And I
judged
think
on
with
goals, aren't you? When you come with that
Well,
reputation.
to be fair, he's got what? He's got 3 league goals already this season? Gyökeres?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an awful.
One was a pen, right?
He scored 2 against Leeds.
Leeds at home, yeah. Don't just sit and
Literally,
peppermint tea and not give an opinion.
I'm thirsty. I'm simply just listening to. I haven't seen you guys.
Thirsty
I wanted
for
your
goals.
opinion.
Yeah, honestly, hungry for trophies, thirsty for goals,
Thirsty
isn't
for
she?
goals. Yeah.
I think Victor Gyökeres is going to be a success there. I think it's very, very early
Do
days.
you reckon he gets how many goals a season? Do you get?
I think Gyökeres this season will get anywhere between 15 to 18 league goals.
Okay.
League goals.
Yeah.
Big.
Premier League goals.
League goals.
15 league goals, yeah. I think he scores not far off 1 in every 2. So I'm going to go around 15 or 16 league goals, yeah. Scott?
I would have said 20 in all comps.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
think
not too far off what I'm saying then.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
Well, no. You went 15 to 18 in the league.
Yeah, you
I
just
could
said-
I could have 10 or 12 in the league. I could have some in the
that
Champions
was
League.
slightly different. You said 18 in the league.
I
Yeah,
guess,
you did say 18 league
So how
goals.
many in all
That's
comps?
that's the big grab here.
right.
18 league goals.
but the big question though is whether he scores between 50 and 20. The big question is when Arsenal are in a big game and they need to win it to win the Premier League, does he pop up and score the crucial
No,
goals?
I personally feel like actually that would be more Eze would have that impact. I think.
one on Gyökeres. Why do you not think this big summer
I
signing
just think
is
there's
not
a-
going to be that man? That's what they bought him for, right?
That is what they bought him for. Look, maybe my mind will be changed. It is early doors. I shouldn't really judge him the same way. I'm not really judging Benjamin Šeško. I'm not really judging Florian Wirtz much. I mean, to a point I am, because it's a lot of money. But I think someone like an Eze would be if I genuinely don't believe they are going to win the league, and you can click this.
Why
I don't
not?
care. Just because I just think mentality. I just don't think they've got it. It used to keep me up at night. It doesn't worry me at all anymore.
Mentality, well, because they just haven't done it in so long. But
No, I just don't believe. I just don't believe they'll win the league.
Do you know what would be really interesting is if Arsenal had a lead going into the final stretch rather than them chasing.
They wouldn't have the mentality to do it. They wouldn't have the mentality to do it. I have
They
not
have a
seen that yet.
really, really strong squad, though.
They have a great squad. I think it was a massive thing for them getting Eze. I think that is a huge chunk of quality. I think that he's made the window as good as it has been for them personally.
You're just bitter because Spurs tried to.
No, not at all. I wouldn't want to play at my club that doesn't want to be there. And I actually don't hold anything against him. I think fair enough. You wanted to play for Arsenal, that's absolutely fine with me. Would have loved to have him, but at the same time, he wanted to go to Arsenal. That's
But
fine.
when you, especially when you look at Liverpool's start to the season, though, obviously getting wins clearly top
Yeah.
of the table, but looking far from their best, does that, as a Spurs fan, not worry you a little bit?
No, you're clicking to gear. I have no doubt. I'm not worried.
Really?
No, not worried. Like I said earlier, we just wait with Arsenal.
William Hill, I've got them as favourites. Arsenal.
That's okay. Who am I to judge William Hill?
Well, sounds like you are judging.
Not at
them a
all.
little bit.
My own thing is I don't think they've got what it takes to win the league.
The last 4 games of the season for them are Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home, Palace away for Arsenal. It'd be interesting if you've got a lead going into those
Yeah,
games.
I'll take that
then you'd
one.
be very happy.
Yeah. Arsenal goalless against West Ham. There was a bit of delay though. Mavropanos went down injured, so he was taking a bit of injury. How good though do you think Abi Eze is going to be for Arsenal? Do you
So
think
good.
that he's going to live up to all of his hype and deliver for them?
Well, yeah, I think also we've seen him for years in the Premier League. It's not like he's made a massive move. Even at the start when he wasn't necessarily starting him straight away. Mikel Arteta, he's only moved from South London, so I was certain he should come in and play that role. We've seen Martin Odegaard go missing many a time in big games, which is true. I'm not even saying that just to be bitter. He hasn't always been there when they've needed him to. Having that option in a 10, having that strength in depth that you can have him if you don't need to play Odegaard, who's actually looked good since coming back.
when Yeri as well can't get in the side. Oh, look, they look much better, Arsenal. I think in terms, you look at the bench, you look at
this is their strongest squad they've had on the
absolutely. But they make no mistake about it, they have spent a lot of money to do it.
That's true.
So if you have spent that much money, we're not in a project anymore. Let's please just not call it that. It's not a phase. It's not a project. You've been there. This is your 7th season now, and you've spent £1 billion. Is it £1 billion?
The guy does have to deliver now. He does have to.
Is it billion?
I think it's about £1 billion now. Yeah. So we're all very much on Chelsea's back, and that's fine. I'm happy to be on Chelsea's back too. But at the end of the day, they have had consistency, whereas other clubs have not had the same consistency. He has had everything he's asked for. We can give him the first 2-3 seasons, but then I look at, Arne Slot didn't really have any reinforcements last year. Yes, they still were a brilliant side, Liverpool, but it really wasn't his league to go and win last year. I've seen Jurgen Klopp do it in far less time, less money spent. I've seen, Pep, whatever, Jose, etc. I'm just saying, and I will say the same thing as I said last season. At what point is second again, ole, just not enough? You need to see something. Because at the end of the day, you will remember, okay, you can sit there and say, yeah, well, we finished second 3 seasons in a row. Great. But, who really cares? Who cares?
So you're basically saying it has to be this season or never for Mikel Arteta?
I mean, I think they're in... Yes, I do. I mean, obviously, Saliba committed his future as well. New deal the other day. But I do think it will get to a point where if you don't start winning things, then they will start to go. And then,
I think the one on Arteta's future, I know it's kind of the conversation people are having a lot of. I think it's like if Arsenal, let's say, do finish second on 92 points this season and have they're looking great, they're going on big winning runs. I know, with Abby says how long he's been there for, how much money he's spent, but I just don't see it. I don't think you can sack Mikel Arteta. If they fall away completely and capitulate and finish 12 points off the top, it's a different one. But I expect this to be a really, really close season. And then I'm not sure. I just don't know who they go and get. Ahmad carried the ball a long way. From the right-hand side, he cut in, got a shot away. The Sunderland keeper pushes it away. By the way, on Martin Odegaard, who's just got himself fit again. I didn't see the challenge, but he's down at the moment, and it looks like his left leg is getting some work on. And Mikel Merino is his knee. So
it looked like his knee.
I didn't see whether there was a tackle, whether he pulled it. But every time Martin Odegaard goes down injured, I'm sure all Arsenal fans will kind of wince.
They're not so reliant anymore because
and that's what I'm saying. He's built a squad now where I always thought in previous years with Arsenal they were picking 13 or 14 players.
Yeah.
But I think this year now it really looks like across the whole pitch they've got pretty much 2 top players, don't they, in every position.
I mean,
really,
and variety as well.
Yeah,
it's an interesting point that Abby makes about that kind of you can. All those managers that you quoted before, take Klopp for instance, they had to lose a title race to learn how the pain of that to then go again. Well, how many times do Arsenal have to lose the title race to learn the pain of it before they go, right, this year it is it.
Yeah.
And look, they might prove us all wrong, might they? Do any of us think that they'll win the title?
I actually do.
You think
Arsenal win
last 2 seasons? Yeah.
But
this season, but even before the start of the season, I went for them even after the Liverpool game.
And why do you think now they're stronger than Liverpool?
I just think the way that the squad is built, I think it just makes sense to me. I think that they just needed that Gyökeres. I'm putting a bit of faith in him. But they've got variation. They've got, if Gyökeres isn't working, they've got a variation in Havertz. They've got a bit of magic, in those tight games with Eze now, and you've got goals from all over the pitch. Go on, Brian.
Oh, shot from outside the box, pushed away from the keeper.
Goals all over the pitch. You've got Eze, Saka, steps up probably more than anybody. You've got Gyökeres now. Even Martinelli over the last few weeks as well, when he played in that central striker role, gives them a different option of stretching the line in behind. So I just think Arsenal have got a lot of options. You're completely right to say they have spent a lot of money. And when you spend a lot of money, you have to deliver stuff. I don't think a League Cup this year is good enough. I don't think an FA Cup this year is good enough. It's got to be one of the big 2 for me.
Yeah, but I disagree, though. I think if they win the FA Cup and come second and miss out on the title by a couple of points, I don't see him getting sacked.
No, I don't see him getting sacked for that.
I don't think he gets sacked.
I also think they can't turn their nose up at a Carabao Cup either. They haven't won anything for, what is it?
Since his first 6 months, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they haven't won. Community Shields don't count. So they need to win something, whether that is... I don't think a Carabao Cup is enough to justify what they've spent and, phase 7, 8, 9, 10 of the project, whatever. But I know there is this argument, who do you get in? I don't know who they would replace him with, but sometimes you get to a point as a manager where you just can't get over the line.
This is that point that I'm making. I think Mikel Arteta has proven to be one of the best coaches.
He is a very good coach
over the last few years. And again, unless there's a big capitulation and let's say they win a League Cup and come second and miss out on a couple of points, I'm just not sure the Arsenal boardroom sit down and think, he's obviously a much better coach, Mikel Arteta, and we can get him in tomorrow morning. I'm not sure it's that straightforward.
They might not.
And Arsenal right on cue. Oh, I thought they'd taken the lead, but the offside flag has gone up on Bukayo Saka, who Lee Phelps is not happy with there. He thought that would have been part of his bet builder. So it does stay Arsenal 0, West Ham 0. Declan Rice has the ball in the midfield. He plays a gorgeous through ball to Bukayo Saka. It's a really good ball. The West Ham left-back doesn't deal with it. Saka goes through and slots it past the goalkeeper, but I do think that Saka just went a little bit too early there. But it was such a good ball that from Declan Rice, wasn't it? But yeah, the flag went up, and I think, we're going to play on. So it does remain Arsenal 0, West Ham 0. We've got some goals in the Championship. Millwall leading West Brom by a goal to 0. Jake Cooper scoring there. Millwall finding the net on just 6 occasions across 8 league matches so far this season. Only bottom side Sheffield United have scored fewer goals than Millwall, but they've got one this afternoon. They lead West Brom, who start the day 4th by a goal to 0. Middlesbrough top. They were top before Coventry won, but Portsmouth now leading Middlesbrough by a goal to 0 after replacing Michael Carrick in the summer. Rob Edwards has made a really impressive start to life as Borough head coach, taking 18 points from the opening 8 league matches. They started the day, as I mentioned, 2 points clear, but the last 4 games producing 1 win and 3 draws, and they're losing to Portsmouth by a goal to 0 in the early stages of that game at Fratton Park. And one more goal to bring you in the Championship. Leicester are 1 up away at Swansea. James Justin scoring that goal. Leicester have drawn each of their last 4 league matches, their longest run of consecutive draws since a run of 6 between October and November in 2004. Lee, any odds jumping out with you?
Yeah, I like Ahmad to... what a chance that was.
That's got to go in.
That's not gone in.
Wow, great save in the end. Pushed onto the post. As Man United go close to making it 2-0. Yeah, I like Ahmad's been great down the right. I like him to assist a goal. It's priced at 5-1 to provide for an assist, and he's already got into good positions 3 times in the game.
Yeah, it's really good football, isn't it? Edge of the box, mounting into Fernandes. Fernandes there does really well to open up his body, tries to just place in the top left corner. But the Sunderland goalkeeper, who I think's had a really, really good season, who's a top goalkeeper, does so well to throw himself to his left-hand side, tip it onto the bar, then came to Ahmad off the bar, who tries to head it into the net or back across goal, but it just goes wide, and Mason Mount...
Bit flat-footed, wasn't he? He was watching it.
Ahmad,
Mason Mount, I think.
Mason Mount at the back post, yeah.
If he'd have anticipated,
but by the way, United moving the ball, I think, quite quickly, almost kind of in and around the edge of the box, but that's the top save lead by the Sunderland keeper.
Absolutely, yeah, great. Just pushed onto the woodwork, and United are looking good, aren't they? This is probably the best passage of play you've seen for a while, consecutively.
Yeah, well, just see, it's 25 minutes gone or whatever. They just need to keep this up. But I think you can see Ruben Amorim, after that chance was missed then, cut to Ruben Amorim, you could just tell he was really annoyed that they haven't scored another goal here. But really promising. I think Ahmad and Mbumo are looking like they're dovetailing really well. You've got real offense from Ahmad at right wing back. He's obviously missed the game last week. That's a big attacking outlet, and wing backs are massive for Ruben Amorim in this system as well. Benjamin Sesko I've been quite impressed with as well, the way he's bringing other players into the game.
Yeah, Zubimendi is getting ready for Arsenal. He was stripped, and then he's putting his jacket back on. So I wonder if that is for Martin Odegaard, who was going down, getting some work done on his knee a short while ago. And we'll keep you posted on that one. Scott, let me just talk you through this corner before I ask this question. In front of the Stretford end, 26 gone, Man United 1, Sunderland 0. Brian Mbeumo is going to whip it in towards the near post. Not particularly good corner, and Sunderland will clear. With Ahmad... do you have thought there was a chance the counter-attack? He did well to take the ball off his door. Do you think he's better suited at right wing back or in one of the sort of 2 behind the centre forward?
No, it's not his natural position. I don't think anybody's going to say that it is. But to me, I think one of Mbumo or Ahmad, it makes sense for them to be there just because United don't really have another left-footed attacking option in that area.
What's mad about watching United? You play a back 5. There's so much emphasis on the wing backs to be good going forward.
Absolutely.
Whether it's Mazwari, Dallo, Dorgu, whoever plays there, they just don't offer anywhere near enough going forward. And you're like, how could you have a system where you need wing backs to be good going forward, and none of them seem to be good enough, technically good enough, confident enough going forward in attacking areas?
I think it's the energy as well, having to get up and down.
Quality as well.
Yeah, completely. I don't think if Ahmad, for me, I think he's going to have to be learning this position. It's going to be a defensive risk going backwards, but I think the idea for Amorim to get up the pitch here is to have those wing backs really high when they, and Ahmad is really good 1v1. He's toasting Masuaku at the moment, and I just think people need to have a bit of patience and a bit of like understanding that this project is going to take time. It might peter out in the end, and
how much time?
Do you want to see
The media doesn't have a lot of patience either.
I don't know.
Well, they say he needs time, though. I mean,
I'm talking years.
Yeah.
I'm talking years.
I don't think that'll happen.
I don't think you'll get it if results continue like this. This is why.
There's
This
one.
Odegaard again.
Yeah, this is not good for Arsenal. Martin Odegaard is once again down, and I think the captain's armband's coming with Ziem de Saka. He was getting treatment on his knee a short while ago. He got up and carried on playing for another few minutes. This, though, is going to be a worrying sight for Arsenal because Martin Odegaard, who we know he missed a lot of last season with injury, is going off. He looks deflated. He looks guttily, doesn't he? He looks worried, and I'm sure Arsenal fans will be worried. Martin Odegaard, 29 minutes in, is being substituted, Lee.
Yeah, very disappointing for Arsenal fans. But then going back to the same conversation, you bring Zubimendi on, don't you? So it's like, it's terrible for the Arsenal that, Odegaard suffered another injury, but that strength in depth is showing yet again. Still 1-0, Man United, Sunderland. Just in terms of the odds, United obviously are quite a short price now. Fernandes to score at any time is 5-1, by the way. Šeško to score the second goal in the match is 6-1. I don't know if he's touched the ball yet. I mean, I haven't really seen much of him yet, Šeško particularly.
I've noticed. I think they're playing it up to him, and like one thing with Højlund, he had a good week in midweek, obviously. But one thing with Højlund is they couldn't really play off him that much, and I think they have gone direct to Šeško a fair bit. And United are on the way forward again.
Lenny Yoro with the ball back to goal. Sorry, just on that Odegaard there, I think there was a clash of knees with the West Ham player, which I think where he's hurt his left knee. It's the third home game this season where the Arsenal captain has gone off injured in the first half, by the way.
It's got to be so frustrating for him.
Yeah, of course. And yeah.
Well, if it's a clash of knees or whatever, you maybe think that it's not too much to what makes dead leg or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's probably better than maybe if it was obviously
if it's a muscle injury, then you got
or even with the knee, if it's a non-contact, it could go, it could twist. But there was a clash of knees. He was holding it, and Martin Odegaard's gone off. But as you said, Zubimendi's not a bad replacement. Oh, United do take the
right on cue.
Second goal.
Perfect.
And that's going to be scored last week, didn't he, against Brentford? And he gets his first home goal for Manchester United. And he's got a big smile on his face. It comes from a corner. Man United 2, Sunderland 0. There was a flick on at the near post, and Šeško, as all good centre forwards should do, is in the right place at the right time. And from close range, he scores and slots home. And Scott, look, lots need to go right for Man United moving forward.
Don't bet against it.
Given the pressure that Ruben Amorim was under, this is just the perfect first half an hour.
Yeah, it really is. I think United, I was talked about them needing to score first. This ironically come from a long throw.
A long throw, not corner.
Long throw in, flick on, and Šeško just there to get on the end of it. Good instincts and gets in front of the defender to tap it in. Look,
the return of long throw. There we go. Long throw in the box.
Everywhere at the moment.
Everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere at the moment. And
but honestly, it's not because it comes off a Sunderland player, and Šeško has to react to that quite quickly, doesn't he? To sort his feet out and convert. So I know it's not going to go down as goal of the month contender, but I think for your centre forward, that's a good centre forwards finish. Right place, right time, sorts his feet out quickly and scores. Yeah,
and considering he hasn't been starting matches yet, 2 goals in a couple of games, just from that area, in the 6-yard box or whatever it is, it bodes well. I think the way that United have played with getting the ball up to Šeško early on, the way the ball bounces off him, I've noticed they can put it up quite high to him and he can chest it down. His chest control's really good.
Oh, sorry, Scott. There's a chance for Gyökeres there. A cross came in from Saka on the right-hand side. And Gyökeres got up early. I thought he was going to head the ball home, but he just didn't get enough on his header. And then Eze had a shot at the back post, and it was cleared. 32 gone. Arsenal 0, West Ham 0. But Arsenal really just starting to turn the screw as Declan Rice gets played in, and West Ham are living dangerously, Scott. Back to the point you were making.
Yeah, I'm quite encouraged by what I've seen out of Šeško so far, I've got to be honest. And the goals are really going to help him. First Old Trafford goal today, first goal last week as well, albeit in a defeat. But strikers like that who come in for big money, they just need to get off and running. We've seen this running 007 joke for players who
Oh, what was your lot doing the other day, by the way?
Sorry?
Who was that guy that came? What did that guy have in the studio?
Oh, that'd be a lawnmower.
Oh, do you want to explain that bad joke?
It's not a bad joke. It's actually quite funny.
Well, it wasn't.
Well, it is funny.
Right, it sounds
It is
hilarious.
funny. No, there's a comment. There's been talk of Florian Wirtz. Costing 160 million pounds. I'm just giving you the context
So,
now.
where's the joke here?
The joke is that is he a lawnmower because all he does is cover grass.
That's all.
You find that funny, Scott, do you?
Well, it's Liverpool. I need anything to
Thank
laugh
you.
at.
Oh, anyway.
So we just wanted to, just after the loss to Galatasaray, it was just really just celebrating lawnmowers.
No, it's ruffle kind of stuff here.
It's just- it's-
Goal shooting,
oh,
isn't it?
oh.
Jamie, get the lawnmower in, please.
We're way too highbrow for that here.
There is a
at
big
this
goal at
organisation.
Ashton Gate. Bristol City are winless in their last 3 championship games. Some people saying is there pressure under the manager? Not really. Bristol City taking the lead at home to QPR, leading by a 1-0. Bristol City have had a good start to the season, starting the afternoon 5th in the table. QPR themselves have found some decent form since shipping 7 to Frank Lampard's Coventry. They have since conceded just 3 times in 5 games and picked up a couple of victories in that space of time, but Bristol City leading QPR by 1-0. And now is that Bukayo Saka down?
Another captain.
way.
Another captain in the first half's gone down. I didn't see the incident. I was watching the Man United game where Sunderland are starting to push forward a bit more. Chance here for Isidore to have a shot.
I just couldn't
Just want a shot. Just want a shot on target, Isidore. That's all we need. On the bet builder on the Man United game, our bet builder, which is 22-1. Two of the goals that we need. We need 3 goals or more of obviously there. And Sheshko's shot on target obviously landed.
So we've got 1 of the 5 definitely ticked off.
Yeah.
Sheshko obviously scoring. I've gone for Xhaka yellow. I've gone for what have we gone? Isidore.
Casemiro yellow and Isidore shot. So.
I'll tell you what, West Ham are literally living dangerously here. They have
Hanging on.
pretty much spent the last 10-15 minutes with almost everybody cramped out on the edge of their box. And there was a Declan Rice corner, brilliant corner, but to fair to Areola, he deals with it pretty well, comes and punches, maybe not far enough. And then Ez's shot is cleared and he goes out for another Arsenal corner. This time it's going to be Bukayo Saka who is back on his feet.
Sure,
and
it's
is
a matter of
applauding.
time before
if West Ham don't get any sort of control or just get out, they're just literally cramped on the edge of their own half. And it's going to be another Arsenal corner. I've got a great Arsenal corner stat, by the way, if they score. Bukayo Saka.
Have it even if they don't score.
Yeah, no, I guess you can, to be fair. And this time towards the near post, he comes back to Saka, to Eza, inside the box, out to Saliba, to Eza. Arsenal here. West Ham have got 11 men behind the ball on the edge of the box. And Arsenal are actually going to end up going all the way back to the goalkeeper, David Raya. But yeah, West Ham. This feels quite Nuno-esque, though, isn't it? We saw Nottingham Forest team, even when they were doing really well, 3rd in the table. I think when they were 3rd in the table around February time, there was a stat they had the least amount of possession on average per game. But obviously we're doing well enough, 3rd in the table. Great on the counter-attack. Another chance at this time. Timber drills one in low across goal, and West Ham managed to clear. And I guess on the counter-attack league, whether it's Somerville and Bowen, they have got pace on the counter, don't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that I guess that's the only hope you've got here. But I mean, unless they try, like you just said, to counter-attack, you've got to get out, and they just don't seem to be able to get anywhere near the halfway line. And here come Arsenal again with another chance, bursting into the box. Just gone out for a goal kick there. That one.
Yeah, that was Calafiori found himself inside the box on the right-hand side. And interesting, something making a change here. This is really interesting. They're 2-0 down. They're playing a 4-2-3-1, and they're going to take off Adingra, who's playing on the left-hand side, and they're going to bring on Dan Ballard, who's a centre-back. So it looks like maybe he's trying to mimic
Match
Ruben
the system,
Amorim's
maybe?
genius 3-4-2-1 formation here. But no, you don't often see a team 2-0 down and taking off an attacking player for a defender. Is it damage limitation already for?
They have been pretty poor down that side, haven't they? You were saying about Ahmad, with Masuaku, just having him on toast, and maybe they're just trying to shore that up a little bit.
Not good for Isidore Shaw on target, is it, Lee?
No,
they
not
haven't got any attacking players on.
No, they just need to. Well, he just needs to have one, even from the halfway line. Just whack it towards a goal.
Whack it. Yeah.
Okay, well let's hope.
That's what we're getting to. No.
Let's hope. Ez is in here for Arsenal. Should score. Great save by the keeper. And Declan Rice against his former side scores. He has a look over to the West Ham fans there. Doesn't really celebrate, but my goodness me, this has been coming. It's been one-way traffic. Arsenal 1, West Ham 0. It was Eza with the shot. We talk about goalkeepers pushing and parrying. Areola parries it back out. And Declan Rice, who is playing a bit... Oh, he was playing deeper, wasn't he? Until the substitution when Odegaard came off and Zubimendi came on. And from close range against his former club, he puts the ball into the back of the net. Abby, it had been coming. Arsenal 1, West Ham 0.
Yeah, they've been absolutely peppering them. So it's fine. It's fine. You know, good on West Ham for holding out for 38 minutes, because I don't think that would have happened under Graham Potter.
No, it's Saka into Zubimendi, who plays in Eza.
I mean, what are you doing there? Just again, it's the parrying.
Yeah.
Parrying.
As a shot goes across the goalkeeper. I mean, to be fair, maybe in his defence is a shot which is hit with quite hard and pacey. But yeah, it's the right hand which he saves it, but he pushes it out into the danger area, and Declan Rice arrives late and scores. And that's something, Scott, we want to see, isn't it, from Declan Rice? You know, playing a bit more further forward. He needs to add goals to his game, and it's another goal this evening.
He's always kind of had that about him, obviously, but obviously that question just keeps popping up now and again. I think, like, Arsenal talk about goals all over the pitch, and Declan Rice is popping up there and getting them. I think, for me,
West Ham, didn't he?
What's that?
He used to score more.
Yeah, he did. And I think maybe it's a bit of the role that he's playing at Arsenal, and you've obviously got Odegaard, add Eze into that in the midfield now. But for me, I've always looked at Declan Rice and thought he's like a proper box-to-box modern midfielder who can do everything. Really like that about him. Can tackle, can get on the end of chances, got a hell of a long shot on him as well. So, look, I think Arsenal's, the way that they built their squad over the last few years, they spend a lot of money, but they've got some good players in there. Really
They've got a strong team. So here's where we stand then. In the Premier League, we're about 5 minutes or so away from half times. It's a good afternoon for Manchester United. Mount and Šeško with the goals. United leading Sunderland by 2-0. Just heard there, Arsenal taking the lead against West Ham. 38 gone. Declan Rice scoring against his former club. In the Championship, Bristol City 1-up at home to QPR. Southampton in a decent little run of form under Will Steele after a tough start. 1-up away at Derby. Millwall 1, West Brom 0. Middlesbrough knocked off top spot by Coventry, who won earlier, losing away to Portsmouth by a goal to 0. Goalless between Preston and Charlton. Leicester 1-up away at Swansea. Oxford 1-up away at Watford in League One. If you don't hear your score, it's goalless. Wimbledon 1-up at Blackpool. Bolton 2, Peterborough 0. 1-1 between Cardiff and Leighton Orient. Mansfield 1-up at Reading. Same again in League 2. Barnet 1, Accrington 0. Bromley 2, Tranmere 1. Cambridge 1, Crawley 0. Colchester 2, Chesterfield 1. Notts County 2-up at home to Oldham. And Lee Phelps, the second goal for Grimsby.
I know, flying, aren't we? It's fantastic. And what next week, next time we're on, international break next week, I'm going to try and find the odds for Grimsby to be promoted.
Wow.
I should have got those before the start of today.
Yeah.
Disregarding them. You never want to look at your own team, do you? And think, could they get promoted again? 2-0 up, though. Fantastic.
Good stuff. Patrick Agyemang has scored for Derby to equalise against Southampton. Derby 1, Southampton 1. Derby, who started the day 20th in the table. The Baggies remain the only team they've overcome this season, doing so twice with a win in the league and the cup. But they have only lost just one of their last 6 matches in the Championship, so possibly a step in the right direction for Derby. So Derby have equalised at home to Southampton. 5 minutes till half-time at Old Trafford. Man United 2, Sunderland 0. Have you been impressed with Mason Mount? Were you happy to see Mason Mount in the starting lineup today, Scott?
I think he's like a coach's dream, isn't he, really? He's not the kind of like player that stands out off the team sheet and gets you excited, but I think a coach loves him. I think, look, United have bought Cunha. They put him on the bench today, but I think he was maybe a little bit of a forgotten man, given United ended up signing, 3 forwards over the course of the summer, but Amorim has really lent on him in the early weeks of the season when he's been fit and available. Just brings really good, diligent work to the team and has a goal threat on the end of it as well. Just in general with United, I think they've been... It's 40 minutes gone. I'm going to touch wood.
We're back.
Touch
Say
wood.
it. Man United are back.
No, not yet. But look, they need more of this. They need to put this performance over the last 40 minutes across the 90 and just do that repeatedly and just build a bit of confidence for themselves. And then I'll be able to say Man United are back at some point in the future, the distant future.
The distant future.
I do think you should celebrate like every time, maybe even like over celebrate, because you just don't know when your next consecutive win will come from.
Yeah, stay humble, Scott, like Abby does. Abby's the most humble one of us all, isn't she? So always stay humble. So not long to go then. I don't know about you, Lee. I appreciate West Ham away to Arsenal, but I just when you got players like Bowen and Somerville and Paqueta in your team, do you not need to try? Because if West Ham put 11 behind the ball on the edge of their box, I think Arsenal, like we saw playing through them, as again the shot, they've got too much quality in their team, Arsenal. Do you think West Ham at no point in this half have even tried to lay a glove on Arsenal?
No, I don't think they're able to. I mean, like...
They're going to put 11 behind on the edge of the box, aren't they?
Yeah, and when they break, there's just... Arsenal are first to everything, to be honest. Even when they break, they just seem to have they seem like they've got an extra man on the pitch, to be honest. It's that's the difference between the levels of these two teams. They're just, they're nowhere near the ball. Even when they're chasing it down, when they're trying to press, they're nowhere near Arsenal. Arsenal turn and go, 2 touches, and they're gone. Another example here. This was just passing it around at the back, and now Arsenal are just running West Ham.
We both just did that at the same time.
Wait, Sunderland had like half a chance. Me and Abby both sighed in disbelief because Traore did find Xhaka with a shot.
Oh, we'll have that. We'll take it.
It was the first time we've seen the new Man United goalkeeper called into action. Granit Xhaka about 30 yards out, thunderbolt over left foot, and Lamens throws himself to his left-hand side, and it was hit with pace, wasn't it? And he did what he had to do, pushed it away, out for a corner, and that was Sunderland's first real effort, wasn't it?
Pretty strong hand to it as well to put it behind, unlike last week. So, yeah, look, corners.
That was fun last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, for you.
For Man United,
yes, it was for you.
That one must have been a really good one.
Yeah, that was a good Saturday afternoon.
Big thing is corners. How are they going to deal with them? Lamens hasn't really had to deal with too much yet in terms of high balls because Sunderland's delivery hasn't been good enough. But that's a big area where United fans are just. They want to be able to go into games thinking, oh my God, are we going to concede a goal from just get that out of the mind. You need a goalkeeper who's going to be authoritative and come out and long throws like this now. We'll see what happens. He's meant to have a good reputation for it, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, he dealt with that shot. Well, didn't he? He kept it out. Sunderland thought going to launch it long into the box. They've worked his shot. They got, get it. Yeah, here we go. Keeper comes.
Here he is.
Keeper collects.
Basics.
Hoping he wouldn't.
He just dropped that into the back of his net. It would have just been.
You're a terrible man.
What? No, I'm just.
No, I can see in your eyes, so you're thinking, go on, drop it.
Go on, drop it. Go on, drop it.
No, but going back to that point,
Big Dan Ballard was coming in on him.
We've been lambasting keepers who can't do that all season long, haven't we? And it's great. It is great to see it. It's not rocket science, is it? It's what goalkeepers should come and do. But we've seen it so often, haven't we, this season, where they just don't do that. So. Finally, Manchester United got a goalkeeper.
Well, it's only been 45 minutes. Yeah, I was going to say we got.
That's quite a good stretch for you.
It's been a good opening 45 minutes, hasn't it? But let's.
I mean, on one side, we can't sit there and say Sunderland, are going to beat Man United, but it feels a bit like Sunderland aren't really in this game either. They haven't really come here and really put Man United under the pump particularly. So it is only Sunderland, but then you can't have it both ways, can you? You can't say
only Sunderland.
You know what I mean? Though, but they're a promoted team, they're a championship team. You should be getting results against Sunderland at Old Trafford. But then you can't have it both ways. We can't then hammer them before the match and say Sunderland are 5-1 to win it and they're a good bet.
Yeah, that's true. Chance now for United on the counter-attack. Amad Diallo down the right-hand side. He's got Benjamin Šeško and Mason Mount making runs into the box. He comes infield to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes goes back to Amad Diallo inside the box, right-hand side. To be fair to Sunderland, though, they do a pretty good job at getting lots and lots of bodies behind the ball. And now Manchester United can just reset. 3 minutes added on at Old Trafford. United 2, Sunderland 0. There's 5 added on at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 1, West Ham 0. Saka cuts in from the right-hand side. His shot takes a deflection. Now, can West Ham counter-attack? No, they can't.
I actually don't think, bar that first corner, I have seen West Ham get out of their half.
No, you're absolutely right. They've been really poor.
Right.
And I think they might be quite happy to get in at half-time, only a goal down.
They're lucky.
They've been really, really poor. I think Watford have got an equaliser against Oxford at home. Watford won, Oxford won. Watford have won 4 of the last 5 home league meetings against Oxford. Both sides have had pretty tricky starts to the season. Watford 16th, Oxford are 21st. Since the start of last season, only Derby and Blackburn have lost more championship games than Oxford. And they don't like playing on Saturdays either, by the way, Oxford, if you want a real niche snack. Do you want my Arsenal...
Yes.
Sorry, Scott, go on. What are you not happy about?
Well, Mason Mount's just had a foul given against him. He's been stamped on in the penalty area. It doesn't look like it's going to be a penalty or reviewed or anything like that. I was just really surprised by which way the decision went. Everything's fine now. It's passed. But, if this was 0-0, I'd be claiming it.
Yeah, I was going to say. You weren't saying that last week when you wanted that red card on, was it Nathan Collins who yanked back in
That was a blatant red card.
No, that was. And then their reasoning was, we don't think it was a clear goal.
Because he denied him from
about to have a shot
position.
from 3 yards out.
I still don't get that. Can't go back into it, can we? But
no, let's not go over last week's VAR decisions. Approaching half time then, Arsenal are 1 up at home to West Ham. What do you think this season then, Abby, with West Ham? Nuno's obviously come in. We know they've had a tough kind of 6 to 8 months under Graham Potter? Do you think Nuno is going to steer them upwards?
I think if you have a look at...
Oh, I tell you what, there's a high boot at Old Trafford. And I tell you what, if this was outside the box, he'd give this to the pen. It's a long throw into the box. Benjamin Šeško's boot is high. I think that's Hume, is it, who's gone down. And I tell you what.
Why can't we have nice things? No, that's not a penalty.
No, I'm just making an observation. If that was outside the box, no, it's not a penalty, is it? He barely makes any contact, does he? With his, but Šeško does throw his right boot in the air. Oh no, no, I think the right back Hume has tried to make him ill like that. But with those high boots, it is one of those outside the box. If you raise it in the air, they all just often give a free kick. But inside the box, there seems to be different rules. But you're right, he doesn't even kind of make contact, does he, with Hume?
Well, half-time whistle, ref. Let's get off the pitch. Come on, you're not going VAR.
They are checking penalty. So the right boot lead does go high in the air, but does it even make contact with his head? It kind of misses his head, doesn't it?
Does it?
You tell me.
A high boot is a high boot. It's a dangerous play, isn't it?
What was the one the other day? The City one?
Monaco.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but
that did make contact. But, I mean, for banter, give it, go on.
That is not...
Oh, off the post! Oh, goodness me. Calafiori is that with his right foot as a shot, which comes off the post and then bounces off Areola and does go in. Scott, are you worried about this?
No.
They're not giving it, are they?
Not. Like, they cannot give that.
Oh, go on, give it.
Oh, he's doing what?
No way. Wow.
That is not a penalty.
Is he going to give it?
Well, if they're telling him to go to the screen, he's going to give it.
Wow. Dangerous.
Well, yeah.
A high boot.
This game has gone swimmingly for United so far, and that is not a penalty. I don't care.
So this is Šeško's boot goes in the air. So there's no doubt.
He's just tall.
There's no doubt his right leg goes high. But Lee, you say about dangerous play, right? Like his his right leg doesn't make any contact with his head. I don't know if that's a foul.
It's not a foul, is it?
He's gone down feigning contact. He's not touched him.
You're right.
I'm really stressed.
Like, for me, I don't think this is a penalty kick. I think his right leg comes in the air, but it doesn't make any contact with his head. I'm not sure that goes down as dangerous play. I don't think that's a dangerous situation. Šeško barely's even touched him.
Is he giving it? Is he not giving it?
I don't think Šeško even makes contact with Hume. I think this would be really, really harsh. So the referee didn't give it. He has been sent over. He's having a conversation with Xhaka, and we've been like, are we going to see a referee be sent over and stick with his decision? Because for me, I think it's... No, he's not. Yeah, I think... he made that motion. I think this is unfair. I don't think that's a penalty kick.
He's not giving this, is he?
The referee...
No, they've not given it.
Hear me out. Okay, wow. There we go. I
rate that.
The referee,
well done, referee
gave no penalty.
Rate that.
The referee gets sent over, and what do we always say? We always say every time the referee goes over, he changes his mind. I have to say, well done, referee. I think he made the right call. He has a look at it, and he sticks with his decision. It would have been so easy. Because his mate in Stockley Park sends him over, he doesn't give it. Lee, we don't see that very often. No. I'm happy to see that, and I think the right decision has been made there.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be absolutely gutted, as Scott would have been, if that's given as a penalty. Yeah, okay.
Now the corner go for
it might be dangerous, but
I'm just conceding.
Sunderland corner.
I told you there'd be a chance.
Oh, that would have been so good if they would have just conceded it.
Ballard comes in at the back post from that corner.
Oh my God.
And from 2 yards out, how has he not scored?
How?
So yeah. But honestly, I would love someone to try and, I'm not sure we'll see it on social media, to know how many times, Scott, the referee has been sent over in any time in VAR and stuck with the decision as opposed to changing it.
It's happened before,
but not often. Right? That's the point. So that's refreshing to see. And I think we all think in this room, the first thing you said, Lee, was it was dangerous play.
No,
I don't think that was dangerous
No,
play.
what I mean is that's why they would give it. I'm not saying that was
Okay,
dangerous.
sure,
That's the reason it's being called over there is because is it dangerous play? I don't think it was either. I've always thought that's a weird rule. You'll get defenders trying to clear the ball and their foot goes up. They're not. There's a player behind them that they don't see them. That's not dangerous play either. But they get given a lot, don't they? You see it in Europe being given a lot more than in the Premier League as well. So now that is refreshing, isn't it? Because the worst fear there was that he was going to go over there and just give it as a penalty. Not a penalty.
Yeah,
You're so conditioned to thinking that they will as well, right? So
if you get sent over to the monitor 9 times out of 10, they're not gonna change their mind. But I like that. I like that he backed himself and he said, no, it's not pen. Even though it would have been funny.
it would have been funny for you.
It would have given us a better second half.
I'm going to breathe a sigh of relief for 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
So half-time then in the Premier League. Man United leading Sunderland by 2-0. Arsenal leading West Ham by 1-0. We'll take a quick break on talkSPORT Goals. Then when we come back, I'll bring you all the half-time scores up and down the country. You are watching talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. And we are with our very good friends, William Hill. 18 plus at gambleaware.org. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18 plus gambleaware.org. It's Saturday, October the 4th. It's half time in our 3 o'clock games up and down the country in the Premier League and in the EFL. In the Premier League, the one result today, Spurs winning 2-1 at Leeds. Arsenal 1 up at home to West Ham. Man United 2 up at home to Sunderland. Scott Saunders, Zambi Summers alongside myself, Sam Ellard and Lee Phelps. Scott, so far so good for Manchester United?
Dare I say it? The best I know is Sunderland. Dare I say it? Best half of football I think I've seen from United this season so far. Good intensity to them. I said it last week, a big problem for them is how they start matches and their intensity and this kind of thing. And then you end up conceding last week to a goal after 8 minutes. Today, they go ahead early on. And I think that you could just see maybe there's a bit of a weight lifted off the players' shoulders, and then you go and get that second goal as well. And obviously, I would like this score to be 4-5-0 before I'm confident that United will end up winning, because just back then before half time, I thought this might have been a penalty, and then you just think, well, the players are gonna crumble again potentially. But look, they just need to start building a bit of confidence. Good half of football. You'd like to see United put that effort and intensity back into the second half and not give away anything silly.
Abby, Arsenal 1-0 home to West Ham, and it's been way too easy, hasn't it, for Arsenal? West Ham have been pretty poor.
I mean, West Ham have literally just not even left their half. They've been pegged back the entire time. And to be fair, even when they've tried to break, they've just had absolutely nothing. I don't know. I don't feel like West Ham should be as bad as West Ham are. Really, I still think there is a little bit of quality in there. You've got Paquetá on the pitch, you've got Bowen, Somerville. They could be doing a little bit more. I don't know whether or not they wanted to just come and low block it, but realistically, they're not very good at set pieces in general, West Ham, and you're playing Arsenal, who are brilliant at set pieces. And I just feel like you're just really playing into their hands. Maybe if you were a little bit more front foot, fine, you'd be a bit more open, but you might create a few more chances for you to try and get at Arsenal. But it's been a very easy afternoon for Arsenal. So,
Lee, is this possibly a bad day for the bookies so far? Because lots of favourites are winning. Spurs, Arsenal, Man United, bringing Coventry down in the Championship. And did you also rather say Bristol City were odds on their winning and Watford were odds on their winning?
Yeah, no, it is a bad day. Yeah, it definitely is. I think whenever you get short prices, and I know we questioned the short price about Manchester United, but it's still Manchester United, and people looking down the list see Manchester United at home to Sunderland, whatever the form. And not everyone, remember, takes as much interest and scrutinises what each of these teams is doing as we might, because of our jobs.
They just see Man United and back them.
Exactly that. And it's weirdly, it's the same. Even when we see sports like volleyball and like handball and basketball, you'll see Barcelona on the thing, and people will back them, and it's crazy because it's like recognition of name. And
I love that.
It's just like there's that.
Are they any good?
I've got no idea.
Can you find out?
I'll try and find out for next week.
That's your homework for 2 weeks' time.
And that's exactly that with Man United. See, Man United at home, Arsenal at home, Tottenham at Leeds. Yeah, and
Coventry must have been a popular bet.
Coventry,
today
Coventry in the top 4 spots of the day.
I wonder in Ackers, Middlesbrough away to Portsmouth. I wonder if people would have put Borough in. Borough losing away at Portsmouth at half time.
But yeah, you're right. And I think just on our bet builder,
struggling, aren't we?
2 goals out of the 3 that we needed. Yep, in 1 shot on target from Šeško. We need an Isidore shot on target. We need a Xhaka card and a Casemiro card.
Okay, let's see if we can get that. It's just gone 4 o'clock on talkSPORT Goals. Second half of our game's about to get underway. We'll take one more very quick break on talkSPORT Goals. Then when we come back, we're taking you through the second half action. Afternoon, welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One. Standing is new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers, Scotty Saunders, the fresh face. You've got the exact same haircut as our tech op, by the way. You know,
I know, I did notice.
You both got the exact same sort of like curtains.
The
like
90s curtains.
If they were next to each other, their hair is literally like positioned in the exact same place.
It's a great hair. Curtains are great.
This is the first time I've ever really had it like this, so... You know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I thought you were doing that hair challenge, which the other guys did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could.
Honestly.
You're not cutting it until you're back-to-back games.
Well,
No, I'm not committing
That
to
guy's
anything.
gone 5 games, hasn't he?
He's committed
Which is
to
a
5
joke,
games.
because they never win 5 games.
No, but he can't review it now. But you could say I'm not cutting it until I do back-to-back games in the
No,
same.
I'm not going to. You're not.
Yours
going
would just grow long though. His is just
mine
growing
was
out, isn't it?
And like down.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah.
He'd be like giving it the full,
Yeah.
like that's a proper 90s curtains.
Yeah,
I think I had curtains for about 20 years.
Did you really?
Through the late 80s
Did you?
and 90s, yeah.
I feel like we should see a picture of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some, yeah.
You're a fresh looking guy, Lee, by the way. I've got to say, you know.
Let's not go down again.
You know,
We can't keep doing this.
for your you're looking good, mate. That's because Grimsby are flying high. You're living your
Best life.
You're living your best life. So we're about to get underway in our second half. Spurs beat Leeds by 2-1. Arsenal 1 up at home to West Ham. Arsenal been the better of the two sides. There was Declan Rice who scored against his former club to give Arsenal the lead. Man United, what feels like a must-win game for Ruben Amorim. 2 up at home to Sunderland. Mount and Sheshko with the goals in the first half. The 5:30 game is Chelsea Liverpool. Excited, intrigued by the team that Arne Slot's going to pick today. Is Wirtz going to start? Is Isak going to start? At half-time in the Championship, Bristol City, as things stand, find themselves third in the Championship table. They are beating QPR by a goal to having a really, really good start to the season under Gerhard Struber. Derby 1, Southampton 1. Southampton have won just 4 of their 31 league games against Derby. Have won just once in the league so far this season. Millwall beating West Brom by a 0-0. West Brom gave up a last-minute goal with the Hawthorns to Leicester last Friday night. They did learn their lesson, though, and collected a big 3 points at Carrow Road on Wednesday evening. Josh Madger is back for them. He's important for them going forward. West Brom starting the day 4th in the table, so Millwall leading there at half-time by a 0-0. Portsmouth 1, Middlesbrough 0. Middlesbrough as things stand off the top of the table because Coventry beat Sheffield Wednesday by 5-0 earlier on today. Middlesbrough have won just 2 of their last 13 away league games against Portsmouth. Borough, though, do share the Championship's best defensive record, with Stoke having conceded just 5 goals across 8 matches. Make that 6 now. They're trailing Portsmouth by a 0-0. Preston 0, Charlton 0. Preston lost just 1 game so far this league season. Charlton, 12 points have been accumulated from 8 matches so far. A strong start for Charlton back in the Championship, particularly when they lost 3 successive matches in all competitions heading into the last international break. Since then, however, 8 points have been picked up from games against Millwall, Sheffield United, Blackburn and Derby. Nathan Jones there doing a really good job. Leicester 1 up away at Swansea, and Watford have turned things around. They were 1 down at home to Oxford. They're now leading Oxford by 2-1. Watford have won 4 out of their last 5 home league meetings with Oxford. The results in the Championship earlier, I mentioned Coventry won 5 away at Sheffield Wednesday. Stoke who started the season really well and are just struggling to win, drawing lots of games. 1-1 away to Blackburn, and it's Hull 1, Sheffield United 0. About to get underway, Scott, at Old Trafford. More of the same, really? Is that the message?
More of the same, please. I would like to see United, another couple of goals, a convincing win. You know, I'm maybe not going to ask too much, but like it would just be nice if this game doesn't dangle and just like, if it gets to 2-0 at 80 minutes and Sunderland score at 80, you know the feeling that's going to like go around Old Trafford. You know the feeling the players are going to have. I would like a third goal as early as possible, ideally. But look, United have options off the bench as well. You know, you got Cunha on the bench, Xerxes on the bench, Kobbie Mainoo as well. I don't know how United will end up playing this. Maybe it's a game where, look, I'd be happy if United just sat in, let Sunderland come onto them and just they tried to exploit them on the break because they've got a lot of threat there as well. You don't really want to... yes, you want to like steamroller teams like this. Obviously, if they're newly promoted and that kind of thing, it'll really help confidence. But I think step at a time, right? And if United can just see this one out, a couple more goals, I'd be really, really happy.
Yeah, I'm guessing, obviously, Lee, with the odds. I mean, this Sunderland must be very big, and I'm guessing West Ham also pretty big.
60-1, yeah. Sunderland 60-1. West Ham 35-1. Obviously, only a 1 goal lead for Arsenal. West Ham went straight up up the end and had a reasonable attack, but nothing came of it. Arsenal had a little appeal for a handball as well. Mavropanos just touched it as the ball was played through into the box. It did touch his hand, but the TV pictures showed it about 3 times. Obviously, never got recalled back. But West Ham had a bit of a push forward, but it's just settled back into the same pattern now.
Yeah.
Arsenal passing the ball around and they're going to attack, aren't they?
I guess West Ham, I think, as long as it's 1-0, it gives them, something on the counter-attack, one chance, one
and
goal.
let's be honest, they'll probably take 1-0 defeat, wouldn't they?
Well,
I don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than it being, rather than getting absolutely battered. I mean, when you look at the stats, that it's obviously heavily one-sided in Arsenal's favour. 15 shots to 3, 28 touches in the opposition box to 5. So it's this is a pasting really without goals.
Yeah, I think what we mean if they can keep it to 1-0.
Yes.
As the game goes late, it gives them opportunities, doesn't it, on the counter attack to try and get. Like we saw against Everton, they scored, didn't they, Jared Bowen late on? So as long as you've got Bowen on the pitch, it gives them something going forward, right?
This is what I was saying about Burnley last week. We sat here and watched Burnley, and we were kind of they were playing well and they were having a bit of a go at Man City, and we were kind of saying, Burnley are all right, actually. Yeah. Burnley are doing all right. And then you look back at the game and you think, they've lost 5-1 there when they could have just shut up shop and lost 2-1 and then be done with it. And then at the end of the season, you haven't got 3 less goals in your goal difference when you're fighting relegation. I know that's crazy.
I don't know. I know.
With West Ham, would you rather lose 1-0 and go away from there, or would you rather get pasted 5-1 by attacking?
What? I don't think that's how West Ham are looking at it. I don't think a 1-0 Nuno's message was, let's keep this to 1 or 2 for the goal difference.
No, me neither.
I'm sorry, West Ham.
But you would rather lose 1-0 than 5.
Right, well, obviously.
Fair.
But then if you give me the option of we're just going to lose, or whether it's 1 or 2-0, or we're going to try and get an equaliser, but possibly it might be 3 or 4.
As the game,
obviously, I'm going for the latter. I'm not accepting defeat, am I? I would rather go for the equaliser and leave myself open later on in the game, as opposed to just sit for the 1-0.
I get that, but I don't.
Game management again, though. We're talking about game management. There's game management of not getting absolutely pasted by someone when you could just lose 1-0.
What? West Ham can't just. So what are you saying, Lee? West Ham should accept the 1-0 defeat now at half time,
of course
and
not.
shake and go off.
No, of course not. They should try and win the game or try and get level and draw the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But also, do you push forward like Burnley did? They pushed until Man City went, right, now we'll hit you.
Okay, what I think West Ham will do is I think their approach early in the second half will be similar to the first half, but at some point as you go to 65, 70 minutes, then I think, Lee, if you're still 1-0 down, you have to take that gamble and push that extra body forward, maybe make an attacking change. And sure, obviously, if that then means in the last 10 or 15 minutes, it leaves you a little bit more open, well, that's something you've got to do to try and get back in the game.
Let's see what Nuno does.
Well, yeah.
we know what Nuno will do.
Yeah, I don't think Nuno's message is let's just take 1-0 and get out of here with
No, definitely not. No one would say that. In all of football, no one would say that.
I do agree with you. I would just say, based on what I've seen, I don't think there's any danger of West Ham trying to attack. But if we are looking at 70 odd minutes, who knows? Hopefully they do.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
So.
I think we will. Scott, am I talking nonsense here to suggest that West Ham might at some point...
But look at Sunderland. The way Sunderland are playing this game, they're on the front foot, aren't they? They're trying to get back into this game. West Ham are not doing that.
No, and I agree with you. And that's
Arsenal are a much better team than United are as well. You can pin United back like this, and I think maybe the way that United are playing, maybe it suits them for this half as well, because confidence isn't that high. But I think West Ham just got to. The last thing they want to do now is like concede a goal on 60 and then the game's over or something like that. You got to kind of hang in there and pick your battles, pick your moments. They need a bit of the ball first, obviously. But Arsenal are back in again now, another corner.
Yeah, and I also say if they continue to play like they are playing West Ham now, the second goal is not. We also know they're 1-0 down, but they're clinging on. It's not like they're comfortable 1-0 down. No. So it's like almost, if all the second goal was coming, even though they're playing this, there was a good chance there. Declan Rice put a lovely ball across goal for Victor Gyökeres, who got himself into a good position, and he just tried to slide onto the through ball, but it missed him. And now look, so much space for Trossard to the byline, and Trossard tries to shoot the near post, but Kilman, I think it was, got across, and Arsenal are pushing. Scott's very early days. Do you think Benjamin Šeško is going to be a success at Man United?
He's been really good today. I've got to say, he's been quite encouraging. Sunderland are on top at the moment, but Šeško he's an out ball for United. I think United have been craving one of.
They've
really needed. Sunderland
Yeah, Masuaki put a really good ball.
I'm desperate for Isidore to get his head on something.
Isidore was the player that tried to get on the end of it, but he just couldn't reach it. But that was a dangerous ball whipped in with his left foot, Scott.
Yeah, look, you're just conditioned at the moment to worry about those kind of crosses. United didn't really deal with it, but it's gone out for a goal kick. Sunderland, if anything, have started the second half a little bit better, a little bit more assertive, and United can't. They need to have an element of control in the game and pick their moments as well. Just they can't have that pressure built back on them. But in terms of Sesko, I think he's been really, really positive. He got a lot of stick at the start for not taking a penalty until 10th against Grimsby. I think it was...
That was strange though, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think he was carrying an injury, Ruben Amorim said afterwards, or cramp or something like that.
I think that was strange.
It was strange, but look, again, this is another young lad, 22 years old. Highly rated. Look, he's been a massive prospect across Europe for a long, long time, since he was about 16 or whatever. And United are the team that's taken a punt on him. But I really like what I've seen so far. I think maybe in his first early games, he struggled to deal with the physicality of the league. I've noticed today, there was a battle with Dan Ballard just now, I think, where I think Ballard pulled him back a little bit and Sesko held his ground and ended up turning him and winning a foul. It's little things like that. And I think United, the more they play up to him and they feel like, we can be confident and we can put that ball up to him and we can play off him. They haven't really had that for a while. They help United get up the pitch. They're quite direct. They go long quite a bit. They don't, I think they bypass the midfield quite a lot and the balls come in from the wide centre-backs. That'll be a work in progress when United get more midfielders in different
Do you think that's one of his biggest strengths then, Sesko?
Yeah.
The ability to hold the ball up and bring other players into play.
I mean, we saw it against Chelsea as well, the flick on for Brian Mbeumo in the lead up to Sanchez's red card. I look really promising so far. I think he's got a goal today as well. Goals are always going to help too. And I think the first one at Old Trafford is big for him as well. He started well. You don't really want to get carried away or whatever because it is a challenging league. It's going to be big for him. It's going to be a learning experience. But he's had some good moments. And I think compared to what we were looking at previously with how United were trying to play off this striker, there's a world of difference.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you thought it was a punt is the word. I mean, you spent quite a lot of money on a player that you thought it was just a punt.
Would you not have said someone more like, Hoyland was a punt?
Hoyland was a punt. Maybe I was a little bit harsh with the wording because he is, like I say, he's been really highly thought of for a long, long time. Arsenal have wanted him for a long time as well. But look, we've talked about Florian Wirtz earlier. We've talked about Jadon Sancho in the past. Players coming in from the Xavi Simons as well, maybe. Players who are coming in from the Bundesliga, it can go either way. You can be really, really good in the Bundesliga. And look, other players come in from the Bundesliga with better goal scoring records than Benjamin Sesko and, have not done well.
He's not a 20-year goal man.
Exactly. He hasn't proven to be that yet. I think United they need somebody who's like that classic modern day striker. And here he is again now. He can carry the ball as well. Good pass to Mbeumo.
Good ball to Mbeumo. Can Mbeumo get a shot away? He can, but he goes wide. Yeah. There was obviously links, wasn't there, with Gyökeres, and that was kind of who's going to get who. And obviously we know Ruben Amorim knows Sesko, Gyökeres well from their time in Portugal. Again, very early days. But would you say you're happy with what you've got?
Now I am.
Oh, really?
Now I am, yeah.
At the time you weren't.
I was a bit like... Ruben Amorim went big on we need Premier League experience coming into this team. There was Ollie Watkins as well, obviously. When Gyökeres chose to go to Arsenal, then it was between Gyökeres or it was between Sesko or Watkins. Look, because United have gone down that untried striker route a couple of times, like with Hoyland as well, there's always that big risk because I talked about pressure. Go on, Brian. I talked about pressure and how that can get on players. And when you're young and you're carrying that responsibility of being a £70 million striker or something like that, and you have the responsibility of tying attacks together and scoring 20-odd goals or whatever it is a season, it can be a lot. And United don't really have an understudy for him at the moment either. They could play maybe Joshua Zirkzee up there. But
Cunha's a good player.
Cunha even, but I think he's better in the more reserved roles, one of the 10. So it's a big... Go on, Ben. I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident. I'm actually shouting at the screen.
I was going to...
that's a pullback referee.
I was going to ask you, if you... Let's say you didn't have to have this system, hypothetically, what would your starting 11 be?
Look, if I was picking this team, I'd go 4-3-3.
Yeah.
I think everybody...
Especially get Mainu in there for one of the defenders, right?
You need Mainu in there. It does...
Immediately.
4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. I mean, you look at Casemiro, he's going to be there for another year. You see Mainu and Casemiro in the midfield as a maybe double pivot or whatever. You've got a bit of defensive nous in there. You've got a bit of carrying ability. You've got Bruno can play in the 10, and then you've got, Sesko, Cunha can maybe play in off the left with Drawn or whatever, and Brian and Mbeumo as well on the right. So it does make sense to do it that way. That would be playing to all of the players' strengths. But I think there's a bigger question here to they failed in other systems as well. I know people like look at this 11 now and compare it to like Eric Ten Hag's last 11 or whatever, and the players are different, but it's still the attitude. It's still the concern about Lenny Yoro with a shot there. It's still the concern about having to get this club back to where everybody knows that they should be or where they have been in the past. That can be a big weight on players. Lamens needs to be good here.
I tell you what, he could be in trouble with the goalkeeper. He's just absolutely clattered Traore. On debut, a long ball forward. Traore gets there before him, and the new Man United goalkeeper absolutely clatters him. He's given that foul, hasn't he?
They've got to VAR that, surely. They've got to VAR that.
But it's outside the box, though, isn't it? I think he's given it. I'm fairly certain he's given it as a foul.
Point to the spot.
It's a long ball forwards. Bruno doesn't deal with it, and then goodness me, the Sunderland player gets there first. And Lamens comes out, he gets nowhere near it, and he ends up making a meal of it. I don't think he makes as much contact with Traore as maybe I originally thought. Oh, no, he makes enough contact.
I think he trips himself up.
So it's outside the box.
It's outside the box.
And I don't think he's...
Is he booked in for diving?
Surely not.
What's he giving him?
Wow.
Yeah. He gave him for diving. That is crazy.
That's crazy.
Surely they'll look at it.
Traore for but he can't look at it. It's outside the box, so it can't be a penalty. And I don't think it's a red card because there was a player covering. I think Lamens definitely makes contact with Traore.
Wow. I mean, unless we're seeing a different angle to what anyone else saw, but okay.
I think that's fortunate.
The one in the first half was, I don't think they should have wasted much time.
No, but that
was
it's a tough one for VAR because it's outside the box. They can't give a free kick. Obviously, it's only penalties, and I don't think it's a red card because there's players covering. But that was a strange one. But whether it was Fernandez or Lamens, I think both of them make contact with Traore, and I think Lee United get a bit fortunate there.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? It might be one of those where he didn't dive, he wasn't fouled. He just kind of went, he moved his body that way, and he did kind of trip his own.
It was one of those dive though.
It looked like he kind of got nudged a little bit, didn't it?
It was a part of Lamens' aside.
Yes, exactly that. And he's kind of like his legs have just come together.
Yeah.
It's not. But also,
well, it's not good keeping either way, is it?
No.
Getting nowhere near anything really.
No, I think the fact that it's gone past and nothing has come out of it will maybe settle his nerves a little bit. But yeah, certainly not something that we wanted to see on the day. Like a mistake like that leading to just no fuss. I think that was the big thing that I wanted out of a goalkeeper, to come in and just not do all the basics right, no fuss at all. Good turn from Mason.
He's a lucky boy there. He could have been a Sunderland goal.
I'll score a goal now and just okay.
So he gets away with it. It's a yellow card for Traore. It feels harsh to give that as a dive, doesn't it?
You need to see it again, I think.
Yeah.
It was risky, let's just say.
West Ham have made some substitutions. Potts on for Magasa and Marshall on for Fulkrug. See Marshall on for Fulkrug for West Ham. That's Callum Marshall, who has only played a couple of times for West Ham in the Premier League. I think this is just his. In fact, this might even be his Premier League debut. Marshall. I haven't heard too much of Callum Marshall for West Ham, but he's off the bench and he's going to replace Fulkrug as West Ham try and somehow get themselves back into this game. But yeah, it was a long ball forward. Traore gets an excellent touch towards to take it through a tight corridor between Lamens and Fernandez, and then Traore goes down. He was adamant there was a touch. Producer Jamie saying it was Fernandez who made contact with him. I definitely thought that the side, like the hip of the goalkeeper, made contact with Traore, but he got the yellow card.
Regardless, though, I think it's the hesitancy. It was a little bit of hesitancy from him when he started running, I think. But look, the moment's passed now. I think it's a big thing that nothing came of that. So maybe you can just put it behind him and just maybe learn from it, be more authoritative moving forward in the future. It's a difficult one, though. It's always a tough one for goalkeepers like that.
Big goal at Ashton Gate. QPR equalised away at Bristol City, and I tell you what, Is it all unravelling for Bristol City in front of our eyes? I mean, that really is the question we should be asking this
Takes
afternoon.
you back, doesn't it?
on
Takes you back
talkSPORT.
to when they're in the playoffs. Just all unravelling.
Well, that was an expensive evening. That was for producer
Very
Jamie, wasn't
expensive.
it? Up in the box at Ashton Gate.
Hasn't got over it yet.
For Richard Kone, who has been a really, really good signing, hasn't he, from Wickham for QPR, has equalised for QPR since shipping 7 goals to Frank Lampard's Coventry. See, just 3 times in 5 games. They've been in really good form since then. QPR have only lost 2 of their 7 away games in the Championship since the start of April after failing to win any of their 10 away league games against Bristol City. QPR have since won on 4 of their last 5 visits to Ashton Gate. Can they make it another one? Richard Cohen equalising for QPR away to Bristol City. And Preston, who have lost just 1 game this season in the Championship, starting the afternoon just outside the playoffs, weren't they, in 7th place, taking the lead at home to Charlton. Cherry Small scoring. Preston 1, Charlton 0. Preston have kept 2 clean sheets in their last 3 Championship matches, and if they can keep 1 more today, they will beat Charlton. They are leading by a goal to 0. So the live Championship table was an interesting one. Coventry top, Middlesbrough second, Leicester up to 3rd, they're winning. Preston up to 4th, they're winning. Stoke, Bristol City make up the rest of the playoffs. Of course, very, very early days, Lee. But you have to say Bristol City, Stoke, Preston, maybe even Coventry, maybe not so much, but Middlesbrough, sorry, as well. Some sort of, new teams, or unexpected teams, if you like, in that top 6 in the very early stages.
I just think Coventry have got the look of the kind of team in the Championship who just go on a mad run. There's one of those teams every season who just go on and they just seem to blitz the division. I think Coventry have got that about them at the moment. The amount of goals they're scoring.
27 goals they've scored. The team scored the second highest goals. It's 15, and that's Bristol City. 27 goals, and the next highest is Bristol City on 15. I mean, that's just remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Sunderland made a few subs, by the way, including Isidore, who went off, and the former Ajax players, they come forward there. Former Ajax player Brian Brobby has come on. This is his 3rd substitute appearance, I think, of the season. I don't think he's had a shot on target yet for the club, so that's not. We get a Brobby.
Eric Ten Hag wanted him at United when he was there. He was talking about.
He had a good season 2 seasons ago, didn't he? Last season not so good. He's got maybe, I don't know, like 15 goals or something for Ajax, but
Sunderland have been much better in the second half, haven't they? They've had decent spells of possession. In the United half, that's a pathetic
Their corners haven't been good though. Like it's so.
It's a penalty for Arsenal. It's messy. Juve gets himself in a tangle. It's a reckless challenge, and he ends up taking down Timber. And I have to say, Arsenal deserve to be 2 up. They've been the better of the sides. Zubamendi lofts the ball forward to Timber, who takes a great first touch. The West Ham defender. Timber does well. His first touch is really good, and then he used his body really well to get it in front of Juve, who then tries to wrap his leg foot around Timber. He gets himself into an awkward position. Is it in the box? First contact outside the box. I think that carries into the box, and I'm thinking that's just going to be given as a penalty. I don't think anyone got any complaints about that? Inside the box, and there's definite clear contact. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the player's not complaining at all, is he? So he knows.
Is Gyökeres going to take the penalty, or Saka?
Saka?
Saka's back. Yeah, Saka's got the.
There's the goal.
So I captained Gyökeres in my fantasy team. So I don't know why I did that.
Who else in your fantasy?
I always captain Haaland, but I just went with Gyökeres today. Because Saka's taking this pen, give it to your centre forward now. Anyway, so you needed a Saka. Who got the assist? It was Eze, wasn't it? Who got the assist for the goal? A couple of changes for Man United. More on that shortly, but a chance here for Arsenal to. I think it's fair to say it'd be pretty much to kill this game off because West Ham they're not scoring 1, let alone 2. Saka against Areola. Timber winning the penalty, and Saka steps up, and Saka scores. Goalkeeper goes to his right. Saka goes the other way. Comfortable penalty for Arsenal. And Abby, you'd have to say, you talk about narratives in football, right? You think back to a couple of weeks ago, that Man City game, where Arsenal drew that game. Mikel Arteta took so much stick, didn't he, for his approach, his team, and not going after the game. Draw that game. They win in the cup as expected. Liverpool drop points to Palace.
Yes.
Arsenal the day after go to Newcastle. I think play really well and have that last minute goal, which is obviously going to be a massive lift for the club. They win in the Champions League. They beat West Ham here. And again, as things stand, early days, Arsenal top of the table. Liverpool, of course, got to play this afternoon. But it feels like the narrative shifted in quite quickly in favour of Arsenal, but also against Liverpool, having Liverpool lost back-to-back games.
Yeah, but I think that's just because. Oh gosh, what was that?
Another
Sliced it.
unconvincing slice clearance.
He sliced it, but it went out of
A
play.
little bit shaky second half,
A little
wasn't
bit
it?
shaky. I feel like the narrative is going to continue to change. We are so early on in the season. There's going to be so many twists and turns in it. From a Liverpool perspective, if you go back to last Thursday or Friday before you play Palace, you're 5 points clear, and your fan base is sitting there saying, well, if we beat Palace, it's such a statement of intent. Was it 8? We would have been 8 points in front at that point. So look, this is a title race. We want to see a title race. I feel like we have been a little bit starved of a title race between Arsenal last season, like a little bit. So this is what we love the Premier League for. May the best team win it. But I feel like, again, they are kind of setting the bar for the day. So that means you have to go to Chelsea, where I don't think you've won since 2020.
Yeah, I haven't won there in the last 4 visits, I believe it is. Let me bring you the team news then from Liverpool's game. Mamardashvili in goal. The back 4 is Bradley, Konate, Van Dijk, Kirkes. The midfield 3 is Gravenberch. Yeah, this is what I thought he was going to do. He's gone for the try and trust in midfield 3. Yeah. Gravenberch, McAllister, Szoboszlai.
Needed it.
No surprise, it's Salah from the right. Isak is the 9. And then from the left, it is Cody Gakpo.
Yeah. I think that's smart.
So there is no Florian Wirtz, which I didn't think he was going to do. The bench, though, looks pretty strong with Wirtz on the bench. Robertson, Jones, Gomez, Frimpong, Endo, Ekitike and Chiesa. As for Chelsea, Sanchez in goal. Gusto, Achapong, Badiashile, Cucurella the back 4. So the back 2 is Achapong and Badiashile. Looks like Reece James is going to play in the midfield 3 alongside Caicedo and Fernandes. Then the front 3 is Neto, Pedro and Garnacho. The likes of Esteval's on the bench. Lavia's back on the bench for them. It's a hard one to call, isn't it, Scott? Because, Liverpool lost back-to-back games, haven't played well this season. Chelsea not in good form themselves, despite winning the league and in the Champions League, sorry. And that defence in particular just looks a little bit all over the place, doesn't it, for Chelsea?
Well, if you look at Alexander Isak getting a start in the 9, and I think Liverpool's big area of problem has been like fitting Wirtz into the team. I think it's a smart decision to go back, and you look at that matchup on paper now. You look at the centre back pairing at Chelsea, and you think, well, you throw Alexander Isak up against them.
Have a field day.
He's got his goal already, and like this is a good time for him to maybe step into the spotlight at Liverpool now and like take the mantle a little bit. It's look, Liverpool haven't been convincing though, but I think if you fall back on what was working last season, I think they've got a good chance of this. I fancy Liverpool. I got to be honest.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah.
Well, if
the goals seem not dried up, obviously, but they struggled to score against Palace, didn't they? They struggled to break them down, and obviously didn't score in the midweek. There's so many goals in that team. You look at some of the other games, and they've obviously scored goals this season. They've scored 4 against Bournemouth and 3 against Atletico Madrid. But yeah, I wonder if Chelsea will just try and do a job on them, even at home.
I've used the word control a lot on this show about Liverpool this season. I think we saw a big change last year with Slot coming into Klopp, but it wasn't as high pressing. Yeah. It was all a bit more calm and measured. Take the extra touch, take the extra pass. We dominated games. It always felt like we were in control of every game. This season, that's completely gone out of the window. Teams are playing through us way too easily. We look open defensively. Konate's been out of form. And teams are getting success against us. We watched the Palace game here last week. Palace had to rely on scored a last-minute winner. Crystal Palace could have easily, with a bit more better finishing, been 3-4 up at half-time. And, we had a big debate, didn't we, on Tuesday's show. Ryan Bromlow, I'm not sure if you met him, Scott. I know you have, Abby. He's a big Liverpool fan. He was on the soft saying, I'm happy with the performance. We've been fine. We're top of the table. I think Quakey I'm absolutely not having that at all. Yeah, the results have been good. We are top of the table, or were, up until Arsenal were winning. If we carried on playing like we've been playing over the last few weeks, we are not going to win the league this season. Things have to improve. Things have to be better. And that defeat to Palace, to Galatasaray, it was coming. It's been nowhere near good enough.
Yeah, I think with Liverpool, the bar is also so high. And you have to also think back, you were very settled. You had a very settled side, unchanged, very small tweaks that Arne Slot had to make. And you look at this season, you've brought in a lot of players, integrating them into the side. Also you've lost someone like Trent, who, okay, we might have criticism in terms of him defensively, but actually in the way that you build forward, look at how much Salah misses Trent.
Very good point.
Look how much he misses him. Also on top of that, you've even like Diaz, he's a miss for you guys. And then obviously you take into the effect of losing Diogo Jota, the effect that also has on a team, the fact that, the goals that he also contributed, outside of just that in general. So it's not a surprise to me that you are I don't even want to say struggling because it's not a crisis. You've lost
I'm
two
not saying
games.
it's a crisis, but I think
It's
in
just-
terms of
There's holes
performance,
you can pick.
I think we are struggling.
You're struggling in terms of the performances, but you've still obviously been getting over the line with a late goal. But I do think there's a lot of changing parts. It does take time for you to work with two new fullbacks as well, essentially as well. And I just think there's a few things, and that's why it was.
And trying to fit Wirtz in teams, interesting as well.
You don't play with a 10. You haven't had a 10.
Well, our 10 last year was,
Coutinho.
yeah, you're absolutely
You haven't.
right.
So I think it does take time. I think when you have a look at someone like Arsenal, I think Mo Salah said it, at the PFA Awards, they are so settled. I know they've brought more people in, but a lot of that is depth and like levelling up on that particular quality. You've brought in a lot of players and you're trying to adjust things, but that will take time. And sometimes I'm actually happy with that team when I look at
Liverpool.
it. Yeah, because you just need to go back to basics today. Just need to try and just get Liverpool back to where you are. It's not a crisis. I have no worries about Liverpool.
No, of course it's not a crisis. It's just, we have to be better. I think he's picked the right team there. The only, I was interested in what you thought, Lee, but I thought in defence, actually, I thought he'd have been tempted to play Gomez instead of Konate. And even maybe, not that Kirk has done anything wrong, but talk about going back to basics, back to what worked last season. I even thought he might have started Robertson left back today instead of Kirk.
I thought he might
try and go
do,
a bit more to last season's team.
I did think he might do that. That was the only one I was just kind of looking at. But also, I don't think McAllister has been at his best last season. That partnership of McAllister, Gravenberch, obviously Szoboszlai was just ridiculous. He's just been a little bit off it as well. Salah also hasn't been the Salah that we know. Like I said, is that because of Trent? I don't know the service he was provided. Who knows? But I think you look at that. You look at the benches comparing the two as well. I know. I know Chelsea have got a lot of injuries as well, but that's very, very strong. I mean, there's no reason why you should not win that game today.
Yeah, I think in terms of goals, you say about Liverpool haven't been as plentiful as they usually are. Well, where are the goals going to come from for Chelsea? João Pedro. I mean, Estevao. Is Estevao in that starting lineup?
I find the wingers really interesting. He's gone for speed. I'm really surprised he's gone with Garnacho, actually. But you can see what the plan is there, I guess, because Neto is rapid. I think that was a big problem at Old Trafford that Chelsea had was they took off all of their
crazy decision,
attacking ability.
Absolutely crazy for them to do that. Also, 4 minutes into the game,
mad, wasn't it?
Got the whole rest of the game.
Absolutely
I can understand
crazy.
if it was the last 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But doing that, it's like you're throwing the towel, and you're at Old Trafford where United can be got at. No offence, but so easily.
Those subs were
Crazy.
bizarre.
It was like he just threw the towel in for absolutely no reason. He didn't need to do that. Really didn't.
You think you can see what he's going to try and do today? I think Garnacho. You're scaring me, Sam.
So it was really whip ball in from the left-hand side for Sunderland. And I just thought, well, Isidor's come off as somebody who's going to guide that goal.
The bench for Chelsea is... it's just not great, is it? If you have a look at that.
Oh, wow.
Hato, Emanalo, Lavia, Estevao, Buonanotte.
And that's the problem with this, Chelsea strategy is they have a lot of youth players on the bench there, and this, not youth players, they come in for big money, obviously, but...
And to say the obvious, this is not taking totally opposite as a cold take, but just without Cole Palmer, it does feel like everything good Chelsea do when they're on it just comes through him controlling the game.
They shouldn't be in that position, though. With
all
the
money they've spent, I agree with you.
All of these players that they've spent money on who have massive reputations, really good youngsters like Cole Palmer who came in from City. If you put them all together, is that the right blend of, you just have... How can all of these players get better? What experience do you have to learn off?
I agree with that.
I think that's one of the big criticisms I've had of Chelsea's strategy with this. Look at that bench. There's untested, untried, big talents, but going to Anfield and having to make a difference is a big ask.
I think that's where we compare Chelsea to Chelsea old to Chelsea new, because we've always known Chelsea to go and get the best players that are ready made to go into it, but this is a very different Chelsea side now. So it's a lot about developing players, essentially kind of buying and flipping them at the same time as if you would a house and selling them for, a fair amount of money or whatever they do with them. But I look at kind of what they didn't address in the summer, and I'm sure Kwaku has said it a million times already this season, but they needed a leader at the back.
So Abby, I know you haven't been on the show this season. Do you remember last season?
A and B side of centre backs.
Yeah, that is literally what I've said to him all season. Kwaku made this big thing last season, and Lee, you've been involved in these arguments about Chelsea have to go and sign an A-side centre back. Abby, I've had tons of arguments with him this season.
Don't tell me
he's now completely flipped on that.
You're lying.
He thinks Chelsea are actually good enough defensively. They need to be better offensively. And we've often, Lee, just thrown Mark Gahey as an argument. Could Chelsea sign Mark Gahey in the summer? He goes, Mark Gahey wouldn't take us to the next level. So he's actually flipped.
I cannot wait
all
to see
season
this.
last year. All he did was speak about the A-side of centre back, and now somehow flipped.
Every single week he would sit here and say that that's what Chelsea need, an A-sided centre back. They don't have the leadership. I can't wait to see
I promise you. Anyway.
So with that in mind, I think I agree. I think Liverpool have to be the best. I think they just got more goals in them than Chelsea have, even if it's only 2. I think that's more. One bet that we talked about in the preview was it's a bit of an outlandish one. It's Virgil van Dijk to score 11-1 to score in the game. Scored against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge last season when Liverpool lost 3-1. And scored in the League Cup final against them. Already got a goal in the Champions League this season. Scored for Holland as well this season already. So 11-1 to score in the game.
Nice, I like
25-1 to score first.
Any other? I'm wondering where Chelsea goals are going to come from today. I mean, I guess was João Pedro be their most likely option?
Yeah, 74 he is to score in the game. It's just you wonder where It's a tricky one. He's been boosted to score the first goal for Chelsea, not in the match. Chelsea's first goal scorer, 9-2. Salah to score the first goal in the match is 6-1. Cody Gakpo to score, Liverpool to win, both teams to score 10-1. Don't mind that.
Salah 6-1 for first goal. Was that bigger than normal?
It's been boosted from 4-1.
Okay, sorry,
it should be 4s.
Okay.
So there's some decent price boosts there.
Good stuff. We'll tell you about some Man United substitutions shortly. Was Declan Rice is down holding something at the Emirates Stadium. He's holding his lower back. There's been quite a few goals there in the Championship. Millwall, what nothing for Millwall, leading West Brom now by 3-0. Swansea had equalised against Leicester, and then Leicester have gone 2-1 up. Fatawu on 77 minutes. So Leicester now leading again 2-1 away at Swansea. And Preston have doubled their lead at home to Charlton. Preston 2, Charlton 0. The best game of League One. Cardiff now 4-3 up at home to Leyton Orient in League One. 7 goals there in Wales. And your team Grimsby, Lee, you're going okay. Still 2 up away at Gary Neville Salford. There we go. Bragging rights there, right?
Yeah. Here comes Sunderland.
Sunderland now got a chance here.
On.
Chance! Oh, it's such a bad ball! Such a bad ball! Really poor. They break down the right-hand side. And then Sunderland had bodies in the middle. But the ball back across was pathetic and weak. And just an easy clearance for Lenny Oro. No, but honestly, United have been poor in the second half.
They have been. It's been a big drop-off.
You're being outplayed by Sunderland.
Big drop-off. No, I wouldn't say outplayed.
Well, I disagree, Scott.
I disagree with you.
Well, I disagree with you disagreeing with me.
To be honest, they've been outplayed by far worse teams than Sunderland, let's be honest.
Yeah, they have. I think
Grimsby being one.
Yeah,
Grimsby.
well.
Am I right, Lee?
That's what I say about
Mariners, yeah.
Look, United went in.
Mariners.
United went in for a 3-man press there, and they all missed the ball. Sunderland came out with that chance that it led to. Then Sunderland have been had a lot more possession this half.
QPR.
I'll tell you what, the wheels are falling off for Bristol City. A turnaround for QPR at Ashton Gate. Bristol City were leading. It's Smith who's given QPR the lead. Bristol City 1, QPR 2. Do we have a comment from producer Jamie? Oh, no, he's gone quiet on me now. Well, there we go. First time for everything. He just doesn't want to speak to me anymore. Unbelievable stuff. Back to you, Scott.
Look, Sunderland have been trying their best. I haven't really created much, to be honest. I think what United have been doing is try and play on the break. And there's passes like that where they've just rushed it. Maybe their energy's dropped off a little bit because I think they outran Sunderland in the first half as well, which is a big thing that people are asking for, outrunning teams. But maybe it's a bit of, we're going to sit on this and just recognise that the 3 points are, oh, God, they've got a man over here.
Oh, it's the wrong option again. Really, really poor play there from the substitute, who found himself in so much room just outside the box. He had an overlap to his right-hand side, Hume on the overlap, but from outside the box, he tries to take the shot on. And he probably there should have shifted it to his right-hand side, should he not? He had so much space, so much time. I think that was Mayenda, wasn't it? Yeah, then just outside the box. He has to do better there. I mean, that's where they've really, really lacked quality in the final third at times today. That was a pathetic shot.
Yeah, I think, look, we're entering that time in the game now where we spoke about it earlier, that 10 minutes left or something like that. The lead is still only 2-0. Sunderland building up a bit of a head of steam, and United look a bit nervous. They look a bit shaky, to be honest. They get in possession. They're rushing their passes. There's still plenty of opportunities for them to break away. And like Bruno Fernandes had the ball just a minute ago, and I think he had runners, like 2 runners beyond him, and he just rushed it, made the wrong pass, and then the ball comes back, the pressure comes back. So, it's a big 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is with injury time in this, in Ruben Amorim's United tenure, and I'm talking about this, it's Sunderland at home, but that's what we've been reduced to here. It's big for United's confidence. But if they can hold on, we can have a quieter international break, I guess.
Oh, can you imagine the noise?
Oh, my God.
Well, the noise might have been, he's been sacked, right?
Maybe.
It might have been that. But yeah, and obviously next up for Man United is Liverpool, isn't it?
You confident for that? Absolutely. What's the score going to be?
But is it Anfield?
Done a 7-0, 5-0 at Old Trafford in the past.
Well, our record at Old Trafford is really good as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And, there's that one season where he beat us in the cup, wasn't it? And,
Yeah.
but that was that Klopp's last season, wasn't it? I think
classic.
the wheels are falling off a little bit there. So where are we at then in the
Casemiro
games?
to be carded.
Yeah,
carded. Carded.
Did we have everything apart
No,
from...
we had
No.
Isidore.
Isidore.
So I went for
off.
a Xhaka yellow card, which hasn't happened yet. Lee went for Isidore, one shot on target, hasn't happened, but we've got the impact sub, don't we?
Brobby.
Brobby,
Brobby's
not
on.
happy. So we need
Brobby's
a Xhaka
on.
yellow. Brobby, Shesko got his shot and goal, well done, Scott. Abby went Casemiro yellow, well done.
Nice.
And over 2.5 goals, which we haven't got yet. So we need a goal, a Xhaka yellow, and a Brobby goal. Or is that goal or shot on target?
Brobby shot on target. Brobby.
All right. I mean,
Mr. Brobby. Come on.
yeah, we need a lot to happen, don't we, in the last 10 minutes. So Arsenal 2 up at home to West Ham. Rice and Saka with the goals. Arsenal made a couple of substitutions. Lewis Skelly on for Calafiori, and Wanyeri on for Trossard, Marino on for Rice, Martinelli on for Eza. And that is almost such a
I've
great
checked
thing
out
for
that
Arsenal,
game.
isn't it? Where they're able to make those substitutions. We mentioned the Sunderland substitutions, Man United substitutions. Cunha, Mainu and Dorgu have come on. Latest scores in the Championship as we approach the final couple of minutes. QPR 2-1 up at Bristol City. Derby 1, Southampton 1. What an afternoon for Millwall, who at home in the week were thumped by Coventry, now beating West Brom by 3-0. Middlesbrough started the day top, losing away to Portsmouth by 1-0. Preston 2, Charlton 0. Leicester 2-1 up at Swansea. Watford turned things around home to Oxford. They were 1 down. They're now 2-1 up. I'll run through the scores in League 1. Wimbledon 2 up at Blackpool. Bolton 2, Peterborough 1. Cardiff 4, Leyton Orient 3. Stockport 2 up at Huddersfield. Goalless Lincoln Exeter. Plymouth 1, Wigan 1. Port Vale 0, Northampton 0. Kevin Nolan in Northampton. Leicester have a third goal away at Swansea. Yannick Vestergaard with the goal there. That should be all 3 points for them. Stevenage 2, Luton 0 in League 2. Barnet, my local side, 2 up home to Accrington. Barrow 0, Shrewsbury 0. Bromley 3, Tranmere 3. Cambridge beating Crawley by 3-1. Cheltenham 2 up at home to Fleetwood. A great afternoon for Colchester. 5-1 up at home to Chesterfield. Notts County 3, Oldham 1. Grimsby, Leeds Grimsby 2 up away at Salford. And it is Walsall 2, Bristol Rovers 1 as Martinelli whips in a free kick towards the near post at the Emirates Stadium. Mikel Merino made the run across goal, just tried to flick his header. Goal didn't get enough on it though. He goes out for a goal kick. So Lee, as things stand then, as we enter the final 8 or so minutes in our Premier League games, it looks like it's going to be comfortable-ish victories for, but look at that, attempts for Arsenal 20, 5 on target.
Actually,
West Ham have had 3 attempts.
That's actually
23.
the most pathetic performance
Yeah,
from
it's
West Ham.
so
Embarrassing.
dominant. I mean, you probably expect them to be more than 2 up, to be honest. I mean, you can back Arsenal to win 3-0 at 3-1 with what like probably 10 minutes left, maybe 10 with that added time. So yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a huge surprise, but they're not. Arsenal aren't pushing for it particularly. It just, if it comes, it'll come. And you know, West Ham. I mean, I know we had that discussion, but it kind of looks like they've settled for 2-0. Unless it's just they're unable to get forward. You know, they're unable to break through this Arsenal team. Honestly, what I said after the first half, they look like they've got an extra player on the pitch. Arsenal, it's that dominant.
Yeah.
Even when they break West Ham, Arsenal have got players back before they even get a chance to break. It's so one-sided.
It's definitely been one of the more.
And as for this game, this Manchester United game, 2-0. Like Scott was saying, it's not comfortable.
Second half hasn't. I think United looked comfortable in the first half.
But then Sunderland aren't exactly kind of pushing
They haven't
forward.
had a big since the first minute, really. They haven't had a
They
big
get
chance,
forward,
have
and
they?
that final ball hasn't been anywhere near good enough to kind of unlock Manchester United. So yeah, they've pushed on a bit, Sunderland. But you wouldn't say that Manchester United have been like under the pump at all. They just seem to be quite comfortable. I mean, I don't think this is as good a performance as Tottenham at Leeds, by the way. But it kind of feels a similar kind of result. That Man United look back at it and go, yeah, we've beaten a promoted team. We weren't brilliant, but, we've done the job on them. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of United just needing to get through this game. Maybe they didn't want to overcommit forward just because of the risk going the other way. 3 points is the most important thing here for Ruben Amorim, unquestionably. And I think sitting on a 2-0 is probably, even though it's not entirely comfortable to sit through. He's changing a substitute. He's bringing on a centre back again. By the way, Harry Maguire's coming on, making a habit of that, or it's a habit he's keeping.
He
up
loves
anyway.
this,
Loves
doesn't
it.
he? Maguire on for Lenny Euro.
Love it. So Dillet's going to go to right centre back. Look, I think maybe Maguire being brought on now just for aerial ability and that kind of thing. There's 5 minutes to go plus added time, so nearly there.
Just out of interest, I wonder what you guys make of the England scores announced yesterday, wasn't it? Bizarre England. I mean, it feels like some good players have been left out. You know, Foden's had a good start to the season, not in it.
What's he doing? What do you think he's doing?
He kind of mentioned, didn't he, in his press conference about how kind of the last squad did a really good job. It was a settled team. Everybody was in it together. So it's kind of, I think, there was only a couple of changes from the last squad. And players like Foden, Bellingham weren't in it.
I also thought.
What did you make of it, Abby, though? Like Bellingham, Foden, Grealish, Wharton, all not in the squad. I mean, like someone like a Phil Foden. I know he didn't have a good season last season. Like, Phil Foden is like, he's obviously in one of England's best 26 players. He's had a good start to the season. Like, I found that bizarre that he's not. You know,
if he plays the way he's playing now, he will go to the World Cup.
Of course he will.
So he doesn't need to look at him, maybe.
Yeah, but then at the same time, why does he need to look at Jordan Henderson for the 100th time?
Who's now 6-4, by the way. He was 4-1 to go to the World Cup. Now 6-4, Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, I reckon he will go. And I feel like if it's...
That's your shout, wasn't it? 4-1.
4-1, yeah. I don't give much right do on the betting, so there we go.
The thing with Jordan Henderson, like, that's fine. If you want him there for, like, team morale or whatever...
Take him as a coach.
Thank you. Take him as a coach. That's exactly what I was going to say.
I think he can do a job, though, coming on towards the end.
He can, but I don't think it should be as an admission. I don't need to see him in a friendly. I want to see Adam Wharton. I want to see Elliot Anderson, regardless of how, for example, the Forest are playing. I know that he's a good player. I know how he could be very good in an England setup. I also thought it was, again, I would have liked to see Grealish. I think he's had such a resurgence. I'd have seen him.
Bellingham.
Yeah, but I think that's because he's coming back from the shoulder injury. I think that's what it is. I think a lot of people want to read into the Bellingham thing. I don't think it's that. Bellingham will absolutely be in the squad.
There's no way Tuchel will leave him out.
He has been playing for Real Madrid, by the way. He is back.
I know, but I think it might be to do with that. I don't know, but I'm not worried about that in a sense of that. I just would have thought that you've not got too many international breaks. Don't you want to see some other players? I don't need to necessarily see Jordan Henderson.
So I think what you need to do now
mix it up a little bit.
No, I think you know we're a few international breaks away from the World Cup. He now needs to just pick his best squad. It's not. I think he knows roughly what starting 11 is going to be, and I think now it's about picking. The squad you think is going to go. So that's why Phil Foden not being. Say again.
I don't think we can decide that 6 games in because you're also not including someone like a Cole Palmer in that.
Right, but for argument's sake, Phil Foden is going to go to the World Cup.
Yeah.
So it's about now in training and in these qualifiers, getting these players on the pitch together, building patterns, trying to get your system into the players. So therefore, I just find it bizarre that Phil Foden isn't going to be there in this international break, working with his teammates, working with the manager, trying to build up a relationship.
There's a lot of players to fit in, though. Like you think
Phil Foden is one that's going to be fitted in, though.
Do you think he's nailed on starting 11?
Maybe not nailed on starter, but he's nailed on to be in the 26. So have you got Foden there to make the squad out of interest, Lee?
No, it's not. I'll check what it is, but he will be. He'll be in
the squad. Absolutely.
I cannot in any way see a situation where Phil Foden doesn't make the best 26 English players come into the season. It's just not going to happen. I think it's about now picking your best team, and then and for the manager to try and he can't just go to the World Cup and have Foden on the pitch for the same time with Jude Bellingham. These players need to build, understand. Thomas Tuchel needs to implement his system into these players, and that's why I just thought the Phil Foden one I thought in particular.
It's a really tough one. You think of all those players now. You're talking about Bellingham's probably playing a more advanced role. You got Foden, we know where he's going to play. Eze, Cole Palmer's not in the squad. There's so many players that they have to fit in.
England have got so much talent. Also, the resurgence from a Marcus Rashford for England has just always been so clutch. Obviously, I think you have a front three, of Rashford, Saka, Kane. I think that's probably
possibly
right now first choice.
First choice.
Well, I think Saka on the right, Kane. Yeah,
I'm sorry, there's no argument with Harry Kane. Not even having that.
Oh, yeah, no, Kane's captain. Oh, God, we've got Kane in the moment. I mean, he'd be a brave man. He's breaking records left, right and centre, isn't he? We're not here next week, are we? Because we've got some lovely international football to look forward to. Oh, wow, West Ham, breaking news. West Ham have actually... No, it's not shot. I'm so silly. What a silly thing to even suggest.
They had a corner.
And they got another corner now. Jared Bowen, for the first time, has found some sort of space down the right-hand side.
That is irritating me more. But now they've decided to try and play some football at 91 minutes.
Yeah. They've got 7 minutes of time added on. They've got 5.5 minutes to go. Lucas Paqueta, He's going to take a corner. It's going to be an in-swinging corner. And that might be West Ham's best effort. It is the young centre-forward Marshall off the bench who did get his head onto it first. It was a decent chance.
Somebody go to
Hey, over.
Go on.
Oh, what a
Should've
chance
scored
for
that.
Sunderland.
It's lazy.
Such a good chance there. Lamens makes a pretty decent save from close range. Again, they managed to break through down the middle. Ball worked out to the left-hand side. Shot from close range is saved by the goalkeeper. They've managed to play through you at times in the second half, haven't they?
That was
Scott?
really lazy defending from United there. Nobody really went out and charged. I think it was maybe De Ligt who tried to do it to start with. No, it was Luke Shaw. Gets completely so easily beaten again. Like Luke Shaw. You got to do better there.
The shot from close range is poor, isn't it?
It's straight at the goalkeeper, so it maybe make him feel better, but it's straight at him.
Yeah, he's got to try and go either side, hasn't he, Talibi, of the goalkeeper and try and... Anyway, long throw into the box, 5 minutes of time added on Old Trafford. De Ligt's had a good season, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think if there's... If you can talk about positives, if there are any around United at the moment, Laman's coming again and a bit of authority in the air. That's what we like to see. De Ligt has been probably United's one of, if not their best player so far this season. He had a bit of a stinker at Brentford last week, but I think people like... I see him now. I see more of the player that I saw at Ajax. He looks a bit leaner. He can get around the pitch. He charges into tackles, and I think a bit of that when there's supporters like questioning the mentality of the team, showing that you get stuck in and you're willing to get stuck in and get up and like run into challenges. He's kind of doing it now. That goes a long way, to be honest. And I think he had a bit of a patchy first season or whatever, but I've liked what I've seen out of him this year.
Yeah, well, do you think the best three when everyone's fit would be Euro, De Ligt, and then Martinez when he gets himself fit?
I think Martinez, we don't really know yet how far off he is. I quite like Mazraoui in the right centre-back role. I'm not convinced on Luke Shaw, but Dorgu's in for a potential third goal here.
I think he picked the other option there, tried to cross it to the back post, but Sunderland managed to clear it well. Lee?
Sorry if I missed this, but Xhaka's been carded as well.
Oh, has he really? No, I know. I had
ticked off as well. So in a minute, it's me and the third goal.
I got my one. Yeah. Well, So
I'm not hopeful about Brobby. Mr. Brobby is not going to score today.
See, when Isidore, who's now become Brobby, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by that. Imagine if he was to get the goal, they'd give us the shot on target and
shot on target
and
shot on target
and the over 2.5 goals.
Yeah, it would be a wonderful way to finish off in the last 3 minutes.
That 2.5 goals one was a bit. That was a bit kind of lastminute.com, wasn't it? We tried to.
I think we went to.
Usually you'd bank on United conceding a goal, right?
Yeah, you think so, wouldn't you?
And Sunderland had chances to score. That, obviously, the one in the first minute or two was a great chance, and as was the header at the end of the first half. Not been quite as clinical in the second, but they've had chances to score, haven't they? Sunderland. It's not that final ball and that bit of composure in the area has left them.
Oh, I thought Arsenal were going to score a third there. It was a really good through ball played into Gabriel Martinelli, but West Ham managed to do well and clear. So the big news really in the Championship is we have a new change of leaders. Coventry won earlier away at Sheffield Wednesday and Middlesbrough lose away at Portsmouth by 1-0. So Coventry will go in second international break of the season at the top of the Championship table. QPR have beaten Bristol City. Southampton avoid defeat again. They draw 1-1 at Derby. We'll bring you the full-time results, all the round-up in a second. But Arsenal got another corner to try and score a third goal in the game at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 2, West Ham 0. Saka, who's playing the whole 90 minutes with an in-swinging corner, which West Ham managed to clear at the near post. I have to say, by the way, again, it wasn't going to be a tough ask of West Ham going away to Arsenal, but I've been so disappointed with West Ham. I mean, they made it so easy for Arsenal. Literally, they've shown no urgency, no desire to try and press, win the ball back, even be dangerous on the counter-attack. They've almost just... I mean, Lee, I joked earlier, you sort of, trying to say, well, they're just almost playing for goal difference in a way. I don't think you said that a bit tongue-in-cheek, but all jokes aside, they've shown absolutely no urgency in this game at all, have they?
Look, no one... You were right. No one's going out there. If you're the manager of this football club, you're not going out there and telling your players to keep it tight and not lose by too many goals. But when you think about... If Nuno goes into the international break and he gets battered 5-0 by Arsenal... It's not great, is it? It's not a good look.
This is much better, though, is it?
No, it's
no
not
shots
much better,
from target.
but it still looks better, and it still is goal difference. I suppose you can take them in there and say, look, possible champions of the Premier League this season. We've gone there. We haven't done much against them, but we haven't got battered.
Yeah, so we've got 30 seconds to go in that game, and we've got exactly 30 seconds to go in the game at Old Trafford. And goodness me, of course, so much more work to do for Ruben Amorim at Manchester United, but this is going to be just to ease some of the pressure, and possibly there, Lee, that groan from you maybe just sums up the performance from Sunderland. That was Alderate with a cross on the left-hand side, which he overhit, and it goes halfway up the Stretford end.
Yeah, the same as what we've seen most of the second half from Sunderland. Getting forward, good intention, but final ball poor.
Full-time then at the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal have beaten West Ham by 2-0. A comfortable, dominant performance from Arsenal and Mikel Arteta. Declan Rice opened the scoring against his former club, and then it was a Bukayo Saka penalty in the second half, which gives Arsenal the victory. And as things stand, with Liverpool still to play at 5:30, Arsenal top of the Premier League. Rice and Saka the goal scorers. Arsenal 2, West Ham 0. First defeat for Nuno Espirito Santo, and a fist pump from Scott Saunders because, wow, Scott, you've seen your side win live on talkSPORT Goals.
I can't believe it. Look, the second half we would have liked it to be a bit more convincing, but the 3 points is the big thing. I'm just relieved.
Spurs win in the early kickoff. Arsenal win at 3 o'clock. Man United win at 3 o'clock. We're handing over to the full-time phone-in show at around 5:20 this evening. What we'll do though now is we'll take one more very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll round up everything that's happened in our 3 o'clock games up and down the country. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Abby Summers, Scott Saunders, Lee Phelps with you until around 5:20 this evening. Then we hand over to the full-time phone-in show. It's Jamie O'Hara and Jermaine Pennant today taking your calls on all off the football. The number, if you want to get involved, 03717 223344. That will follow us live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and as well on your smart TVs. Let's round up what's happened today in the Premier League. Spurs went to Leeds and won by 2-1 in the early kickoff at 3 o'clock. Home wins for Arsenal and West Ham. The 5:30 game is Chelsea-Liverpool. Coventry are top of the Championship, winning 5-0 away at Sheffield Wednesday. Hull 1, Sheffield United 0, Blackburn 1, Stoke 1. Other notable results: QPR went to Bristol City, came from a goal down to win by 2-1. A good afternoon for Millwall, beating 4th place West Brom by 3-0. Middlesbrough, who were top, lose away at Portsmouth. Preston's really good start to the season continues, beating Charlton by 2-0. Swansea 1, Leicester 3, Watford 2, Oxford 1. So taking a look then at the Premier League table, Arsenal are top of the Premier League on 16 points. Liverpool have 15 points. Of course, Liverpool play at 5:30. If they win, they'll go back to the top. A draw, Arsenal stay top with a better goal difference. Spurs and Bournemouth make up 3rd and 4th. Palace 5th. Sunderland stay 6th after their defeat. Man United move up to 8th place in the Premier League. And in the Championship, Coventry City will go into international break feeling pretty good about themselves. They are top of the table on 19 points. Borough 18th, on 18 points, in 2nd place. The top 6 is made up of Leicester, Preston, Stoke and QPR. Julian Stefan doing a pretty good job at QPR. They're 6th in the table. West Brom, Millwall, Bristol City just outside of the playoffs. But Scott Saunders, a good afternoon's work for Manchester United. Back to winning ways. And that was a much-needed victory, wasn't it?
Well, the next question is, can they win consecutive matches at Anfield, potentially? No, I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
One step at a time, young man. One step at a time.
One step at a time. But Liverpool haven't been perfect this season. Hey, look, United just need to take one step at a time. They just need to build a bit of momentum. That result, you can look at the second half and think they maybe play within themselves a little bit. I think the support at Old Trafford, from what I've seen on social media, we're really going over the top for every claim that Senne Lammens come and made, because we haven't been used to having, because United haven't been used to.
That puts more pressure on him, doesn't it?
It does a bit, but he must have been looking around thinking, what the hell's going on here? I'm just doing the basics. But, I think...
When you had Onana and Bindier before you, the basics deserve a run of applause.
You couldn't, at any point, take for granted that the basics would be taken care of. And look, Lammens had some difficult moments today. Like, there was that moment where Sunderland had a bit of a penalty shout, and, he made some decent saves. It's a good debut for him at Old Trafford, but all around, a good day for United. And we haven't been able to say that very much about them at all, because there's just so much going on around them at the moment. Really good news on Sesko, I think is starting to come into his own a little bit. Another goal from him today, and they have options to bring in. Mason Mount starts the game today and scores a goal. You got Cunha to come off the bench. Kobbie Mainoo had 15 minutes, which is more than he's been getting generally. I think it's just something to build on for now. And really, we need to look at this and have United kind of go into a kind run of games and think, can they just start going up the table? But now, big test for them away at Liverpool, right?
Yeah, and the Sesko goal there.
Yeah, huge. And it's interesting because I asked you the question during the first half, didn't I? What? Cause I hadn't been watching the game as close as you. What's he been doing in that hold-up play? That is interesting. That he's starting to physically adapt to the Premier League. That is really good. Interestingly, Liverpool, Man United, the prices are identical to what they were Man United, Sunderland today. So Liverpool are 1-2 to beat Man United, and Man United are just a smidgen under 5-1 to beat Liverpool. Identical to the prices at Old Trafford. So do you give Man United as much chance as we gave Sunderland to win at Anfield as we gave Sunderland to win at Old Trafford?
And they last win at Anfield. Juan Mata?
Yeah, it's like a bicycle kick, didn't it? A really good goal. That was I'm guessing early 2010, around 2012, 13. 14? Oh, was it 14? Okay.
It was Van Gaal, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay, sure, maybe.
Apart from the teams who are playing, when you look at it as a fixture, Liverpool should beat Manchester United in current form. Where the two clubs
last
are.
season,
so 1-2 is probably a bit of value actually about
United
Liverpool.
were terrible last season, and then went to Anfield and put in probably one of their best performances.
Almost became a bit of a bogey team for them, didn't it? For over the course of maybe 3 games. It was a cup defeat, wasn't there, as well? Was there a cup defeat in that spell?
United Liverpool.
Yeah.
United beat Liverpool in the FA Cup.
Yeah, so that bit of a spell where...
Ahmad last minute goal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the Premier League table, shall we? It's Arsenal who sit top of the moment on 16 points because Liverpool have to play at 5:30 against Chelsea. A draw will keep Arsenal top with a better goal difference. Abby, you must be liking there, seeing Spurs third in the table. Looks much better than 17th, doesn't it?
Looks nice.
Bournemouth, Palace, Sunderland 4th, 5th and 6th. United jump up to 8th. And again, looking down at the bottom of the table, Wolves are struggling on 1 point. West Ham stay in the bottom 3 on 4 with Burnley. Forest 17th, Newcastle 15th. Both play each other tomorrow. Let's take a look, shall we, as well, at the Championship table as well. Looks good for Coventry. Coventry top on 19 points. Borough drop down to 2nd on 18. Leicester, Preston, Stoke, QPR make up the rest of the top 6. Down at the bottom, Sheffield United lost again today in the early kickoff away at Hull. They stay on 3 points. Sheffield Wednesday, Oxford make up the rest of the bottom 3. Is this something, though, do you think, Scott, for Man United to build? And did you see enough today, step by step? Small step, shall we say?
You can't say it with any real confidence, to be honest. Like, there's every chance Liverpool could just go and smash United.
6s and 7s.
And then we're right back. You know, I think the big thing for me today was if United didn't win, then the speculation would be Ruben Amorim would have a really, really difficult international break. Maybe he can put the noise away or whatever, but you look at United at the moment and think, do they need a trigger? Like, when is the trigger? Like, going into an international break is always a good time to change a manager.
People talk about when you get to November and the compensation package apparently drops.
Yeah, so look, I think if results don't pick up and consistently, then we're going to be revisiting this conversation over and over again. I think he's okay for now. I'd be really surprised if they made a change in this break. But like, losing today would have been, get him out now. It would have been, if it isn't already, you know. But I think people want something to believe in. People want something to build on. I think as a simpler change as putting a new goalkeeper in and having him come in and be like, show authority in the air and going collecting crosses.
He's getting a lot of love on social media.
Yeah, like, just for doing the basics. Like, he made like one save, which was to the side, but it was like right next to him.
But that is something that the previous goalkeepers weren't doing, right?
You know, it's not a high bar.
Yeah, no.
It's not a high bar, but like, I was quite impressed by him as well. Like, I think he will always have some nervous moments. He's a 23-year-old kid, like, coming into Old Trafford, you know, with a big responsibility on his shoulders. But there was a lot to like, maybe. Lamans, I think, Sesko, Mason Mount as well. I think Brian Mbeumo and Ahmad and that dovetailing down the right side looked a real threat in the first half as well. So
yeah, I thought, and Mbeumo, you maybe want a little bit more from him, bit more clinical.
Yeah,
I'd expect him to have scored a goal today from the not the chances that he got, because they weren't clear cut, but I'd expect a bit more from him. Maybe.
Yeah,
and
me
so
too.
That's a positive in a way. You've got a lot to come. You've got goals to come from him. And if he hits a rich vein of form,
Cunha hasn't scored for United yet either. No. So, you know, they spent all that money on signings and they haven't. I think it's more about what they do to knit the team together, and obviously the goals what you hope would come with it. If they can get in double figures this season, then it's a big ask. But you know, I think that's what you should be expecting out of those guys, and they've done it in the Premier League previously as well. So, look. If United go and lose the next game heavily and unconvincingly, we're just back to where we are.
Yeah.
But for now, like, United got a tough run of games as well. I think they got Brighton coming up as well, and Tottenham as well in the next month or so. So, you know, it's these big games are coming thick and fast, and they just need to start bringing the results.
Really. In terms of the way Amorim speaks in the media, like, see, you're laughing at that, aren't you? Like, he's a confident guy, isn't he? Like, he's quite. Like, if you didn't, when you watch Ruben Amorim talk, and you didn't know what team he was managing, like where they were on the table, like, you would think he's managing the team at the top because he speaks with a real authority. I think he speaks quite clearly and he speaks quite confident, doesn't he? How do you think how do you find him in the media when he's speaking?
I like it. I really like it. I know it's not. A lot of people have started to turn. From what I've seen, like in the circles that I follow and that kind of thing, I think people are starting to turn because he's not having results backing up what he's saying, and he's coming out before this game and saying that I can guarantee that the players are hearing what is being said, and like that's infiltrating their performances on the pitch and what they do on the pitch and their actions and how they, you know, where they stand in position and what they do in certain actions and certain moments on the pitch. I think what I like about him is something that I have thought has been a problem with this United for a long time, and it's only getting worse every year, is that feeling of, oh my God, how are we going to turn this club around? Like it's a heavier burden to carry every single year. And I think that ends up getting into the players, and I think that carries over. You know, you can get rid of players and that kind of thing, but I think there's still a core group there that know. He name dropped a couple of weeks ago like Harry Maguire and Bruno Fernandes as having like gone to Anfield and lost 7-0 or played at Old Trafford and lost 5-0. Like those moments, you're going to carry them with you. But he's saying we need to look forward. We need to put this behind us and start moving forward and stick to the plan that I'm saying we need to stick to. It's getting criticised everywhere you turn, but the only thing that will, you know, keep the noise from around him is results, and he got one today.
Another team that got a result today, Arsenal. What was that?
I said that was a good speech.
Well, he speaks well. You speak better than Ruben Amorim, don't you?
It nearly made me think that United are, you know, onto something here. So
Man United are back.
Man United.
Just need him to say Man United are back.
Are Man United going to win back-to-back games?
What I like, though, sorry, Sam. What I like is that he is calling out the problem that I think is the problem.
Go on.
Like you can talk about tactics.
This system.
Everybody else is telling him it's the system. It's what my players do. It's the mentality of the team. It's why they don't turn up at Brentford from the very beginning. Why they turn up. Well, Sunderland had a chance in the first few minutes today, but United started well and played well in the first half. How do we repeat that level of performance every week?
I agree with him on that, and I think it's been well documented over many years that the mentality and the carries and personality in that dressing room hasn't been there. But I would also say to him that whilst you want to talk about that, I would also say your system has been a big problem as well. Over the best part of 10 months, playing the same system game in, game out.
And you could have changed
it. It just hasn't worked. United being overrun in midfield. I mean, it was his decision to ask Harry Maguire to play on the halfway line last week when you got Igor, Thiago running in behind him, being outnumbered in midfield. So, I think there was a quote in the press conference where something like, systems don't matter too much. I was like, what do you mean? Of course it matters. You've implemented the same system for the best part of a year and watch your team struggle to create chances, dominate games, control games, be easy to play through. So it's all well and good talking about, mentality and stuff. And that might be a problem. But him as a coach as well has to do more with this group of players.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But
a good speech.
Yeah, also good speech. Nice speech. Yeah. Great conversation, Sam.
I appreciate both of what they were.
The thing is, I've done this Ruben Amorim tactics system rant every week every show for the last 6 months. I don't really know anything else to add to say to it. Let's talk, shall we, about Arsenal, because it's been a good week for Arsenal, hasn't it? Last Sunday going to Newcastle and scoring that last-minute winner. They won in the week in the Champions League, beating Olympiacos by 2-0, and did the job today that they needed to do. Arsenal beating West Ham by 2-0. Arsenal currently sitting at the top of the table, with Liverpool still to play at half-5. Abby, we watched the game. It was I would say, possibly the easiest 90 minutes Arsenal might have this season. They absolutely dominated the game from first minute to last.
It was, I'll be honest, that was truly pathetic from West Ham. I mean, I don't think they were going to offer much, but I thought they might offer just something a little bit more. But no, that was just let's just sit in and just hope we can keep this loss down to a minimum. They went there with the mindset they were already losing the game. And the only shot I think that we actually really saw them have was right at the end. Bar maybe one other. I mean, and one at the beginning. Like that was just really poor. I mean, I get it from a Nuno perspective. You've just come in, they're not good at set pieces. You've gone to the best team in the league at set pieces, but all you've done is sit there and just invite them on and on and on. And I'm surprised actually it wasn't more from an Arsenal perspective, because I don't think we can necessarily give West Ham too much credit for maybe the way they defended. I don't know, but that will be the easiest game Arsenal have all season. Just shows you where West Ham are, to be honest with you, which is 19th in the table. I still think there is enough quality at West Ham that they shouldn't be in that position. But I tend to not feel sorry for West Ham fans or West Ham in general, not just because I'm a Spurs fan, but because when they sacked David Moyes, they were so on David Moyes. They kind of got a bit ahead of themselves, thinking that they deserved more than they had with David Moyes. And sometimes the grass is not greener. And whether it's been the wrong appointments from a managerial perspective, that comes from the board. Obviously, West Ham fans are very vocal with their disdain for the board, but they made the wrong appointments, and I just think, can we call it a Graham Potter era? That was truly tragic as well. So they've got a good manager now.
Not long enough to be an era, was it?
How long is an era? How long do we class that as? Nuno's a good manager. I think he will turn it around. He deserves another chance to.
Yeah, I think Nuno
deserves a chance like he had at Forest, because that was unfair as well.
Yeah,
they could be bottom by close of play tomorrow, though. If Wolves beat Brighton
yeah.
and a goal difference, they could be bottom, West Ham.
Do we actually think that West Ham could go down?
No.
I think with Nuno in charge, I think
agree.
they'll probably pull away from it. I think they have got enough quality attacking players to score the goals. Goals are. It's not defence really that wins you. It keeps you up necessarily. It's goals that get you up, keep you up.
Just even with Bowen in the team, they've got enough quality with him to win games of football.
Yeah.
I think Paqueta, I like to think for West Ham's point of view, he's going to find some form at some point in the next couple of months because he has been, struggled hasn't he the last sort of 6 months. Somerville's a decent player on the left hand side. So while I don't love this West Ham team, I do agree with you. I think Nuno will more often than not set them up to be
and
good.
Burnley and Wolves are probably worse than them. I mean, I know there's still another one to go down there, but I think Arsenal, by the way, have just shortened even more. Title favourites for the Premier League, 11-10 now. This is before kick-off in the Liverpool game at Chelsea. And Liverpool 2-1 second favourites.
Something we've seen that they've been able to do in these last week or so, which they weren't able to do as much last season, is just make 3 or 4 changes to the Champions League game, rest some players come in, do a good job, then bring those players out and bring back in the likes of Saka and Rice. And I just think Scott, he's really, really got now a strong squad of sort of 18 players to really pick from, and he's able to make changes in games and still not have an impact on the result or the performance.
Yeah, obviously Martin Odegaard's gone off injured again today. We don't know how serious that is. So that's a little bit of a concern for them, but so many options in that. All across the pitch, you could probably look at every position and think, like Mosquera, like you bring him in and he's been amazing so far. When you have an established centre-back pair and you kind of maybe sometimes a bit worried of who that third guy is or whatever, because maybe he doesn't get enough football, but I think he's been a brilliant signing so far. You got Calafiori who's playing matches, and then Lewis Skelly we were all talking about last season. I think it's smart that he's able to manage the minutes of a player that young, not have the pressure on him. Like maybe more people want to see him come in and play, but it's probably smart for this stage of his career to do that. Just all over the pitch, really. Arsenal, look, it shows really the merits of sticking with a project. Arteta had a lot of stick at the very beginning, and they've gone on, they've backed him, they've brought in a new sporting director, they've made good signings at the right ages, and I think they're ready made now to challenge for the title. I think for me though, they have to win it this year.
Yeah,
I thought you might say that's why they should keep hammering for a longer project.
I wasn't going to go there. I'm just saying projects take time.
Yeah, but I think with the early signs of the Mikel Arteta project, while the results weren't great, you could see what he was trying to do, what he was trying to implement. You could see a philosophy and a style.
You're putting words in my mouth here. You're putting words in my mouth.
What?
If you finish 8th, then fine, but no.
No?
Well, you didn't. You finished, what was it, 15th in the end? Last
Well,
season?
yeah, but you're not...
I mean, it's very rare that I would ever defend Mikel Arteta.
I tell you one thing that jumped out at me there when you were doing the odds. In your humble opinion, do you think 2-1 is quite a nice price for Liverpool to win the league?
Yeah, I think. Well, in a way, if you're a Liverpool, if you think Liverpool are going to win the title, you want them to lose a couple more, or you want Arsenal to really push forward and
almost lose today, maybe.
We are still not at this. We're just about to enter the second international break. Realistically, it doesn't really get going until after this one and then after the next one. So there's plenty of time to go yet.
So again, that's the 5:30 game this evening. Then in the Premier League, there'll be regular updates across the full-time phone-in show, which is coming up next on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TV. Just a reminder then of the team news for Liverpool. There is no Florian Wirtz. Liverpool go to the 4-3-3. The tried and trusted midfield three are back together, reunited. Alisson's injured, so Mamadashvili will make his first Premier League start for Liverpool. Bradley, Konate, Van Dijk, Kirkes, the back four. The midfield three, Gravenberch, McAllister, Szoboszlai, Salah from the right, Isak D's the line, Gakpo will go from the left. We know Chelsea have got lots of injuries and suspensions at the back, so it's Sanchez in goal. Ashipong and Badiashile are the two centre halves. Cucurella, Gusto, the fullbacks. James will play in midfield alongside Caicedo and Fernandes. Neto got Nacho out wide. João Pedro's going to lead the line. William, here we've got Liverpool favourites. Is the Chelsea price worth big enough to have a back? Or do you think with their injuries, no Cole Palmer, leaky back line, it's got to be Liverpool here?
Yeah, I think so. 13-10 Liverpool, Chelsea 15-8. It's just under 2-1. The draw 13-5. I just think there are more goals in the Liverpool side than there are the Chelsea one. So I think maybe 2-1 Liverpool.
Yeah, again, I think Liverpool. I think Liverpool have a little bit too much quality here, Scott, for Chelsea.
For me, I think that's what I'm defaulting to be honest. There's a lot of nothing you can rely on in that Chelsea team to go and deliver, like Cole Palmer missing, you know?
Yeah, I just think with Chelsea, we touched on it earlier, when the amount of money they've spent I think they can't be as reliant on Cole Palmer. We know Cole Palmer's their best player. All their good things come to him. But it just feels like too often when he's not in the team, you're almost watching Chelsea, just wondering where the goal's going to come from. And like, I think when you have ambition to try and push for the title and spend that amount of money, you can't be there relying on one player.
Look at the 2-11s. I mean, how many Chelsea players would get into this Liverpool side tonight?
I mean,
ask me after the game.
would you take Caicedo?
Well, last season's midfield was. I mean, Caicedo's a good player. But that midfield last season was such a good, well-oiled, well-functioned midfield. I wouldn't really have anyone in that midfield. But I think Caicedo is an unbelievable player. Yeah. Oh, your Palmer's not playing tonight. But Palmer, of course.
Maybe put Reece James in.
Reece James right back, maybe. Corner Bradley. But I take your point. It's not a lot of players. Guys, that's it for